Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing this morning? Yes? Good. Not too jet-lagged for the ones coming from afar? Well, before we begin our exciting day of interactive sessions for day 2, I just want to remind you to hashtag Health2Conf for any tweets or posts that you'd like to make on social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're on Instagram as well, so it's hashtag Health2Conf. And if you haven't followed us already, now's the time to do so, to stay updated on the event and to see your fellow attendees' posts. All right, so let us begin our first session of the day. It is a fireside chat between two speakers, and it is on our planet, our health, a clarion call to address climate change. So let us welcome our speakers, Tushar Patnaik, Corporate Head, EHS and Sustainability Dabur, India Limited. Welcome, Tushar. And we have joining Tushar Sujan Sanku, CEO of 99 Infosystems. Welcome. All right, gentlemen, let's set the timer, please. And the floor is yours.
Is it on? Okay. Yeah, it's on.
Testing, testing.
Yep, it's on. Good morning. Same thing we had yesterday. Good morning. A bit better. The turnout's kind of, but let's start.
Hello, hello, yeah. Good morning.
Is it clearer now? Yeah, so quickly introduce myself. I'm a CEO at a IT-related company. We work in health, education, and finance. You might notice I actually have a finance one too here. So we're trying to connect basically hospitals, first responders, and the patients so that there's no delay in the system. Right now, there's lots of wait time, there's insurance payouts. That's what we're trying to mitigate as a company.
Yes, good morning. Myself, Tushar. I'm the sustainability head for Dabur India and the SAARC countries. More than 2.5 decades of experience in the field of environment, sustainability, and the plastic waste management. So at present, I'm working with Dabur India Limited, and today we are all here to discuss about this most important topic, is the health and climate change. A planet health, the clarion call to the climate change.
So, Tushar, what's your take on the topic?
And if you see, yesterday I have learned the discussion of many people. I think this topic is very, very important if you're asking me. Today's topic is about planet, our health, and clarion call to this climate change. One Sanskrit word is that, Vasudhaivam Kutumbakam. That means one planet, there is one family. When you are talking about one planet, that means this is the planet where you all are living. This is the earth. If you not protect the earth, definitely there is no other planet where you can survive. And there are different challenges in terms of climate change that we'll discuss as the process is going on. And the climate change and the health is very integral part of this session. Unless we can protect or any changes on the climate that will adversely affect to the health. So really this topic is very important, not even today. In the global scenario, this topic is very, very important. And going forward, so many years, this is one of the important topics will be discussed in the various forums. Thank you. Yeah, Sujan, I think today's topic, the main important thing I want to know, how the climate change actions is doing by different organization, you know, what about this, talking about your SDG goals, how the SDG goals is help in terms of climate change?
So Most companies, I think, especially in Europe, reporting SDGs is mandatory now with their financial accounting. But the purpose for that is there's the underlying concern that the Earth is going to be unlivable if we keep basically trashing it as we are. So there's a few points that we need to think about. One is air pollution. Then there's water pollution. There is
Waste management.
waste management.
Waste
Then
management.
there's deforest.
Yeah. Soil pollution.
And so we need a holistic approach to mitigate all these issues. And let me just kick it off with air pollution. So there are quite a few projects globally to capture carbon emissions and other, what should I say, greenhouse gases. The brunt of the blame tends to go towards China, sadly, because they do a lot of manufacturing. But most of the R&D towards this, smog towers and CCS, is actually also being done by them. So they are working really hard to keep the air livable. They also have other issues with like yellow sand flying into East Asia. But some of these, I honestly don't think there's a solution, though it does cause a lot of health issues, respiratory, cardiac, and then there's the high-risk people, the young children, the elderly, people with underlying medical conditions. So simple solutions would be to shift our lifestyle. So instead of taking basically a car, we could use public transport. It's way more efficient. It's less impact to the environment, smaller carbon footprint.
I think, Susan, you are absolutely to that point. While talking about this SDGs goal, that's basically a sustainability development of goals. And where the 2012, when the Rio de Janeiro, which was signed by United Nations, that's basically on the 17 goals, what you are talking about, no poverty, zero hunger, climate change, good health, good education. So these are the work every organizations, every country has set up this to make a sustainable world. When you're talking about this, your point is sustainable. The 17 goals lies on 3 pillars. That is called ESG, is environment, social, and governance. Thank you.
Also, just quickly going back to the note of changing to public transport. Public transport, obviously, it's usually fossil fuels still, regular cars also. People do say moving to EV is better. Then there's obviously a lot of debate on whether producing the batteries is actually less impactful or more impactful. There's other sources like hydrogen, but then again, producing hydrogen at the moment isn't that efficient. Some companies are moving towards green hydrogen. Eventually, it would be probably a more viable solution. It only creates steam, so just pretty much water is not a negative impact to the environment. Health-wise, there's zero carbon footprint at the end of the day if you can do that. So if you could maybe utilize something like geothermal energy or solar or wind to create hydrogen, that is where the economy is moving, but it's a rather expensive process to change from fossil fuels. So certain countries are taking a kind of a backseat. 2030, 2035, some countries 2050, but generally speaking, everyone on Earth has a goal in mind. By some year, they plan on kind of making things green and clean. I know you specialize in water pollution, so maybe how about your take on water and plastics?
Yeah. So while we're talking about this climate change, so talking about the climate change, basic of 4 things. That's related to water pollution. Second is related to air pollution. Third is related to waste management. And fourth is related to reduction of the carbon footprint. Out of the 4, the one important point which is being very much helpful to this climate change is called water pollution. You know, water is a natural resource. In many countries, people are not getting water for drink a bottle. For drinking of a bottle, they have to pay like certain dollars. Where many countries, people are wasting of water. And while we are talking about these SDGs goals, that's when every country have every equality, there is no poverty and no hunger. We should not think that one country is having more of water and another country is having no water. And today, and in the very future, it will going to happen. In a petrol pump, you will get water. One glass, one bottle of water, you will have to pay a lot. Where today you have to pay for this petrol. The things is that if you don't natural sources of water to conserve, and while your conservation of water, that's three approaches to be adopted in on all natural things. One is reduce, recycle, and reuse. So many countries have adopted these things, and being a sustainable person, and I am heading this in India, you know, the major initiatives has been taken by conservation of rainwater harvesting, by making within this industry premises and the society premises. And government is helping to that to make more and more recharge ponds also. And reusing of water. Whatever the treated water is for the coming out from these, your productions, after treating, they are using it for agricultural, for gardening purpose. And many area people use it as a drinking purpose. That means recycling of water. Same water is recycling into the garden, washing and other purposes area, so that the natural withdrawal of the natural water should be minimization. Similarly way, the conservation of water in various sources, and many of the area, if you see in different parts of the world, people are getting water and have to travel a longer distance. So water plays an important role, and without water, there's a lot of diseases is happening. So if we'll discuss about water, it is all the key important factor in the climate change. Sujan, topping back to this sense, how the climate change, one of the important factor is deforestation. Do you think that how deforestation plays an important role in the climate change?
Definitely. So obviously our forests are natural filters. It goes through the roots, the soil, and keeps our water quality higher. I think the EPA published a report in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, that deforestation in US, in urban areas, is also affecting the plumbing. So definitely, actual forests where there's lots of abundant water, maybe South America, certain areas that are not desert yet, that has a huge impact. And the other major thing is probably if you don't have forests, natural habitats of animals get destroyed, and insects and animals would move into more populous human areas. They can carry a lot of interesting disease that you might not get if you hadn't cut down those forests. Quick examples, SARS, avian flu, swine flu, those all come from animals. Obviously, some of that is farming animals, but if we can keep a safe distance, we don't need to have them in our residential areas. I think Middle East also had, MERS, if I'm not mistaken, a couple years ago, or almost a decade now. I forgot about COVID, but then there's obviously mosquito-related things like malaria, which is still rampant in certain parts of the world. There's dengue fever. All these things could be avoided if we actually just keep our forests intact. Of course, there's a cost factor and there are other factors involved, but honestly speaking, we need to protect our natural resources, and forests are helping us keep our water and lumber, which is also another natural resource, plentiful. So we need to protect it for our own health.
In addition to Sujan's points, you are absolutely right. When you're talking about this climate change and greenhouse gases, there are 4 things which contributing your greenhouse gases. The major contribution is your carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, chlorofluorocarbons. So the emissions of carbons into more and more atmosphere, that is depletion of the ozone layers. And the major climate changing is due to the carbon emission. Because of the deforestation, where naturally the CO2 is conserved in the jungles and forests, and about the deforestation, the carbon percentage will be high on the environment. And it will not help us in carbon emission, that's climatic change. So to eco-balance the entire thing, whatever the emission is polluted from the industry and the transport, the same amount to be balanced if you are doing the afforestation rather for a deforestation. I think correct.
Uh, sorry, I prepared the questions for him, so give me a second. Okay, so then what about the waste, especially in plastics? We mentioned it earlier. How does that negatively or positively impact climate change?
Like we discussed about air and you discuss about water, there is another important thing, it is called an waste management, the plastic waste management, you know. That is across the globe, everybody is trying to reduction of the virgin plastics. And this waste, if we will not do it in a sustainable way, that is also impacting to the water body. At present, today global scenario, whatever the waste is coming out from different segments, only 20% is recycling and rest of the 80% is going to the landfill. While the waste is going to the landfill, that means, you know, one of these waste is plastic waste. It is non-biodegradable. When it is going to the landfill, for more than thousands of years, it cannot degrade. So it will affect to the water body. And this water body where people are used to drink this water will infected more and more diseases, cancers and other diseases. So properly sustainable management of the waste management and the plastic is one of the important thing. Today in every scenario, every conference I used to attend, many conferences in a year. If you're talking about in India and the global also, people are talking more about plastic. Similarly, plastic also, 3R approach is adopted. Reduce, recycle and recycle plastics contain. So more and more reduction of the virgin plastic and recycled plastic will come into picture. Recently, you can see in the Coca-Cola company has made a 100% recycled plastic bottle. That means drinking water bottle which you are using now with the virgin plastic is no more after some years, it will be the recycled plastic bottles. When it will be more and more recycled, the virgin plastic will reduce. Once the virgin plastic will reduce, the carbon footprint is reduced. And the carbon footprint, which is a major contribution in the climatic change, that will also major impact if you do that in a sustainable way. India has done many progressively things in terms of plastic waste management, reuse of the plastic content, recycling of the plastic content. And I am driving this project for the last 5 years and helping not only to, as a company is not only helping to my company and to helping many other companies to do and the sustainable waste management. And I can give an example. One classic thing, it is not only of a compliance. In my areas where I'm residing at Delhi, I'm doing a mass awareness campaign. It's called My 10 kg campaign. In the My 10 kg campaign, I'm insisting people and covering up more than 250 to 300 societies where waste is collected and segregated into dry and wet waste. The waste cannot be recycled properly unless it is be segregated in waste into dry. The major problem, if you are asking about India, and many of the countries also, the plastic is not recycled properly because it has a mixed waste. And I think you are from Japan. Japan is the one country I know. The source segregation is 100% is there. So if the source segregation is there, for that people need awareness and educations. More and more segregation of dry and waste, which can convert it into the plastic for recycling and go for co-processing and the cement industries. That's basically plays and keys an important role in waste management. Sujan, what are the government policies to make this climate change? Do you highlight some of the points, government policies?
In terms of health?
Yeah.
Quite a few, I think most of the world, I already mentioned it quickly, have some targets, mostly health driven. But there's a huge financial aspect to go carbon neutral by 2035, I'd like to say. Like I said, some of them are 30, some of them 40, some of them 50. But within the next 20, 30 years, most countries are trying to go carbon neutral. That's obviously hard regulation. There's some softer regulations where companies are trying to make their own process like lead to, have a building that's maybe self-sufficient, they have solar panels on the top, maybe they've invested in wind turbines. But generally speaking, I think there's a somewhat of a disconnect between people who fund it, so basically the taxpayers, so us, and then the government bodies that are driving it, because obviously the government needs tax money to actually put these policies in practice. And they do understand that there's a need to do it from health and livability and so many other factors, but to change infrastructure is a very, very costly ordeal. And it's easy to just throw out and say, let's just shift from fossil fuels, like let's just ban, like what UK said, we'll just ban all fossil fuel running cars. But then there's the actual fact that people would have to adopt EVs or some other cars, maybe like Nordic countries maybe use bicycles or more public transport. But as a whole, as a society, we need to move towards this goal, because the government policy is there, but then there's the reality of actually funding it, paying for it, which I would say it would be a struggle going forward, because it's going to be pinching our wallets.
Yes, in addition to Sujan's points, we are talking about your climate change. We are talking about these government policies. If you know, one statistics data shows that carbon is the major contributor for this climate change. And it is from a data source that by 2035, world's 80% vehicles will be electric vehicles. Because the carbon emission is majorly coming out from transportation. You know what percent is coming? 78% carbon emission is for transportation. And 16% is coming from the agricultural sectors. And 5% is coming from the industry. So wherever the principle of major carbon contribution is for transport sector, so every country, every government is mostly focusing on the electric vehicles. And one classic example I can show you, by 2030, 2020, the sold of electric vehicle was around 16.5 million as compared to 2021. So in India also the electric vehicle percentage in 2019, it was 0.19%, and by the end of 2022 is 4%. The way it is increasing, we have taken a massive target by 2030, India more than 80%. If this rate will continue, the momentum will continue, by 2030, India more than 80% vehicle will be electric vehicle, because that is the major contribution which is generating the emission in the greenhouse gases. Because electric vehicle, when you asking about this climatic change, everything should be economically balanced. Whether suppose you are going for electric vehicles rather from a diesel vehicle or a petrol vehicle, electric vehicle. Okay, one way you are reducing the carbon emission without using the petrol and diesel. But other way, from the electric vehicle, your charging station is there. The charging station, you are getting electricity from where? It's again grid. When you are using the grid electricity, that can again generating carbon emission. For that, government is again coming back with the renewable energy sources. So would you like to talk about some renewable energy sources?
This is definitely something that's very important, and I think I did briefly mention something about green hydrogen. So quite a few countries are trying to repurpose old pipelines. They used to transport oil or maybe LPG, LNG, some kind of gas. They're trying to repurpose those so that they can transport high purity hydrogen gas. Obviously, I'm harping on hydrogen because it's one of my favorite sources of energy. It's very clean. And producing that, if you can access maybe geothermal, would be literally, it's called green hydrogen. It is very clean. It only produces steam, no health impacts whatsoever. And yeah, but like I said, to revamp the infrastructure is very hard. That's one thing. And then right now, we're using solid-state batteries to store the energy. So there's cobalt and lots of heavy metals. To source these materials to make batteries to store electric energy is not the most efficient in terms of carbon footprint. We are using a lot of heavy vehicles to actually source what we need to change the whole process. So obviously for the next couple of years, this whole conversion process is going to be eating away at this goal, but obviously it's not a short-term goal, it's a long-term commitment by, I think, all the companies and governments and the world. So going forward, we should see greener pastures, so to speak. Like I said, there's wind, there's solar, there's geothermal, which not many countries have tapped. Lots of European countries recycle food waste and stuff like that, which does become less methane producing energy sources. There's methanol related energy sources. These are so much cleaner. And like I said, there's less health implications because there are no heavy gases that are being produced in the consumption of these energy sources.
And you rightly said, in addition to your point, if you see how these countries have gradually been improved. If you see just 10, 15 years back, people are using diesel car. Still, many of the countries is still using diesel car. Then initiative petrol car. Then go to CNG vehicle. And now people are thinking and also doing the electric vehicle. So while talking about the electric vehicle, one way a reduction of carbon footprint is decreed. But similar way, the renewable energy part also government is working in the various countries also. How to do the renewable sources. So renewable energy, while you eating from the grid and renewable energy, the major, again, one important factor is that the panel which is coming out from this, which has a life of around 10 to 15 years, after that, where the solar panel will go. Again, recycling of the solar panel is another cause. Unless you have to balance all the things, it will make a major impact on the climatic change. Similarly, the battery vehicle. The battery vehicle is running at the road, and it's a global estimation is that by 2035, more than 80% vehicle will be electric vehicle. But while the battery will goes out, again the question is coming out how the recycling of the batteries. If you will not do the proper recycling of these batteries, again it will have a major impact on the climatic change. Either it is going to the landfill or somewhere else. So whenever we have to plan something, whether it is equipment or a design or a services, anything, that has to be balanced. Because nowadays when you are talking about the investors, is looking at a company not on the cost perspective. If the company, how sustainable is that company, how sustainable product they are using, how much water they are consuming in the less water is consuming in the water, how much less energy they are consuming on that product. That is the main important aspect which is looking after by investor as in today's scenario. And that's why the climate change and ESG is coming to a picture. That is the most important thing, your water, again is your renewable energy, then is your waste management, then is your air pollution. These are the key factors which are affecting this climate change. Another factor, Sujan,
just to quickly jump in. On his point, so I think urban planning is very, very important. Obviously, the MENA region is pretty good at this, or maybe I should say very good at this. And so basically, you can have nice trees, you can plan the whole city so that it's green. A green city tends to lower temperatures, there's less health implications. I can give you a simple example. After World War II, obviously Japan was pretty burnt out. I live in Japan. So they planted certain trees to recreate forests. Unfortunately, those trees, their planning was kind of not to point. There's a lot of hay fever, lots of pollen. They didn't quite take into fact that it's a volcanic island, so the trees are basically very happy. So even these small facts affect human health. So urban planning, so like I said, we need parks, we need forested areas. This would greatly mitigate this car pollution factor, at least until cars fully swap over to a cleaner source of energy.
And what are the, because you know we are discussing on the waterfront, on the renewable energy, waste management, how energy play an important role in the emission of this climate change. Do you think that it's an important factor? Is the energy, reductions of energy also? Can you highlight some points?
Definitely. So I keep going back to energy, sorry. Fossil fuels, that's our go-to right now. Whether we're creating electricity for EVs or charging stations, it's still basically we're burning either coal or we're burning petroleum. And definitely it's still plentiful at the moment, but it's not the cleanest. It has a lot of negative impacts on the environment, which also connect directly to health risks. Renewable energy sources they're plentiful, but back again to the fact that the infrastructure cost to fully shift to a truly sustainable and green energy infrastructure is, honestly speaking, unaffordable for some countries. So I think it should be a global effort where countries that have the resources, I wouldn't say share, but help, lend a helping hand. And there are quite a few developing nations. Those nations still have the opportunity to start off being green because they haven't fully deployed their infrastructure. So I think certain parts, even where we're from India, certain parts of Africa, the infrastructure is still lacking. So if you could kind of share resources in that way and the know-how for the so-called developed nations, if we could work together and collaborate, we could definitely speed up this process. Instead of it being just like a nation kind of thing. I know EU works together generally, but there are quite a few Caribbean nations, African nations that could be helped if some of the wealthier countries gave them the experience, gave them the funds, worked together and developed better energy resources, better infrastructure for energy management. And yeah, we move together.
Yeah, so addition to this point, just highlight one or two more points. While you're talking about this energy, you should know what exactly we are talking and how it can be mitigated. That should be both be coincide. Like today, we all are sitting in the conference room, big conference is going on, hotels is there. So a lot of energy, the AC gases which are used, whether it is a ozone friendly or not. That we have to take out while we are taking collective decisions across the country, across the nation, across the industry. That is also important factor. Now, the replacement of the AC gases, you know commonly R32, which is a friendly ozone friendly gases, and R134A, which is used. Before to that, whichever gas is used is not ozone friendly. Similarly, the rise in temperature on the atmosphere, if you see, 15-20 years back, the outside temperature, and today as in scenario, the temperature, why it is rising? Because I can give you an example. By 2030, it is expected that the global temperature will be rise 1 to 1.5 degree. When you are talking about 1 to 1.5 degree, that is very high. One way, we are working on climatic change by adopting certain technologies, certain method, and other way, it will be 1 to 1.5 degree rise. And what will happen if it will rise to 1 to 1.5 degree? That is a huge temperature will rise, the water level will goes up, and many of the countries will be buried under the water. So this is not the SDG goal. SDG goal is that equality, equal food, equal hygiene, no poverty, no hunger. So as a country, when you are talking about planet, that means one family. How every country, every organizations, every people be in safe and make a balance between these amenities and the climate. It has to be balanced because everything has a cost to an action. When you are doing something, we see that what will the consequences of that action. Unless if you don't think about these consequences, maybe the environment is such a things which will give you a bounce back in the future. Now we can see, today we are sitting at a temperature, it's outside of our home also, 22 degree, 20 degree of AC temperature. No, this is not at all a good sign because the environmental impact outside is going increasing. So as a organizations, we have to thought that people, those who are working on the various experts from various fields, from a technology side, from a other sides, educations and consultants, we could think some betterment how to make an environment. Sujan, that one point is coming to mind, like during COVID, there is a lot of things has been happened. Do you think that how the climatic change plays an important role in mental health? That is also important part. Can you elaborate something?
It might be a stretch, but we could make the connection that climate change was a potential driving factor for the spread of COVID. But I think it's more about human tendencies or practices. For example, in East Asia, people usually wear a mask just to prevent the general flu, the regular flu, which wasn't so common in other countries. So, and certain people react differently, certain cultures, societies. So I don't know whether it's so much of a mental health issue. I think it's more about habitual tendencies and maybe general awareness. I think not everybody admits or acknowledges that there is a shift in the climate, which is weird, because I remember when I was in elementary school, we didn't have an air conditioner at school. I remember it being livable, quite fine. And now, I mean, I need this 20 degrees, honestly. It's much, much warmer, and I don't even remember my country, India, being that scorchingly hot during midday. So I'm pretty sure if we look at it just 10 or maybe 15 years, there's a huge difference in the actual climate. And weather is pretty extreme. I don't remember typhoons in Japan where I live. They weren't this extreme. Like, we didn't have golf courses falling down. So I think weather on a whole has shifted to be quite extreme. So like winters are really cold and summers are really hot. So I don't know whether I can actually connect it to the mental side, but being at home during COVID, that if we can extend it to the point and say that the weather was a factor that contributed to spreading COVID, we could say that people were, stuck at home, isolated, because it's like a real stretch, though.
I think, Susan, you are right. If you see this mental health also very much affecting to this. Because when you're talking about more rise in temperature, more cold, these are also very much interrelated to this climatic change. When you are talking about more temperature, there are biodiversity. Lot of species is there, lots of plants is there, lots of animals is there. And if you will not take care of this biodiversity, one thing, those who are a major reduction factor for CO2 carbon dioxides, if you certain temperature rise and certain temperature cold, many of the plants, many of the species will be over from this world. And that which is major reduction for this carbon footprint or the emission of intensity, that we have to take care of the biodiversity. When you are talking about different factors, whether it's a biodiversity, whether it's a mental health, whether it's a water pollution, it's air pollution, rise in temperature high, we're talking about renewable energy, reduction of carbon footprint, and also, coming back to that point, how afforestation is important. If you see, think that today also we are feeling very, very hot. And you think that after 10 years, the temperature will be rise to 1 to 1.5 degree. By the way, if you see if deforestation occur, I am giving an example if I have remembered, 2019, it is around 94,000 kilometers jungle has been destroyed in Australia. If you see in the Google, 94,000 kilometers, deforestation of the jungle in any of the, if you see in the TV, many of the countries having huge fire. That means the carbon footprint is again rise in temperature. You are taking certain measures, certain things to reduce the carbon effect. Otherwise, deforestation or fire in jungle will increase the temperature. So how to make the balance in the things? This is the very, very important topic. If we'll discuss this topic, I think entire day, because I am passionate for these subjects and discussing many conferences in the last 1.5 years. This is my more than 55 conferences talking on sustainability and the waste, because this is going to be a very, very important thing in the coming future. So I think I know your background from the finance also. Do you think that the climate change make an impact on financial impact on the climate change?
I think the major driver for businesses and governments around the world would be climate change, especially for countries that don't move quickly. The longer you wait, the more expensive, the more costly it's going to be to start late, because then you'll be playing a game to catch up with the rest of the world. And that is usually not a prudent financial decision to make. So the countries that have started the ball rolling earlier are definitely on the right track. But again, like I said, not every country can get on the bandwagon yet. So we should work as a whole, like you mentioned. everyone has to be pointed in the same direction for this to actually succeed. We can't have one or two countries being, like, nah, we'll just wait, we'll just see what you guys are doing. That's really not how this is going to work. Maybe for more detailed questions, we can take it out because we won't have time for Q&A. So you want to say some wrapping remarks?
I think almost we have covered on all aspects, whether it's your water, air, water, your financial impact, mental health, decarbonization, deforestation, biodiversity. So these are the few important topics which relate to that today's topic of our planet and health is a climate actions. So being in one family and one planet, we think that how my country, my organization will improve. Similar way, how to help others, those who are not that much of technologically advanced or in terms of economically advanced, we should help other nations so that we can say this is one planet and we love everything in equality. I think we have covered all the points. I think now this is the time. Any questions from side, so we will love to answer that question.
Mic is way higher than...
Good morning. I'm Tarima Matin. I'm a consultant radiologist and associate medical director at NHS England. I think an area that we've sort of maybe haven't covered is around sustainable food. So I think on an individual basis, the biggest thing that maybe I can do, I do love eating meat, but to move towards a whole food, locally sourced, vegetable-based diet, I think there's a lot that we can do, and actually perhaps governments or people that write policy could nudge lots of people or communities in that right direction. There are a lot of incentives that maybe are against that around agriculture or the farming industry and meat. And I'm interested in your thoughts around how can we promote a sustainable food diet across the global community?
Thank you for the question. Again, I think it goes back to the whole awareness and people's habits. If we don't change our habits, that is... I'm also a non-vegetarian. I don't like salad. I prefer my steak. I know, I'm honest. But agri-tech, the whole farming industry, it's moving forward at a rapid pace to prevent, what should I say? Obviously, cows are one of the largest sources of, I think, methane, which is another greenhouse gas. So there are a lot of companies doing R&D to create meat replacements, those vegetable-sourced, protein-sourced, like bean-based meats. At some point, I agree, we would have to shift. But, I mean, human tendency, we don't like change, entropy-wise. We like to we're satisfied with what we're doing right now. So unless there's more, I don't want to say vegan or vegetarian, but people who are open-minded about changing their human habits, even if the industry changes, I mean, it's not even, the cost still doesn't even make sense as far as I'm concerned, but.
So I agree with what you're saying. Just, I guess, a couple of kind of feedback. So with these vegan, a lot of them are they're heavily processed and actually very bad nutritionally. And I think if we look to our experience during the pandemic, most governments were able to influence entire countries to stay at home, to not, to wear masks, to not interact with each other. In the UK, we're allowed half an hour to go out for kind of a run or a walk every day. So I believe there's a lot more that we could do to actually influence people. But what I think is there are a lot of negative kind of influences in terms of incentives and finance from kind of meat companies or farming industry.
I think this is right. Also, if you see this, we're talking for the conversation about the SDGs goal. The SDGs goal is talking about good food and good health is one of the two important goals which is signed in the United Nations. So while you're talking about good food and good health, that must be balanced. Whether you are a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, where the protein source is more, where carbohydrates more, that. So meant to be equilibrium balance of diet because, health is related to climate and climate is health. So both are very, very integral part. So as a take, which is better, and as a individuals, as a experts also, we should do what is do better first, applied with yourself, then with others, then with country, then with the world.
Just a quick note. You did say, and there are quite a few countries that put their foot down for the EV, like no more. So I guess a country could do that. But a quick example, when the US, please don't overreact when I say US, when the US did the alcohol ban, people started bootlegging it. So certain things might need to be done gradually over time, but we definitely should move towards that direction. I wholeheartedly agree with what you said, yeah. Thanks for that question.
1 minute left, please.
Good morning. I'm Shafia from India. I have been listening to this topic for quite a long time, and we have not spoken anything about food and soil health, because a lot of the countries still they are using urea to cultivate, to do agricultural based products. And these food, when we eat, eat for a longer period of time, your intestine and your stomach gets contagious, and it can leads to a cancer kind of thing. And we are all focusing on the good health, but when the food, what we eat today, is not that quality of food, then we are not talking anything about the food and the soil. So any inputs on that, and how the government has to come forward to help these, to keep the system clean, not only water pollution, and the food is also an important part of the human beings. Thank you.
And thank you for the question. Definitely heavy metals in the soil, mercury, there's also microplastics. This is an issue that quite a few agri-tech companies are working on. They're actually thinking of, there are a few projects that are doing R&D to create bacteria that eat plastic, that consume heavy metals, so that it's basically healthier food sources, especially for vegetable produce. But I think, again, it's a long-term commitment. It's not going to be like today, tomorrow.
And it's organic food?
Yes, it's organic, non-chemical, no pesticides, but, I mean, bacteria, so we can wash it off.
Addition to Sujan's points and your question, just add 2 lines I will sum up. Like good food, when you are talking about again good food, I correlate many things. How will good food? Because I taste 16% of carbon emission from agriculture. And how the agriculture is coming out, you are using different kind of pesticides. And in the pesticide, more of a nitrogen is there, which is, a percentage is very high, which is not good for health. Similarly, good food, good life, good health, that's a very, very long journey. We have to think how, because I cannot survive without vegetables. So that doesn't mean that I cannot buy vegetables from the market. It's impossible. But if you're going to make the vegetables, you made up pesticides and sell. And the water used in the vegetables is coming from polluting industries' water also. So these are all very correlated things. So that's why it's called Clarion to the climate change. So Ajay, this topic, I think this topic will going to be an agenda for the next 50 years. And this is not a small thing. Hope the topic will be a very interesting topic. I think time is already done. We are here for the entire day. We can discuss more things. Thank you, Sujan.
Thank you, Tushar.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was very interesting. Thank you, Ms., for bringing up the sustainability issue. Yes, it is a long-term process. Thank you. All right. Next, we have Mr. Andrew Norris, the chairman of anesthesiology at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center, who will be talking to us on the topic of accessing research funding for novel health technologies. So from game-changing medical devices to life-saving treatments, Andrew will guide us through the maze of research funding, empowering you to navigate the challenges and unlock the resources needed to drive this innovation forward. Andrew, please, stage is yours. Let's set the timer, please. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Do you need the clicker?
Yeah, I guess. Well, thanks very much for the kind introduction. I'm not sure if I can manage to achieve quite all of those goals, but we'll have a go at it. Well, good morning, everybody. excited to be here. It's a very different kind of conference for me. It's certainly been interesting to kind of meet people from all kinds of different areas, get the award recognition, so on. So it's been good fun. I'm looking forward to the rest of it very much. Okay, so why am I talking about this? I mean, I gave a couple of different, suggested a couple of different talks that I might do, and this was the one the organizers kind of seemed to think might be most relevant for you guys. And why am I doing this? I'm primarily a clinician, really. I mean, I worked in the NHS in the UK for about 35 years, and the last few years I've been working in Saudi Arabia, and as you heard, I'm chairman of anesthesia at King Faisal. I also have an academic position at King Faisal. And I've worked with a couple of universities, both in the UK and also here not here, sorry, but also in Saudi Arabia. And, my main interest has really been in translation of engineering into medical applications. So what I thought we'd try and cover today is, why is it potentially useful to know something about research funding, even if you're not directly applying yourself? What role does research grants play in the funding landscape compared to, for example, venture capital or business angels or whatever? What does a developed funding landscape look like? Well, it looks pretty complicated. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And out of the myriad of things that you might apply for, how do you choose one? So what's the right award for you? So having decided that you're going to do it, you want to get it right. So we'll talk a little bit about trying to make a strong application and what to expect in that process, including rejection, which is probably the most likely thing. Which is why perseverance is super important. And then finally, I'll just dwell slightly on kind of, the reality of delivering project management and so on, and then we'll just kind of wrap up. So, I don't know, there's probably people thinking, why is this really relevant? Well, okay, so who in this room has had to find funding to do whatever it is that they're doing? Right, most of you. Now put your hand, okay. You put it down a bit too quick. So most people have done that, right? So hands up if any of that was kind of what you might call academic grant funding. Okay, so probably about half, which is a little bit more than I expected. Other routes include venture capital. They might include getting a collaboration with an established industry partner. It might be business angels and so on. And I think the thing is, so where do research grants fit? And I've thought about this for a little while, and I think there's really three kind of things that grant funding brings that other sources may not, or do so in a different kind of way. So one is access to the science. So most of these awards are linked to an academic institution, and they may have access to really pretty cutting-edge stuff that isn't quite out there in the market yet. So it's a way for you to access that, and it's also a way for the kind of scientists and engineers and stuff to actually get, they need applications, they need us too, in order to help them realize their ideas and so on. So one is the access to the science. The other is bridging the so-called valley of death, which we probably hear about quite a lot. And lastly is the fact that, so grant funding can be quite useful for that, in the sense that, research funders may be more prepared to accept some of the risks around bridging that valley than perhaps, venture capital or something. And finally, research funding is usually non-dilutional. And we'll come on to that again in a minute. So this is just an example of the academic piece. So a lot of the work that I've been doing over the last 10 years with my colleagues in the optical engineering department in Nottingham University is about development of optical sensors. And to kind of really crush that into a sort of single sentence, basically you take an optical fiber and you modify it in such a way that it starts to interact with its environment, whether that's physically in terms of things like temperature and pressure, or whether it's chemically in terms of perhaps pH or some other ionic concentration, maybe a biomaterial, might be pharmaceutical. So we've done lots of different things with this approach. Some of them are a bit further down the line. Probably the most developed one is a smart endotracheal tube, which we received about $1 million there a month or so ago to take that into patients. That's about a sort of 8 or 9 years down the track. So access to the science is one thing. Bear in mind that if you are kind of in bed with a major academic institution, like everybody else who's giving you money, they will have other agendas. So it's not just the fact that they want the science delivered and they want the product. They also want in terms of the university, maybe they want publications, they may want research impact, they may want to recruit people, they may want to build their capacity, they may want to establish new collaborations. So there's a little bit of give and take involved in that, as there would be with anybody else who's funding you. I'll actually bring this up twice. This is the first time. But this is the so-called, it's just one version of the so-called Valley of Death. But essentially, I'm sure this is a concept that most of you are familiar with, but the concept is that it's pretty easy to have ideas. We can demonstrate stuff in the lab, we can find new molecules, we can inscribe optical fibers, et cetera, but turning that into a product that works in the real world is quite problematic. And most ideas and projects and things basically die in this kind of graveyard where you're trying to translate them into a real thing. So that's where the academic funders or government research may be prepared to take a little bit more risk than, say, VC or someone who's going to say, well, hang on a minute, I want 500% return on my $1 million in 5 years, and you're telling me this is going to die in this valley? That doesn't sound very good. But other research funding might be able to suck that up for you. Okay, I'll move on a bit. So let's say that you think that this is a good idea, and you want to find somebody to stump up some money for you. What does the landscape look like? This slide is actually taken from Imperial in London, and it's a guide for sort of postdoctoral researchers applying for their first kind of grants. And they've provided a sort of a pretty high-level list of options. This is obviously relevant to the UK, ranging from major charities. Now in the health space, that's very, very big. So people like Imperial Cancer Research Fund, AIDS UK, Cancer Research UK, these charities have large amounts of money and they have highly competitive awards. The UK research councils have now merged under a single kind of banner, which is sort of helpful. UKRI, and we'll touch on that in a minute because that's a really important source, at least in the UK. There may sometimes be other government research departments like business development and things like that that may be relevant. Sometimes research societies. Just having a little look, this is UKRI. I said this has all come under kind of one umbrella now. So previously the Medical Research Council, Engineering and Physical Science Council, Biological Science, etc., were largely independent of each other, but they've been brought together now under UKRI. And they do target slightly different things, obviously not only in terms of the discipline, of course, but also the stage of the project, and I'll mention a little bit more about that in a moment. The other major thing that's relevant to us, perhaps, is in the UK would be the NIHR, National Institute of Health Research, and NIH in the UK, and I think Canada has a similar one, which I applied to many years ago. So, out of all this kind of landscape, complicated places, where do you go? Well, one of the things that you want to think about is where are you in this so-called TRL pathway? So probably most of you have come across this idea. I think it arose in the military originally, where you know, down it's a scale essentially from 1 to 9, where 1 is something that's essentially, you know, a blue sky idea. You know, wouldn't it be great if I had an X-ray laser that shot things out of the sky a million miles away? And then, you know, 9 is you're actually doing it. So many of these awards are targeted at a particular stage in the evolution of a project. And that can be pretty helpful if it maps to your stage, and obviously not if it doesn't. And I would say I have been caught out a little bit in the past. So NIHR, for example, have some funding streams that are aimed kind of at the right-hand end. So NIHR was set up in the UK to try and get over the problem. They were throwing lots of money from the Medical Research Council at basic science, but it wasn't translating into help for patients, so, well, that was the perception. So NIHR was set up to try and you know, kind of actually deliver a bit more into the care space. Now, the problem with rather broad targeted funding is that it means when you go to apply, is you need to know something about everything. So you need to not just know how to make the molecule or whatever, but you need to know what a patient's going to say about it, what's the route to market, how much freedom to operate do you have, etc. So it might seem like a good idea to have a funding stream that's targeting, you know, kind of end to end of your project, but it might make life quite difficult for you. What else do you want to think about? Well, there's some pretty headline stuff. This is going to be a lot of work, so you want to try and get it right. You want to try and target the right thing. So first things first, you know, are you eligible? So some of these things are only, you know, you have to be an academic institution, you have to be a small, medium-sized enterprise, you have to have a collaborator who's AUB, you know, you have to be this, you know, there are various criteria for you to fulfill. Yeah, what is super helpful is if your idea maps to the funder's idea about what needs to happen. So if the big deal is stroke, like we heard about yesterday, for example, and you know, your idea maps to that, that's really good. So what you want to avoid is having to sort of massage your project into something that looks like it fits for a research call. Now, many of these funders, that's probably the best thing. Some of these funders will have open-ended options as well, so they're purely investigator-led, and obviously that's another option. How much money do you need, and how much is available? So we're probably, most of these sorts of awards are kind of $500,000 upwards, you need to know, is that going to cover what you need? Also, sometimes there may be things that the fund won't pay for, like overheads, like overseas travel or whatever. So you want to be a little bit careful about that. Check the small print. Who have you got? So there may be a question about who you've got in terms of eligibility. So some of them might insist that you have certain people in the team. You've got to build the team really carefully because you will be relying on other people. You can't do this yourself. Does the proposal look sensible? Right? So if the last 9 awards that have been given have all been given to, you know, molecular chemistry, and you're coming along with some kind of patient satisfaction idea, you know, something's not right. So just have a little look and see to the kind of things that the award has been given to previously, does that make sense in terms of what you're doing? Okay, make sure that you're not make sure you're not excluded. So you can get quite a way down the track with this stuff and then get tripped over at the end, which is difficult. So it's worth reading the small print. What can you expect? Well, it's going to be tough. You know, nobody's giving this stuff away. It will be time consuming. It'll probably suck the life out of you for several months. You're probably not going to be successful. That's the reality. So most of these funding streams have a success rate in the 20, 30% sort of territory, and you know, you're competing with very high quality applications and strong teams. So persistence is really key. You've got to articulate every part of the piece. So, you know, the case of need is probably number one. You know, what are you trying to do and does it matter? It's like, you know, reviewing a research proposal. The most important thing is the question. So what are you doing and does it matter? How much difference will it make? Is there space out there for another drug, another molecule, another piece of equipment? You know, can you get into that? What will patients think about it? Do they care? You know, do they want to be, I don't know, awake more quickly or have less pain or less sickness or, you know, mobilize better after their surgery? What do they want? Because if the patients won't buy into it, then it's, you know, it's probably not got a lot of legs. And certainly, so that's, you know, it's kind of buy-in. Maybe who is your user group? So are you selling into industry? Are you expecting clinicians to take it up? So do your kind of market research. Your plan you need to get your plan out of your head and into some kind of Gantt chart or whatever. You need to really, really think about your deliverables, you know, make your objectives smart, measurable, you know, they make sense to the funder. So the funder can say, okay, so we'll give them a year to make the molecule. Once they've got the molecule, we'll do the next step. So really try and map it out. As I said before, build the team, you know, really well. I have a colleague of mine, you are going to rely on everybody to do their piece. I remember a phone call with one of my colleagues in the engineering team, and he said, Annie, it's fine, we've got enough time to do this. It's worked out really well because I'm going to be in Japan for the next 3 weeks. I was like, why is that a good thing? I couldn't figure that out. And what he was getting at was because it meant that I could work all day and then he could work all night for my night because that was his day. So, you know, that's the kind of level of collaboration that's pretty good. If you get that, that's good. Do you have the right resources? You know, expertise, time, do you have the right people? Do the health economics make sense? Are there intellectual property issues? If there are, you need both background and foreground. So make sure you understand what the background stuff is, whether you hold it or someone else does. Do you have freedom to operate? Because a lot of funders will be pretty interested in that. Who else is out there? So it's pretty embarrassing to get in front of a panel of 20 people and then somebody in the panel knows that the competition is ahead of you and you don't. You know, that's not a place that you want to find yourself. Route to market, you will be expected, in a lot of situations, a lot of these awards, you will be expected to at least have thought about that. It depends a bit how far down to the right of that TRL diagram you are. If you're anywhere remotely near to something that might go into clinical practice or licensing or bid up to something like that, then you absolutely need to have at least thought about this. Maybe you've got an industry partner, you might have had discussions about licensing and so forth. And then just finally, be realistic when it comes to your risk assessment. So people like the MRC, Medical Research Council, I mean, they know, you know, they're not idiots. They know that there are risks associated with these things. And you are expected to identify them and can come up with sensible mitigation. You know, nobody's going to kind of go in blind over their head. So what is success going to take? Well, I'm going to say teamwork again, because it is really so important. But I think there's a few other things that are possibly slightly less obvious. So one is really communicating with the funder as tightly as you can. I mean, you don't want to irritate them, but really understanding the core, what's important to them, what they perceive to be, kind of failures in other teams and so on. Read the guidance, and read it again. Figure out how long you've got. So we have in the past, in my teams, we've actually deferred application because we just figured that 3 or 4 months just wasn't enough time to do it, and we actually needed 8 or 9 months. And then figure out when are you going to do that. You're going to carve some time out to do it. You probably will need to write and rewrite your application. These things are, they're fairly complicated. They're in multiple sections, and you'll probably have a lead person for each section. So you'll have somebody who understands about the health economics, someone who understands about the science, someone who understands about the clinical case. So they'll each need to do those things, and then you need to kind of somehow stitch all this stuff together into an overarching narrative that kind of reads fluently, makes sense, and so on, and fits within the word count. It's helpful to have some kind of mentor or coach who can help you and can read this stuff. Make sure that you address all the points. What our guys tend to do is we do normally get to a fairly advanced stage and then go through an internal peer review process. So we'll pick some people who have been successful in the field. They know something about it. They're not necessarily quite in your territory, but they can at least read it and say it makes sense to them. What arguments are weaker or stronger or whatever. And you've got to, of course, accept the criticism, which when you spent, dozens and dozens of hours laboring over your baby, it can be hard to accept that somebody thinks it's pants. But you really have to take a deep breath and go, well, I did ask for this feedback, so I'm going to have to take it. Just a little point there, you may, with some of these things, there may be an opportunity when the application is submitted for you to identify somebody in the field that you would like to review it, and somebody who you do not want to review it, either because you don't think their opinion's particularly great, or because they're a competitor, or because you've had some kind of professional spat in the past or something. So it is worth thinking about that. Typically the funders don't absolutely have to follow your recommendation, but they usually will if they can. And hopefully, you'll get a letter through the post, and you'll have your news flash or your press release and say, right, we've got it, fantastic. At which point so there's a few days of running around going, this is great, we've got it, that's brilliant. And then you've got to start thinking, well, how do we actually deliver this? For significant awards, you probably will need somebody, well, you definitely need somebody to project manage it. That might even be somebody that is essentially what they're there for. So it's not me or you actually bring someone who's got project management expertise to help you. You need to coordinate with the funder, you need to think about your timeline, you need to review your Gantt chart and so on. You figure out your milestones, who you're liaising with at the funding end, what your reporting timescale is like, how are you going to keep the team on board, how you keep people motivated, how you give them measurable targets. So, you'll have a list of deliverables. I'm going to make 20 sensors by the end of the month. I'm going to calibrate them by the end of the week after that. So this is the kind of level of detail that you may need to get into. Again, be honest. So it won't stay to track all the time. There will be deviations, so log them, figure them out, address them if you have to. File everything because you don't know down the track what you might need in terms of your MHRA, FDA, or whatever the regulator is that you're applying to, assuming that's relevant. And similarly with the intellectual property, so make it somebody's job to log that as you go along. You're not going to file patents for everything, but you do want to kind of have a bit of a map of that. And certainly, down the track with your kind of exit strategy or whatever, having a solid IP log will be very helpful. So really, I'm sorry, it's been a slightly kind of high-level kind of view of this process, but hopefully you've kind of taken something away useful, that's useful. No one is giving this stuff away, so don't get crushed if you get rejected, right? So we've all been rejected by funders. I mean, I've been rejected more times than I've had grants accepted. One of the things I didn't mention, but actually I do think is a strength of this approach in terms of innovation and med tech and stuff, is that the funding assessment, the proposal assessment process is so comprehensive that's quite a useful exercise in its own right. If you go to somebody whose pet thing is funding multiple sclerosis or something, great, they're enthusiastic, they're on board, you've sold them the message. But they may not be looking at it with as strong an objective lens as an independent funder will. So you can bring some confidence in the fact that if you go to NIHR innovation route and they think it's okay, then it's probably okay and it all makes sense. Because in order to do that, in order to get that feedback, you've had to have been through health economics, IP, everything. It's all been looked at. That's really it, I think. Is there anything else in it? Large things. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Norris on funding? Yes? Go ahead, sir. Please. Sure. I believe so. Can you test it?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
You mentioned NHS, or now it's obviously changed names. We're US-based. I was wondering what the difference in terms of incubation, acceleration, and government funds are. We actually have a US government fund, but just from experience, how do you feel it differs, besides the equity part? Incubation, acceleration, and government funds or grants?
Okay, so in terms of kind of project stage?
In terms of non-dilutive funding,
Right.
how would you compare government grants, incubation, and acceleration? So acceleration and incubation can be done by VCs, obviously, but I'm
Right.
thinking more like academia, like universities.
Okay. I mean, so to some extent, the government research, I mean, it doesn't have to be government research funding, it might be charitable research funding or something. And I think you're kind of right in the sense that typically that's a bit earlier stage, right? So once you have a commercial entity, then you're starting to move into slightly different territory. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't access funding. So I'm trying to remember it's slightly embarrassing. I forgot what it was now. But so I've sat on a panel that was like industry with clinicians, right? Looking at awards that were applied for by established companies, so probably like in the acceleration phase, right? Rather than in the incubation phase. These guys already had products, they were trying to expand their market and do something slightly different, things like that. So I think the non-dilutional academic charitable funding is pretty helpful in that space, but it is tailoring off I think, in favor of, as you suggest, in favor of either industry stepping in and saying, oh, okay, you've got a product now, maybe we could build that into our portfolio. Because in my experience, the big med tech players like Medtronic, GE, these kinds of people, they really like new stuff, but they'd rather you did the work, and then they picked it up once you've de-risked it. And in terms of kind of acceleration, again, so venture capital. The first thing out of the box that they're going to say is, well, what's the total addressable market and how much of it do you think you'll get and by when, right? And if you're struggling with those, then they're out of the door straight away. So I think, I'm not sure I've answered the question, but I think in terms of both right at the start of the journey, incubation and acceleration, you can still access this sort of funding if you find the right stream. So Innovate UK, for example, you've got to be a small, medium-sized enterprise to qualify type thing. And if you don't, then you're absolutely right, then you're looking at sort of dilutional funding, Shark Tank type stuff. Now, the advantage of taking it with public money as far as you can, or one of the advantages of that, is that all the time that you're doing that, you're building value, right? So by the time you've had, £3 or £4 million worth of government research funding, you've now built something, right? Hopefully something useful. So when you then want, I don't know, $500,000 for your new fancy whatever it is, microscope, 3D printer, or, to hire somebody for a while, right? That now represents only 20% of the value of your business rather than 50%. So you don't, if you've built it in the public space, you don't later have to give so much of it away.
Makes sense, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. That was very insightful. But we're all out of time, sadly. Please put your hands together for Andrew Norris. Thank you. All right, let us move on to our next panel discussion. If we can have 2 more chairs up, please, on the case for alternative care delivery models. And so healthcare is facing growing demand for its services, rising costs, and a workforce that is struggling to meet the needs of its patients. As nations commit to achieving universal health coverage by 2030, there is a growing acknowledgement that optimal healthcare cannot be delivered by simply maintaining the status quo. So let us welcome our speakers, moderated by Mr. Rami Khalil, Medical Director, Clinical Informatics at People One Health. Welcome, Rami. The panelists, Mr. Andrew Wardley, Medical Director and CEO of Outreach Research. Welcome, Andrew. Mr. David Golding, founder of Sober Lifestyle Coaching. And Dr. Sarfraz Ahmed, Associate VP for the Abir Medical Group. Welcome, gentlemen. And the microphones, oh, I have one here. There you go. Can we have more microphones, please? Thank you.
Thanks so much for that introduction.
Let's set the timer, please.
My name is Dr. Rami Khalil. I am an internal medicine physician, consultant in internal medicine. And I also have experience in healthcare IT and currently serve as the medical director for clinical informatics at People One Health, which is a US-based direct primary care organization. It's really a privilege to be on stage here with such talented individuals, and I'd like to give everyone the opportunity to introduce themselves. Before we do, just a focus on the topic for the discussion today. Really, the common theme is that there is recognition that traditional healthcare delivery models can be inadequate in today's healthcare space with the needs that have evolved in the post-pandemic era. And everybody on this stage has an idea or a passion for what they feel would be ripe for care model delivery redesign. So why don't we go down and everyone can introduce themselves, their background, their area of expertise, and if they could answer the question, what in your experience is an area of healthcare that would be amenable to an alternative care delivery model? We'll start with Professor Andrew.
Hi, I'm Andrew Wardley. I'm the co-founder and chief executive of Outreach Research Innovation Group. I'm a medical oncologist by training. I've spent 20 years involved in devising clinical trials, delivering clinical trials, partnering with many other people in teams to deliver clinical trials, but also implementing those into service design to make treatments equitable and efficient across populations. I did most of that work within the NHS for 20 years. I found that within the NHS, fragmentation and silo working was preventing patients having access to the best care. Hence, I set up Outreach Research Innovation Group to enable better access to new treatments for patients. And we are achieving that in the northwest of England. So I think the biggest challenges that we face are the lack of workforce, the rapidly developing knowledge base that we all have to contend with, and being able to deliver that equally to patients across a population with different intelligence levels, different abilities to travel around the country that they live in to access care. And we need to be able to enable them to get the care that they need and to deliver it to them rather than making them come to us.
Good morning. My name is David Golding. Thank you, Rami. And welcome, everybody. I've had a very diverse background. I've had 5 separate careers. I started as a nuclear physicist and then became a software engineer working for the British military, writing software systems for air-to-air missiles and nuclear missiles. I moved into banking as a project manager and then pharmaceuticals. So I ran extremely large programs of change in regulated environments. Around 2007, I started my own company, which became incredibly successful. And over the next 10 years, we turned over $2 billion. And that gave me great wealth. And the fantastic thing about money is it gives you choices. The trouble was at that time, I did not make good choices. I became an alcoholic and a cocaine addict and a gambling addict, and I completely exploded my own life and nearly died. I got into recovery, and that's what I do now. The particular thing that I'm interested in is about lived experience. So I work with alcoholics and cocaine addicts and gambling addicts within an LERO, a lived experience recovery organization. So my particular focus is in the person-centered model of how we care for individuals, specifically with people with lived experience. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Sarfraz. Well, I've been a clinician around 10 years ago, shifted into the business of medicine from the practice of medicine. And I guess when you look at alternative care delivery models, I think I will divide the whole ecosystem of the delivery of healthcare in 2. One was pre-COVID and one is post-COVID. Now, I think COVID has definitely been an enabler, if I may use that word, to the alternative care delivery models. If you look at telehealth, you look at home health, you look at the wearable devices, I think the congregation of technology, the congregation of intent, and the acceptability is what has coined the term alternative care delivery model. And yes, we were introduced, the topic was introduced, optimization of the cost is going to be an important parameter here. And even the preventive healthcare. Generally, when you look at healthcare in the conservative sense, the focus wasn't so much on the preventive component. But with your alternative care delivery models, there's a lot of focus on the preventive component of healthcare, which in turn will lead to optimization of healthcare, which in turn will lead to having a better control on the cost of healthcare, which I'm sure we'll discuss in the as the discussion follows.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing. I'll touch briefly on an area that is near and dear to me, which is the cost of health insurance. So as a physician, most of my patients are insured and they have health insurance and provided to them by their employer. Employer-sponsored healthcare is very common in the United States. More than 60% of individuals have health insurance from their employer. Also very common here in Dubai and as well as in Abu Dhabi and in Ain, where it's mandated that employers provide health insurance. Unfortunately, health insurance has become increasingly expensive. Year after year, employers are finding it difficult to pay for health insurance for their employees. And it's nearly impossible for a small employer to provide health insurance to their employees. From a patient perspective, patients are paying more premiums to their employers for healthcare, and also more out-of-pocket expense year after year. So much so that they're rationing care. They don't go to the doctor because it's too expensive. These are insured individuals. In some families I've taken care of, their expenses are so high that it surpasses what they have in the bank. We call these people functionally uninsured. So fortunately, there's been a recognition of this problem in the United States, and essentially there's an understanding that the insurance model perhaps does not work for provision of primary care. What a lot of employers are now turning to is called direct primary care, which is a membership-based model where care is delivered without an insurer, without a third-party payer, and at a fixed rate. So when when an employer engages with a DPC or direct primary care group, they will pay a per employee per month rate to provide comprehensive care to their employee. This is all visits, all telehealth, a number of medications, all labs, diagnostics, essentially all preventative healthcare and chronic disease management, which is really 80 to 90% of healthcare delivered for a capitated rate. And what we found is when we deliver this care delivery model, everybody wins, everyone's happy. The providers are happy because they're no longer inhibited with day-to-day administrative tasks imposed by insurers. They can practice medicine the way they see fit, and they can provide meaningful care to their patients. Patients are happier because they have much longer visits with their care provider, essentially unlimited access, and they have no out-of-pocket expense, no deductible, no co-insurance. And most important, I think for a business case perspective, employers are happy because it's a cost-effective model. Employers are now able to provide a premium product to their employees at a fraction of the cost, where previously they were unable to afford it. Their employee workforce is healthier, happier. They spend less time away from work. So I'm excited about direct primary care. Obviously, I work in the space. I'm excited to see it flourish in the US, and I'm excited to see it flourish here. So with that, I think we can start some discussion. I think when we think about alternative care delivery, the first thing that we think about is telehealth. Telehealth was once considered a loss leader in the industry, and in the post-pandemic era, it has really emerged as a viable means to deliver care. So where has telehealth succeeded in the past 5 years, and where has it fallen short?
Well, I think if you look at telehealth, what comes to mind is the ease of accessing healthcare. That would be one of the primary, deliverables of telehealth. Even the compliance. So I think compliance to the regime. If you look at the insurance cost, that was a very valid point you mentioned. If you look at insurance cost, one of the major causes of insurance cost is hospitalization, IP care. So if you look at telehealth as a tool, not only from the primary sense of the word, to deliver the primary health, but also to act as a compliance. What if there is a diabetic patient or a hypertensive patient? And this is I mean, in study as I talk. So what if there are two categories of patients, and these patients would land up, if they don't have, they would land up for an IP admission if they do not have compliance to the medications, if they don't have compliance to the investigations required periodically to make sure that yes, the glucose or the blood pressure or the other, the blood works are in norms. So telehealth could be a point wherein you have a scheduled call, and I think telehealth works a lot in supplement or in complement with, I'm using the term home health for reasons I will explain. So you have a patient who is supposed to follow up with the doctor, let's say in 2 weeks. For multiple reasons, not getting into the details, a patient forgets to follow up with the doctor. With telehealth, you can ensure compliance to the follow-ups. Now, if I supplement telehealth with, let's say, home health, I can make sure that if that patient is to follow up for blood works, whatever reasons, not able to go to the medical provider, if I can have a clinician talk to him, if I can have a healthcare worker take the basic blood works or the basic samples needed, I can make sure that any deviations from the norm expected by the clinician is addressed promptly. That will lead to a decrease in the number of complications. That will lead to a decrease in your IP, hospitalizations, which again would manifest as a benefit towards the cost optimization for the insurance, which you clearly mentioned. The second part, I think, the crux of telehealth would be accessibility of healthcare. Now, just recently, I think it was last year, we had the Arab Health Conference, and the number of products which have come out. There was one product I categorically remember, and it was, it was coined "doctor in a bag." So I was very surprised. I said, "Doctor in a bag, what is this?" So basically, it was all wearable devices with AI, enabled, functionality. And now, in the Middle East, for example, if you look at one of the major components of revenue, it's oil and gas. Oil and gas fields are in remote locations. So the whole concept was, let's have wearables which can be, which could be, let's say, managed by a medical worker, not a clinician, by a normal medical worker who could be trained towards the use of the wearable devices. And you could use them at any oil rig. You can use them at any remote location. Now, that, along with telehealth, is a solution for remote health. So I think the discussion can go on and on, but I guess telehealth is not just in the primitive stage that we were looking at, let's say in the COVID era, but I think it's increased exponentially in the last, I'll say, 1.5 to 2 years.
Rami, I'd like to say, look, I want to be the 13th man here today. Okay, I'm not a clinician. I'm on the other side, but just picking up on telehealth, and I don't want to take a broad brush approach to everything. But I'm going to speak in the language that I understood for 30 years, which is for any project, any initiative, we've got really 3 variables. We fix the scope, and then we've got time, cost, and quality. Okay, which ones do you want? So if we're starting an initiative to save time, or to do it at a reduced cost, and typically I think initiatives begin like that. They come up with a scope to say, we want greater access, so therefore we'll save time and we'll save money. And I'm always concerned about the quality, and I'm concerned about the human interaction, the humanity of what we do. And I think that much of healthcare is about individuals talking. There's so many instances where loneliness is pervasive, and we find that for some people in our society, meeting a GP personally might be their only human interaction. And they might come across and appear to be hypochondriacs, but actually they want to see somebody. And I think that things like telehealth, whilst they're excellent in achieving certain objectives, I want to make sure that we never lose sight of the fact that human beings need human beings. So whilst I'll give it a big tick, I'll also say there's a huge concern that the further that we go to isolate people at home and not have human interaction, I think the worse society might get.
So I totally agree with David. We can't move into a single bucket to deliver treatment by one model. We have to have different ways to deal with different patients, but also different ways to deal with the same patient at different points in their journey. For instance, in cancer medicine, it's very important that you see the patient at your first visit in person if you can. If you can't, then a remote consultation is better than nothing, and we do have better ways of doing remote consultation now than we did in the past. Once you've set a treatment plan for the patient, then you don't necessarily need to bring them all the way to hospital every time they need a consultation. these are patients often suffering a huge burden of cancer-related symptoms. And on top of that, you've imposed a lot of treatment-related symptom burden. And then you're going to drag them, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles across the country to see you for a 10-minute consultation. And actually, they're going to then get their drugs delivered to them by a courier. They're not needed to be on the site. We've got better ways of delivering treatments to patients. I spent a lot of my time in my career trying to move treatment away from the hospital towards the patient so that they did not have to endure these very uncomfortable journeys, long waits in hospital for a 10-minute consultation with a consultant to say, oh, you're fine, get on with your treatment, because that was often what they got. So we need flexibility. We need the patient to be able to speak to the doctor or doctor's team at the appropriate time, and often telemedicine can be very efficient in doing that. That's the delivery of treatment part. There's also what happens to the patients after if they get a serious complication of treatment. I saw a fantastic presentation last year at the UK Oncology Forum by a team in London who were able to go out and assess and treat patients with quite major issues in their home and avoid them getting to hospital. We see that this happens a lot in those big truck-shaped ambulances. That's where the main bit of care happens for patients with very serious conditions. Unless you're stabilised on site, you will not get to hospital alive. And actually, a lot of the extra care can actually be moved out to the patient, and the technology is really enabled for that. So I think those are the things that we have been able to see in the last few years, driven partly by the COVID pandemic, forcing that on us. But that forced change, I think, has given us some benefits that we do need to think about healthcare systems in a better way. And also systems like the Merseyside system, where they have a complete virtual ward of all their cancer patients who are in acute oncology situation, and they keep them monitored, and they're able to send out teams as appropriate to deal with their care on site, in the home, if they can do, but then to move them to hospital if needed. And we know that, as David said, a lot of the expense, and also Safra said, a lot of the expense of cancer care is that period in hospital, and it a lot of the time it's not necessary, either for the patient or for the hospital, and getting patients out is very difficult once they're in there. So I think those things are moving us forward, but we need to keep developing those teams that can work together efficiently. Thank you.
Excellent points. I think we've touched upon this a bit, but let's take it to the other end of the spectrum. I think with telehealth, we can reach a number of people we otherwise would not have been able to. What about in-home care? Is in-home care something that can be viable in today's healthcare system? In what way can it be viable? And should it matter that in-home care is essentially not something that can scale easily? And actually, David, if you wouldn't mind taking this question.
Okay, bless you. Gosh, well, look, I'm going to look at this from what's the perfect scenario for humanity? Okay, people with people, this lived experience as well as care in the home. It just achieves so many things. It ticks so many boxes. But look, and I'm not a fool. The cost of that must be paid for. And it's very interesting, I come from the UK, and we've got the NHS, which has got its own funding issues. And then when you move into a model of insurance, and as you were saying, Remy, at the beginning, about care that's preventative, very difficult. So I can only imagine how difficult it is to try and construct a mechanism that achieves the objectives of doing wonderful things for individuals, making it easier, making it quick, and getting people in front of the right people at the right time. But then the seesaw moment of that is the absolute cost of doing these things. And when the cost of these things are borne by private organizations that want to make a profit, there's a whole conundrum there, which I will be absolutely honest, I don't know how to square that circle. I really don't.
Can I jump in there? So I did set up services to deliver cancer treatments to patients' home back in 2005. Interestingly, in the UK, we have the VAT loophole, which enables VAT to be exempt from drugs if they're delivered to the patient home and not to a hospital. So that does enable in the UK for patients to have access to home care. And by necessity, we were forced down this route, and I developed a model of care across the Greater Manchester system in 2005 to deliver adjuvant Herceptin, because we just did not have capacity within the hospital to bring patients for what was then an hour and a half initial infusion with a 6-hour wait in the chair afterwards, and then subsequent infusion times of an hour and a half an hour with reduced observation times. And we eventually spun that out as a company from the NHS to be able to do that work after a few years. I've also developed care systems to deliver treatments in GP surgeries, which is a little bit more efficient because you can achieve more patient visits in one setting than you can in an individual patient's home. There is a challenge, however, because not every patient wants treatment in their home for various reasons. They sometimes don't want their home to become hospitalised. They don't want the associations of their treatment to be in their home, whereas other patients really like it, or they like to be treated at a location close to where they're working for obvious reasons. There's the other side of the coin as well. As David said earlier, sometimes patients want to come every week to the hospital to have their weekly paclitaxel because they meet their colleagues that are being treated with the same treatments and they can socialise in that environment. So I think, again, we have to think about what suits the individuals and what is manageable and what can you deliver, and not go down a one-size-fits-all model. I think we do really have to start trying to personalise care as much as possible, and that's going to be variable for different people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just also comment on hospice care, which I think in many cases can be delivered in home so that patients at the end of their life can die with dignity next to their families. Hospice care is quite strongly funded in the United States, although I'm not entirely sure how well funded it is in other healthcare markets. Is hospice care something that is recognized in-home hospice care in the UK?
So there is in-home care for patients. It's usually a team approach between the hospices in the UK, which are mainly charitably funded, but collaboration between the teams within the hospices, Macmillan nurses, well, not Macmillan, that's one of the charities, there may be other charity funded. So nurses funded by charity who can go out to help support the patients in their homes, but also linking with the primary care physicians who are often excellent at doing the palliative care and have their own team. So it's a team approach, linking in as appropriate with the cancer centre if need be, if they're still on active treatment. So yes, we have a mixed model that works variably in different parts of the country.
Let's pivot and talk a bit about AI. I want to be the first person to ask about AI today. It wouldn't be a complete panel if we didn't talk about AI. We're in an AI gold rush, and I want to ask my colleagues, what roles do you think AI or other tech innovations can play in alternative care delivery?
So there was a model which I clearly remember we were working on. So it was based on a couple of aggregators. This was, again, primarily based on wearable devices. And the sample was, elderly. The whole idea was that, specifically in the Middle East, so you have got, for expats in the Middle East, you've got your parents staying back home, in your respective countries, and you're in the Middle East. How do you make sure that they're optimally taken care of? So the model was, we have, not just a model, it's in the final stages of revenue discussions. So you have a wearable, and based on the disease pattern that you have, the data capture is based on the disease pattern. For example, if you're diabetic, or if you've had stroke, or you're hypertensive, or you've got some cardiac ailment, the data capture will be based on what has been the diagnosis. This data would be transmitted to a group of clinicians, And again, the aggregator over here was, we tried to peg it to clinicians nearest you. So in case there's a variation from, from the norm that is expected, the clinician nearest you would be pegged, would be tagged. The nearest emergency care facility would be tagged. And the nearest ambulance would be tagged. The whole idea was to make sure that you have immediate care, you have timely care, and you have all the components of care. So you don't need a clinician to come and have a look at you. At the same time, if needed, the emergency department of the hospital knows you're available, knows that you would be coming. The nearest ambulance is already tagged and waiting for the physician's go-ahead to come and, to come at your doorstep. Beyond this, there was also a upscaling of the data to the, in this case, it was to the person who was subscribed to the model. So the whole idea here was, how do we look at preventive care? And this was just a part of it. I mean, using AI to understand the disease pattern in individuals who are susceptible to, let's say, to a complication. For example, if you have just had a cardiac event, you are susceptible to a couple of complications. So how do we go ahead and using variables? And again, I would use the word alternative care delivery models. How do we club these two and ensure that with AI and even machine learning, we are able to have a very personalized model of care. And there were a lot of revenue models that we were talking about towards a subscription-based model, towards a hospital-based model. The hospitals could provide this for the patients. The children could go ahead and subscribe to this model for their parents, and even for some insurance providers who could actually look at this for a particular cohort, wherein they are scared about complications. So yes, I think there is a lot of there's a lot of work which needs to be done. I'm just telling you something which has been in discussion. But yes, AI, machine learning, and variables, I think these three would change the landscape.
25 years ago, actually, I had a company that was using neural networks to make predictions. And the software that I worked with ended up in Amazon, and it made the recommendations. So if you go and buy a book, and it'll recommend you another book, it's because Professor Andrews bought 6 and I bought 7. So it says, oh, these guys are the same. So look, that was the genesis of my dipping my toe into AI. Gosh, things have changed. And I think what's going on at the moment with AI is a whole heap of fear. And I think the term AI seems to encapsulate an Excel spreadsheet that runs a macro. People are calling that, I've got AI in my company. And then, obviously, extremely good business and extremely good big data applications. A good friend of mine that I went to university with, Professor Holmes from Oxford University, is using AI to look at genomics. And he's the chair of the Turing Foundation. So, fantastic applications of AI to look at data and to do wonderful things. I think the fear is that we're going to have a therapist in an app. And I can tell you those are being built already. We don't need clinical psychologists. I've got this lovely app called Brian, and I say, hi, Brian, I'm feeling suicidal. And Brian says, don't worry about that, go for a swim. And I'm taking the mickey because I fear that that's what's going to happen. That's where we're going to go. And I think with generative AI, I think the next versions of AI, they're accelerating incredibly fast. And I think that what I can anticipate is that the next evolution in AI will invent the next AI, and things will run away with itself. But I think that AI seems to encapsulate at the moment any sort of computer tech, and people want to buy a .ai domain to make it sound like they're a tech company and can be a unicorn. So whilst I think it's fantastic, again, I'm going to be the 13th man. Very scary for what people might choose to do with it. It's not a panacea to fix everything.
Yeah, so obviously I don't want to be the first warrior fighting the Terminator, but I'll be there, I have to be. But I think AI has huge potential for us. I think we've seen how AI-aided radiology can improve diagnostic ability for radiologists, but working for the radiologists, not instead of. And again, we're seeing developments in AI-assisted pathology, so to enable pathologists to be able to do their work more efficiently. Having spent a lot of time trying to develop new drugs for cancer patients, and done that quite effectively. I was quite involved in developing a tool to try and identify patients who would be eligible for certain clinical trials at their next progression. And we can see that actually oncology is probably one of the specialties that most aligns itself to an algorithmic approach. And I think it could be used effectively to make treatments more efficient, to aid, getting those doctors who spend the whole afternoon in an MDT looking at their phone, wondering what the football scores are or the cricket scores, depending what the season is, and actually get them back to facing the patients and imparting the right information to the patients. Because I see such variation in practice, even though there's only one evidence base for treatment, and you could actually use AI to more efficiently structure time for doctors to actually say, well, I've ticked these boxes, therefore this fits this algorithm, we recommend this pathway. And we've talked about that, the excessive time that doctors and other clinicians spend in an MDT and trying to get them back to the workforce. And there was a piece of work done by Martin Gore before he sadly died to try and streamline MDTs, and AI would lend itself to that, and I think it could make healthcare much more efficient. It won't take away the human interaction. I don't think we're at a point where AI can replace the empathy and the sympathy that you get from an individual. That is a very human thing, and we are still the most efficient computers in the world individually and collectively.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing is AI can enable us, but it should not displace us. And David, as you said, it's not the panacea of healthcare redesign. I think claims that it could be, I think need to be met with a healthy dose of skepticism. Let's talk about dollars and cents. How can alternative care delivery contribute to cost savings for patients and healthcare organizations, in your estimation?
Let me put it this way. If you look at the number of hospital beds, specialty, vis-a-vis the population which is to be served, and I'm not pegging it to private healthcare or public healthcare specifically. I'm just being very general about it. So there is a huge waiting time. Let's talk surgeries. There is a waiting time for your surgeries, routine surgeries, not even getting into the complex surgeries. One way where, for example, the home care model works is, could we discharge the patient faster? I mean, a normal stay in a hospital is, let's say, 3 days post-surgery. Could we discharge the patient within 24 hours if the patient is stable and do all the other follow-ups at home? That way, the availability of your hospital beds is definitely going to get better. So one is you have got a benefit in your cost because the continuum of care is at home. Again, I'm not getting into the medical specifics. This is on a case-to-case basis. At the same time, it also helps on your revenue, because if you can churn out more cases, it's a revenue contributor. The second parameter is if you actually go ahead and look at long stay care. Long stay care, specifically in the Middle East, is something which is you've got block beds for whatever reasons. That is an area where I think with home care you can have more personalized modalities of care. There is ease of care, as well as you're easing up the bottlenecks when it comes to the hospitals where there is a waiting list for the patients. So I think that's one model. Beyond that, again, like I said, if you look at ensuring compliance to treatment, if you look at various modes and models, which are, as we speak, in discussion of final stages, how do you look at decreasing your hospital stays? So those are two major areas, I think. Beyond, obviously, if you have telehealth, the cost of operations goes down because you don't have physical queues, you don't really need so many manpower to service the same number of patients as you would if they were physically coming to your premises. So yes, there are benefits for sure.
I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about lived experience recovery organisations. That's my area of particular interest at the moment. If we imagine addiction and the impact on society of addiction, the implicit cost on society of addiction is just colossal. And I know that in the UK, I can only speak really for the UK at the moment, which is that the recent government white paper talks about utilising lived experience recovery organisations. And I think that they're really beginning to see the impact of these. So let's just just explain for those that don't know, I'm a 12-step advocate. I mean, I found recovery in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous and Cocaine Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous. You know, and what we have there is a system that's been working for 85 years. People literally walk off the street, go into an AA meeting, and become sober. Now, I think the governments are beginning to realize that that's a fantastic model. You know, it doesn't cost them anything, but actually, if it works, the impact, the positive impact on the finances of the nation is also positive. And that's what myself and my business partner, Dr. David Lee, we're trying to create here in the UAE, a day hub. We're trying to create something here which is a lived experience recovery organization. It doesn't exist here. We clearly have rehabs here, but there's a very idiosyncratic problem here. So I think that what I want to say is whether it's addiction and recovery or whether it's patients that come together and learn from each other's experiences, whether it's in cancer or other mental health situations, for me, the cost-benefit analysis of individuals with lived experience holding the hands of other people is just colossal. And if anyone wants to come and support me and my business partner in creating a day hub, we would welcome any contributions, financial or otherwise.
So yes, I think the work you're doing is absolutely fantastic. It's what we might call in a oncology parlance secondary prevention, stopping those second events that take up a huge amount of time in hospital. I remember going back to when I was a registrar in general medicine. We had this lovely chap who was an alcoholic with liver failure, and he just kept coming in every week or 2 weeks. You could expect it, and you had to roll him around as fast as possible. He was a lovely guy, but if there was a system to keep him out of hospital, it would have saved a huge amount of money. And I think those are the things that we really need to think about. And perhaps more so than that, we need to start trying to think about primary prevention and actually stopping illnesses in the first place. But that isn't the reason that we're discussing this here. But maybe taxing sugar would be a good way forward. That's my personal opinion. So, as Safraz mentioned, the main issue is that time in hospital. It's hugely expensive, and a lot of that is actually just hotel cost. It's not actually the cost of treating and looking after the person who needs care. And we need to make sure that we have systems where commissioning goes with care activity, not episodes in hospital. And that is sometimes quite challenging. It has been challenging within the UK in certain ways of delivering healthcare. So delivering cancer treatments out of hospital was quite a challenge until we made sure that we got paid the right amount for the treatment delivery as we would have got for that patient coming to hospital. So we need to remove the false incentives to bring patients into certain facilities, because that activity, the money follows that activity. That needs to be stopped, and that, I think, is the biggest challenge that we face in a lot of healthcare systems.
I think that the question, who's going to pay for it, is often the question where a lot of these discussions about innovation, they go to die, basically. So, but my response to that is, taking care of patients can be incredibly cheap. It's the other stuff that's expensive. Insuring them is incredibly expensive. So emphasis on upstream prevention can have remarkable downstream cost savings. We have some more questions, but I think in the interest of time, we'd like to open it for questions. So thank you everyone for your thoughts, and we can open it up for questions from the audience.
The microphone is just in the center of the room here, please. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Kenny. So thank you for the panelists. A very simple question. Looking into alternative development and also virtual consultation, that advantage will be on human touch, as what Mr. David said. We will look into the possibility of this virtual reality in combination with virtual consultation, creating a synergistic effect to go against the disadvantage of human touch. What is your perception towards this direction? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to just mention that. Virtual reality, look, it's fantastic. My daughter, who's 12, got an Oculus for Christmas, and I've played on it, and it's so good. I get dizzy and nearly fall over and feel like vomiting. I think it's another opportunity where we can get in front of people and we can speak to people. It's going to be better than a Zoom call, I think. And I think it's marvelous. But again, I fear what's happening is the disconnect with human beings. I'll give you an example. Over COVID, people began working at home. There's a whole movement now where companies want you to work from home. And in fact, people who were going for job interviews saying, if I can't work from home, I'm not going to work for you. And I've seen that on LinkedIn. And, offices are becoming emptier and emptier. Now, overall, if you look at the statistics, the overall happiness of workers has gone up. Okay, so as a graph, 90% of people say, I love working at home. I've got more free time. I don't need to travel to and from work. I save 3 hours a day commuting. And isn't life much, much better? 10% of people are really struggling, because they are now entirely isolated. They don't go into work. They don't see other human beings. They don't get any oxytocin, and they're extremely lonely. And I think that the statistics don't show up that real truth. And I think VR is another fantastic opportunity for us to do different things, but I just don't want it to be at the expense of humanity.
So I think that's a very valid point, what Mr. David has made. But when you look at healthcare, there is a cost. When you look at specializations, when you look at super specializations, there is a cost. If you look at virtual reality and you look at teleconsultation, that cost comes down. So I think assess the cost and the value proposition. I mean, that is one mode. So I think yes, that would be. If you want to be if you want specialized opinions to be accessible, then yes, this combination is going to be the way ahead. But I absolutely agree with the human touch.
So obviously we have a very limited workforce, and we need to educate a much greater workforce to be able to deliver the treatments that are coming. And I see a huge potential advantage for virtual reality to be able to educate people, to be able to deliver standardized education across systems rather than having it very fragmented, because the skills we need to learn are pretty much the same if you're in a particular speciality. And I think that could quite well be standardized and put into a virtual reality for people to experience a surgical procedure, for instance, that they need to learn, an acute medicine situation that they need to be able to deal with if they're in a medical scenario. So I see that probably as the first point where virtual reality might be really advantageous to training people.
I think we have time for maybe one or two more.
Hi, I'm Dr. David Lee. I'm a consultant clinical psychologist, certified recovery coach, and David Golding's business partner as well. I'd just like to pick up on some of the things that were talked about there, what David talked about in terms of lived experience. And I'd just be really interested in the panel's view more generally on this. If we are valuing lived experience and, in our approach to healthcare and treatment, how do we merge that with our existing medical model, if you like, which is very much an expert-based model around, symptoms and diagnosis? How do we integrate those two? What is the room for the integration of the two? And the second point, what I'd like to add to that is, what are the implications that might have towards our movement towards integrating physical healthcare with mental healthcare? There's been, in recent years, a move towards considering the two as, not mutually exclusive, but reciprocal. Just like your thoughts on that.
So you're talking about the connection between the mind and the body, are you?
Connection between the mind and the body, yeah, and the implications that, for example, if we move towards valuing lived experience in medical treatment and healthcare generally, what are the implications that might have for physical health and mental health care together?
So I totally believe in the connection between the mind and the body. I think there's a huge wealth of data that supports that, and we know that patients or people that give up, and they die quickly, whereas people who want to benefit are much more likely to survive for longer. We also know that the challenges of a workplace environment are increasing as technologies increase, as demands increase, and that is also something that we need to bear in mind going forwards. And David alluded to it, the differences between people need to be considered. Different people have different needs. So I'm neurodivergent. I've only just found that out because it didn't exist when I was a child. I was just thought to be odd and difficult and, you know, not talkative and a bit thick, unfortunately. So some of my teachers just pushed me aside because I didn't play the game the way they expected me to. And I had to do a lot of self-learning, and I've become quite independent. So I think there are people that have different needs, and I think I've tried to express that. And we need to try and accommodate people's different needs by not having a single system. And we need to take care of people's mental health. We saw that the pandemic was devastating to the majority of people's mental health. And I, as well, experienced that. I was forced to work at home doing back-to-back meetings with no gaps in between, and that was impossible. No human being is a machine. We do need to consider our human needs, and they vary between different people. As long as we consider the differences between people and make as many accommodations to enable everyone to be happy, I think that's how we'll get to a better place in the world.
Thank you for the insightful questions. Thank you to my peers for their perspectives. This was a lovely discussion.
Can I ask the last question?
Thank
I'm sorry.
you very much, panelists. Sorry we're all out of time, but please put your hands together for the incredible discussion. Sorry?
Right. So I'm Nanda from MedAvatar. When you spoke about AI, right? So we are already having a system with a complete AI model. So when you talk about the data privacy, we have a vast amount of data we are accessing. So is there any regulation that you already have in US and UK to be in place? Because when you talk about everything, right, we have a prescriptions on the dosage level, and we are creating a personalized healthcare program for each and every individual. So what kind of data privacy we are looking at, or what kind of regulations that you're looking for putting on AI in healthcare?
I'm sorry, can you say it one more time? I didn't catch the question. Okay, can you step a little closer to the microphone and just ask the question once more? I'm so sorry.
Is it audible now? Clear?
Yeah.
Right. So when you talk about AI, right, we already have an AI system in our place. So we are trying to create a personalized healthcare program for each and every individual. So we have access for enormous amount of data, including what kind of dosage of medicines has been given for each and every prescriptions for inpatient and also for the outpatients. So what kind of data privacy and regulations that we are looking forward to put on AI in healthcare sector? So it will be able to control that in a little bit.
So you've got a huge amount of data, and you want to know how that should be used to develop treatment algorithms?
We need some kind of regulations for that to have a data privacy. So is there any regulations that's already there in UK and US to follow on AI?
So there are huge data sets in both countries held in different repositories. For instance, the NHS has enormous data repositories. It does not perhaps access and use those data as quickly and intelligently as we would like. There are challenges getting access to the data to analyze the data, but there's a wealth of data there, and to get real-time outputs for patients according to how they are treated, according to their comorbidities, according to their social environment, their socioeconomic status, all of those things are potentially doable with the right collaborations. I think we do not have the workforce within the NHS to deliver that directly. So you might want to start approaching those people if you have systems that can give us intelligible outputs, and I'm sure they are available in other countries around the world as well.
I'll just make one other comment. I think, applying an AI algorithm onto a population health data set can be remarkable. You can identify at-risk patients in a population, but again, the question is, what do you do with that data? How can you then establish outreach to those patients to actually make a change? And that's where the physician shortage comes in. That's where we perhaps need to investigate physician extenders like nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, which is not currently a model that's very popular in the MENA region. But these are things to consider.
I guess all I would say is that if we take a load of data and we analyze it first, we get information. And if you spend an awful lot longer, you might get knowledge. I think the last step that's often missing is that you look at that and you end up with wisdom.
It looks like we have another question, but I think we're out of time. I defer to my Master of Ceremonies. We're popular.
Hi, I'll try to be quick. My name's Catherine. I'm here on behalf of my business, The Kinetic Blueprint. And I'm really fascinated at exactly what David just said, but potentially looking a little bit further back along the path of the human. And that's what I'm dealing with all the time, is by the time we get to 18, we're so conditioned by our schooling system. Being neurodivergent, school doesn't work for everyone. No one's ever addressed that. The disconnection from humans to their own bodies is what, in my opinion, is the biggest problem. So once we have data sets, AI, all this information that hopefully becomes wisdom and then knowledge, but that's a long shot in today's world, it really is. Why don't we start back with a child at school, teaching them how to be connected to their own body? Like, why is that not where we're looking? I'm spending my whole entire life teaching adults how to help their children know when something's off in their body, when they're having behaviors like addictive eating issues or TV binging or alcohol, heaven forbid. David, I've read a bit about you at a young age. So why, as a medical kind of focus here, are we not focusing on potentially going very early on in life, teaching us as human beings to know, connect, and have wisdom when it comes to our own body? Then we don't have to worry about extension of practitioners, nurse this, nurse that, because you, your own self, walk away knowing exactly when and where you actually do and don't need care. Most people are very confused and disconnected, and that's why they're leaning so heavily on systems like the NHS. I myself have just come from England, only been here a year. I feel that's where the problem is, and I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on that disconnection.
It's a fantastic point. As an internal medicine physician, my introduction into a patient's life begins at age 18. And in many cases, that's too late. Mm-hmm. I wish I could have had a conversation with that patient earlier. And, we have a pretty sharp distinction in medical training between pediatrics and adult medicine. I think that's part of the problem.
Yes.
There is less of an emphasis on family medicine these days. So the general practitioner, the doctor that saw your daughter, saw you delivered your baby, saw your grandma, those days are behind us, and we have hyper-specialized into these subspecialty silos where, if I'm an ENT, I only, no disrespect to ENTs, but if I'm an ENT, that's all I care about. And if you're having depression, I don't want to hear about it. Talk about that with your primary care doctor. Or if someone's 17, legally, I can't render care to that patient because there are policies that prevent me from doing so in the States. So I think it's a fantastic point. We do need to start upstream, both with processes and with patients. And I think that there should be a greater emphasis from a medical education standpoint to pump out more graduates into family medicine, which really, family medicine doctors have a unique position where they can care for someone at day one of life to the end of their life.
So I totally agree. Education is everything apart from genetics. And we do need to engage earlier, and I think we ought to be teaching populations about what is important to their health. We see an obesity epidemic, pandemic at the moment. I think every English-speaking country in the world is more obese than any other country in the world. I know the UK is the most obese country in Europe. These things are important, and actually we do need to get health education into schools and think about that as fundamental part of how people learn, and not just about maths and English and whatever other language you might be teaching them. That, I think, is more fundamental as we go forwards, and what we think about being a human being might be in the future, because we might not all be going to work to be doctors and, you know, bankers or whatever. So
And
I think
I
we do
really
need
hope
to
that
learn
we
these
might not
things.
all be going to school, not in the sense of how that sounds, but that there are different ways of educating our children that never make a person like you feel sidelined because they don't fit a box.
I love the question. Gosh, for me, we can't do enough to look after our children because they're the next generation. I mean, I'll briefly explain. You know, it wasn't that I became an alcoholic and an addict at 42 because I was a multimillionaire. It was because I was a child who didn't know how to cope with life. I'll give you an example. I would come home from work and say to my wife that I was stressed. Now, that was my BS word for being unable to explain that actually I was lonely, I was scared, I was impatient, intolerant, people were unkind to me, I didn't know how to deal with feeling overwhelmed. I didn't learn those things as a young boy. I started drinking at 11 and gambling at 7. And it was to do with my home environment, childhood trauma, but it was also nobody sat me down and told me how to deal with how do you make a friend? What do you do when you feel anxious? What do you do when you feel lonely? I didn't learn any of those things, and I'm not pointing the finger and blaming the teachers. It just didn't exist. And I'd love to see a wholesale change where actually I didn't need to learn technical drawing. I needed to learn how to be a human being.
100%, yeah. Thank you.
I totally agree on that. I guess recognition is very important, recognizing the issues.
Thank you very much, panelists. That was fantastic.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, let us move on to our next panel discussion before moving on to our awards ceremony. Thank you, gentlemen. So we have medical breakthroughs that have the potential to transform healthcare and improve the lives of millions of people. However, the journey to market for medical breakthroughs can be complex and quite challenging. So this panel discussion is on breaking through to better health, simplifying the journey to market for medical breakthroughs. So let us welcome the moderator, Mr. Aboud Bijani, Managing Partner at Infomed. And the panelists, we have Mr. Andrew Norris, welcome back, Chairman of Anesthesiology at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. Mr. Andre Raffenson, CEO of Oncotech Nordic. And Mr. Bren Sambunathan, founder and CEO of Diapearl Mental Health Holdings. All right, let's set the timer, please. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Today we have a very interesting topic. It's related to the medical breakthrough. And when we talk about medical breakthrough, it's not only about medication, it's about everything that is a breakthrough in the healthcare system. So you have the innovators that bring solutions. Mainly here we're talking pharma companies, devices, equipments. You have the diagnosis who get the problem and diagnose it. And then you have the medical care system, the providers, like the institutions, the hospitals. And all of that are covered by a healthcare system. So the healthcare system has to be well equipped to really cater and nurse the existing innovations. With this panel, we have a very rich panel here. We're going to discuss some of these aspects. For example, we're going to talk about the healthcare system. we will talk about the entrance, how, for example, drugs are entering the market. And we're going to talk about other elements that are important, like go-to-market. How can an innovator able to enter the market? What are the barriers? And what can we do to shorten the period from innovation to the market? So I would like to start first with Andrew to talk a little bit on the healthcare system from the general perspective. Andrew?
Sure, well, thank you very much. So I think what we're kind of getting at here is the preparedness and adaptability and readiness of kind of hospitals and systems and the healthcare system, if you like, to adopt emerging approaches and technologies. And I think so. Unfortunately, like all great questions, there isn't a simple answer to that. So, for example, it's very dependent on exactly what you're talking about. Innovation comes in a vast range of things. So, as we were saying, it might be a new pharmaceutical product, it might be a new medical gadget, it might be a new monitoring system, it might be a new way of working or a new educational paradigm. And in particular, when you're looking at kind of different ecosystems, so we've heard a lot about the NHS, for example, as one, but that contrasts markedly with both here in the Middle East and also Sub-Saharan Africa and other less developed systems. So I think the robustness of the system to accepting change is very patchy. So in the kind of Western developed, Europe and so on, we're pretty used to it. Embracing new pharmaceutical products, for example, we kind of get on board. That's a well-worn track. We're used to kind of clinical trials. We're used to developing an evidence base. We're used to kind of seeing, who they work in. Can we extend that into other patient groups and stuff? I think we're pretty okay at that. And to be honest, in terms of rolling that out into other environments, I think most systems are okay at embracing that. I think it's useful for the developed countries to do the hard yards in terms of safety and initial drug testing and so on. I think that's pretty important to do that within a well-controlled regulatory framework. I think in terms of health tech, one of the things that I've seen in the past in less developed environments is that it depends what the tech is again, but if, for example, if the tech is quite mechanical or it's sophisticated, it requires, stable IT connections and stable power and, high quality biomedical people to maintain it, those things can be very difficult to embrace in resource poor environments. I think it's very subject specific. One of the things that I think can be rolled out most effectively is the way we work. And one of my kind of passions is about kind of reliable delivery of care. There was a super interesting talk yesterday where we talked about kind of health 1.0 and 2.0 and 3 and 4, right? And funnily enough, I have very similar conversations with my students and things over the years in the sense that, now, most of the time, we have the ability to diagnose what's going on, and we usually have, some kind of effective treatments. And the challenge, in a way, is delivering those things reliably. So it's around this kind of implementation science. And I think that stuff, is not particularly resource dependent.
Thank you. The other thing about the breakthrough is the healthcare priorities. So, for example, in countries where the standard of care is low, maybe people wouldn't care about certain diseases if it's not mortal. So we cannot imagine a country, for example, with the poverty level is very high, maybe to care about innovation as much as they care about primary care, which is the basics of the care. This is a very important topic, and we talk about fairness, and if we ignore the standard of care and we go talk to people about certain innovation, as a healthcare provider, we're talking nonsense, right? So with this, I like Bren to elaborate about this factor, and also being in technology, maybe you can touch base a little bit about how technology can help in this domain. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So innovation in healthcare, I don't think it's specific to innovation just in how we diagnose things, but it's also in how we apply and practice, how do we do diagnostics in primary care as well. So you're talking about lesser developed countries or developing countries. Innovation is the ideal way to actually expand primary care into those countries, especially into rural areas where it's not easily accessible. I've been to many developing countries in Africa and South Asia, and what I've learned is that there are times when families don't have a meal to eat, but every single member in the families from about 10 years and above have access to a mobile cell phone, predominantly a smart cell phone, right? So if we could use these type of easily accessible technologies to deliver primary care, that's where I think a big bang for the innovation in healthcare can be. It doesn't have to be only in new drug development or in new ways of treating, but even in the primary care space. Access to technology and the continuing lessening cost of technology in developing countries is an opportunity for expanding primary care.
Thank you. Then another topic is the go-to-market. Because if you got the innovator to find something and you cannot reach the market on the right time, this is also an issue. So breakthrough is not only to discover, but to make it available for the public and for people. With that, I would like Andre to talk to us about how difficult it is for an innovator, and he is one of them, by the way, how difficult it is for an innovator to go to the market, and whether certain markets are more adaptive than others, and what are the characteristics of each. A difficult question?
Yeah, it's a big one.
Yeah.
My background is in pharmaceuticals, so now I'm doing tech, and it's the point of entry is kind of the same. So we're dealing with, from a pharma business, everybody knows, it's the clinical trials. It's go through a lot of, in some countries, especially emerging, some politics, and there's special interest you have to deal with. And I thought I skipped that, going into tech, a little bit naive. So as for our perspective, we're launching in Africa right now, and data is so well documented, there's no side effects, we don't touch the patient, we just take a scan and we get a diagnosis, and how difficult can it be? But we're dealing again with special interests. So once we enter, for example, DRC, Cameroon, there's some local professors, oncologists, they feel left out, so they want to have validated data, they want to have their kind of say in it. So you always deal with the human nature of egos, politics, and I think it's very difficult to avoid. I could kind of wish we could AI the whole thing, so I could just supply the documents. Within a couple of minutes, I'm done. And I think we'll get there. And I'm strongly lobbying for we get there. Or else we keep the whole system alive. I think that's what we're dealing with. In some African countries, they refer to the British model. Some refer to the French model because they have the French system. So I don't think at this point it's difficult to avoid the politics of the game. And there are always special interests. And I think that's a bottleneck for new technology rolling out very fast. From Scandinavia, where I'm at, they are seriously looking at to AI the process, basically closing that department, what we call FDA of the local countries. If we have all the clinical data, documentation, all validated, if that could be AI'd and you can get your marketing authorization, I mean, we're talking about minutes instead of a year, right? So I think that's really the bottleneck. That there are special interests that are involved and governmental policies that are slow. One of the hard points, I think, during the COVID years, it taught us that FDA is not really working for us. They're working for the pharma industry, right? I know it's a bad thing to say, but that's the reality. If we can just kind of get that out of the way, then the world will look different. But at this point, we're dealing with a small company. We're looking at local representatives that can take us through the process, and it's very difficult to avoid. I think that's the main bottleneck: special interest, politics, to a certain level, corruption, which is more or less formalized. It's a tough one. It's a big subject.
Thank you. I'm going to elaborate a little bit about one specific element that André spoke about, which is related to medicine. Because medicine is a major solution for healthcare, right? So, for example, if a breakthrough drug is being discovered in the US or in Europe, because these are the two major drug innovation, in addition, of course, to Japan, Australia, and some other countries. China now is in the game, Switzerland, France. But let's say Europe in general and the US. If a drug is being discovered, it means it's after 10 years of an average of 10 years of research, phase 1 till phase 3 and 4. If you want to bring it to the Middle East, sometimes it takes 3 to 4 years. And why is that? Because they want to check the documentation. I mean, you can check the documentation today in a couple of seconds. Why do you need 3 years? There are laws now that it says if it's registered in the US and in Europe, within 3 months it can enter the country. Of course, you have to put regulations that applies on all countries. You cannot make one that applies only on the European innovation, because maybe this one is more trusted. But you should put certain laws and regulations that enhance the reach to your market, to your patients. And of course, this sometimes comes at a cost, because the earlier you bring the medication, the costly it is. Because as you know, pharma companies charge prime prices in the beginning because they want to make up all their research cost, right? So this is something very important that sometimes we as authorities ignore or take our time maybe to reduce the cost because it can affect their budget. So sometimes there is a medical breakthrough. It's not part of the Social Security budget. So what we do, we delay, unintentionally, we delay the introduction to the drug or to the solutions to the people. Luckily, maybe in this part of the world, it's not happening, but in a lot of countries, in many places around the world, people have no access to the right solutions because of the either wrong regulations, slow regulations, or because of budget. So with that, I want to move to another topic, which is very exciting, and we are all afraid about. We spoke about the breakthrough in healthcare, and the major breakthrough that is happening right now is AI, right? Some people are saying there is no more job for doctors because of AI. For example, for radiologists, some people say no need for radiologists anymore. We know in AI everywhere, no need for lawyers, right? For engineers, 4. And in the medical breakthrough, AI is a big question mark. What type of solutions AI is bringing? I'd like to start with you, Andre. Tell us your story about AI.
Well, I'm repeating myself a bit. I would wish that as they're phasing out human intervention in this, and as AI is taking over a lot of the processes, I would wish that we could push it into the government and get documentation and approvals done. Of course, everybody knows, and there's a warnings, like Elon Musk is warning about it, that if we let the AI run wild, that eventually we'll just be sitting on the sideline. I don't think we'll get that far, but I do wish that there is a positive side to it, that we can speed up the process so we get the product to the patient much faster. We eliminate the special interests and we eliminate the slow political processes. Of course, at the end of the day, somebody's got to pay for it. So, and the state budgets and the insurance budgets, they're not going to be AI'd overnight. So it'll be interesting. I think everything moves very quickly. It's almost month by month. At the end of the day, we'll see. We'll see where it gets. But it is interesting, and it will fast track a lot of the processes, especially in terms of patients, to get faster to the treatments. Then the question is, will the treatments be available? So another big question. It's difficult.
Bren, can you please?
Yeah, so I've been in tech for the last 20 years. I've only been in healthcare for the last 7 years. And I've been really grateful to have developed and exited about half a dozen companies and have a pretty good portfolio of innovative tech companies that I'm sitting on now. And I actually, yes, there is a threat with AI, but I don't think we're focusing in the wrong area, I think, right? Because we need to be mindful of the misuse of AI, right? However, AI can truly democratize healthcare, since we're in healthcare, but also other matters globally, right? Like, for example, Canada, I'm from Canada. Canada is the second largest country by landmass. 90% of the population sits within 20% of the southern border, which is the border with the US, okay? 90% of the indigenous population sits in the northern territories. No doctor wants to go there, right? Every doctor in the indigenous territories, just so happens, is newly immigrated East Indian doctors. Because for them to practice, continue to practice medical, to be a medical doctor, they cannot get a job in developed cities. So they have to go work there, right? And I think with AI and expansion of internet infrastructure and more powerful mobile devices, we can democratize healthcare.
Andrew?
Sure, thanks. I mean, I think part of the challenge here is that the application of, well, for a start, we heard earlier that the definition of AI is, or at least it's used pretty loosely, so we're not all talking about quite the same thing, is number one. And the second is, the potential scope of application is so vast. It's a little bit like saying, well, what would you use a computer for? And there's the famous IBM quote, wasn't it? Or maybe we need 6 of them, in the whole country or something. And so actually, we're really, there's almost a failure of the imagination at the moment in terms of, what are the potential roles for AI, and I'll perhaps share some of my ideas, as a physician on how that might help us and our patients. I mean, I think I'm not quite sure what the scope of it is specifically with regard to this, acceleration of the technology breakthrough pathway. I mean, it was really interesting to hear Andre talking about, the kind of politics and vested interests and so on interfering with development. But even without that, certainly for a lot of, kind of engineering-based technologies, and I think in pharma, there is genuinely a significant amount of time that's required with the way we do things at the moment. I mean, we saw extraordinary acceleration around the kind of COVID vaccine stuff, where a lot of these timescales were compressed. And of course, you know, a major part of that was, you know, that we basically shortcutted, you know, all the kind of trial work that you would normally do. You know, you'd normally be waiting for, you know, kind of safety data and stuff for some period of time, which is kind of a delay that is very difficult to get around that. So that, you know, it does take a significant amount of time to get these technologies to market. You know, 10 years is not unusual at all. In terms of, you know, what we might expect for roles for AI in, you know, in the workplace, I think that's pretty extensive. So, for example, we've been talking, you know, I don't know, for at least 60 or more years about how difficult it is for clinicians to keep on top of the evidence base. So I can sit in the clinic with a patient who's got, you know, various different ongoing chronic medical problems, and they're facing, you know, kind of major liver surgery. And, you know, for me to try and, you know, understand that patient's concerns, kind of be up to speed with, you know, what the evidence is around, you know, how we should optimize that patient, what their risks are, and so on. That's a pretty big ask to be able to do that. And, but that's the sort of place where our AI will be pretty helpful. So, you know, either in advance or during the consultation, we can be processing that data, and then I can have that represented to me, and then myself and the patient can have a discussion about what that information means, what it means to them as an individual, how it might affect the choices they make, and so on. So that's just in terms of decision support. There's obviously some areas where, you know, like dermatology, radiology, where I think, you know, there are some very serious questions that need to be asked, because these computers are pretty reliable at identifying stuff. For those of us in, you know, slightly more practical disciplines, you know, it's going to be a little while before AI is intubating a patient or putting them on ECMO or something. So I think I'm safe until the end of my my career. I think we've hinted about big data, and, you know, this big and then it's big, and you know, there's the kind of stuff like NHS cancer databases and stuff, which are obviously enormous, but on a much smaller level. So in my world of anesthesia, for example, we are now starting to look at quote-unquote AI, certainly algorithmic-based analysis of multiple vital signs during surgery and various indicators so that can, for example, predict how the patient is going to behave in some time in the future. And therefore, we can potentially intervene and prevent that. And I suspect we'll see much more of that. We'll see much more of the way, you know, kind of analysis of patterns, and probably some kind of closed loop type intervention. I mean, we've had closed loop discussions for a very long time, but I think, you know, that is probably going to start to gain traction soon. So that would be a few thoughts from me about the AI piece.
Thank you. We're going to move to the last topic before we open the door for questions and discussions. I want to ask the audience to raise their hand. I'm going to ask a question because here we're talking about access, but I will be asking you a question and I'd like to see your hands. If you are on a railway and the train is coming and there is two ways. On one way, there is one guy standing in the middle of the railway. On the other side, there are 5 people. And you have the option either to move it right or left. Who would move it to the one person? Who would move it to the 5? Can you raise your hand? Can you raise? Just raise your hand who would move it to the 5. Who would move it to the 1? One person? So here, most of you would move it to 1 because you put number as your criteria of access. Okay? You want to save more lives. If I give you more data and I say, the 5 people are all above 90, and this guy is 30 years old and has kids and family to raise, what would you do? Right. Can you move your hand? Who would move it right? Who would move it to the 5 now? So I have more hands to the 5. And that's what authorities, they deal with every day. During COVID, they decided on age, right? They decided on age. They said, you know, people who are older get first, right? And many people debated that the same way with the train, right? Because the data we have at that time said access to drug should come first with age. And the same way happens every day with authorities when they're dealing with breakthrough solutions in healthcare. And this topic is very debatable. What should we get first? You know, if we have people still dying from malaria, should we worry about rheumatoid arthritis? If half of the population is HCV, should we worry about cancer even? If we're going to treat them and they're going to die anyway, I heard it from many authorities, they're going to die anyway, give them placebo. If half of the population is have AIDS, infected, do we have to treat them for migraine? You know? So these are the big questions. If I have to treat 20% of the premature babies, who should we give them? If 10 are born and I can only give life to 2, to whom should I give? So these are big topics, big questions that are the major barrier for breakthrough medication. And I like to give 2 minutes for each of the panelists to talk about that and give their opinion, and then we open the floor for discussion and questions. Please, Andre?
If it's 5 politicians, then it's easy. That's an easy choice. No, I'm joking. No, in Scandinavia, we have it already. It's a fact. Like, in terms of oncology that I'm involved in, they do prioritize certain age, what stage of cancer, etc. So if there's a limited operating room and limited doctor capacity, they make a choice. And it's a discretionary choice. There's no set of laws. It's an ethical question, and I'm glad I'm not in that position. But it's already happening on a daily basis. And it's all a matter of budget, right? Healthcare it's energy and money, and at the end of the day, you have to prioritize. I don't know how to solve that at all. So I'm going to pass that one on.
Brand, do you think technology can sort this out?
So I'll talk about mental health because that's where my focus has been in the last 7 years. And you know, before I got into it and coming from tech, we looked at a lot of data points, right? So there is currently more than 1 billion adults worldwide who have been clinically diagnosed with mental health disorders. So mental health disorders are disorders such as depression, or whether that be major depression or treatment-resistant depression, or various types of depressions, PTSD, post-traumatic syndrome disorder, addiction, anxiety, things of that nature. The second data point that we looked at is there are no root cause solutions for it, right? What Big Pharma has made available to the world as of now, or to date now, is managing the symptoms. And they're managing the symptoms through prescriptions that essentially works by suppressing your central nervous system. So that doesn't actually allow the person to live to their full capability or live like their true self. So we looked at, okay, what does that actually mean? And of course, you know, everybody understands this immediate impact to immediate family, friends, children, or if it's children, parents, and so forth. But we looked at it from the perspective of what does that mean to global economy? So based on the 1.8 billion or whatever, over 1 billion adults that were diagnosed with mental health disorders, the economic impact is in excess of $2 trillion, and that's just in the Western world, right? So less than 50% of the world's population represents $2 trillion loss to the global economy. So, and this is the reason I got involved in mental health, plus also because I lost my little brother to mental health. That's where I started, and I started looking at it and realized how big this problem is. So there's many things that are affecting it, and another very important key point in that is we are now prescribing these central nervous system suppressing prescriptive drugs to younger and younger populations, right? In North America, they are now prescribing SSRI and SNRI-based prescriptions to children as young as 5 years old. So what does that mean for 20 years out?
Andrew, 2 minutes.
Right. Okay. So I think we've heard some interesting points. I mean, so clearly this business about kind of rationing, for want of a better word, and can technology help us with that? I think Andre already alluded, I mean, he made the key point that, primarily this is really about ethics and to some extent about economics and politics. I mean, I'll say one thing, I mean, as a clinician, actually we've been making these decisions, all the time, and we'll continue to do so on a case-by-case basis. And actually, right at the sharp end, it's often not as difficult as it might seem, because typically you're presented with very binary kind of choices. Well, do I admit this patient who's horribly shocked and is 95, or do I admit this other patient who benefits from ICU? So generally it's not quite so difficult at the sharp end. I think it's much more difficult at this kind of sort of macro level, if you like, where you're trying to decide about things like drug licensing. You're trying to decide, what are our health priorities? And I think, this is where you've got to start looking at where do you get the best bang for your buck at sort of, government taxation, insurers type level. And this preventive piece is super important. And we've heard about, mental health in children, developing good habits, stuff like that, because that's where you're really getting, kind of maximum mileage. And I'm sure many of you will have seen or come across these statistics, like I think originally from North America, where they showed that crazy numbers like 90% of the health expenditure on the average person was in the last couple of days of their life, as you strive to keep them alive. So I think I don't feel like the technology is going to be particularly helpful in this space, although it may perhaps have a role in helping us to figure out, the evidence, maybe.
Thank you. I think the only answer to this for authorities, for providers, is the health economic outcome research, HEOR. This is the only tool that authorities in developed markets are using to embrace breakthrough, because they analyze what is the cost of the treatment, the whole treatment, versus the economic benefit that you spoke about it right now. And if it overcomes, then they will pay for it. If it doesn't, either they force the providers to reduce prices, or they simply don't introduce, because it's economically is not feasible. And data and technology would help in further analyzing the HEOR, particularly in markets or in countries where data doesn't, properly exist. They can extrapolate through AI. So now there is a big hope that HEOR would be adopted in many countries around the world through the technology and through AI. We're left with 9.30 seconds for questions. Please, if you have any questions you would like to address, please go ahead.
Thank you for the interesting discussion. My name is Tabinda, and I've got a nursing background. Medical breakthroughs are my interest also. I've helped a lot of organizations to do this. I worked with Lucas. If Dr. Andrew is aware of Lucas, that's his compression machine, which is a great medical breakthrough for nurses because we don't break our backs compressing patients' chests. Recently, I do work in Saudi Arabia also, and recently, a few years back, they brought in Sophia. Sophia is a human-like robot who interacts with people. My questions to the panels are, does this kind of robots, or will this kind of robots have that human touch? Or if it's replaced with doctors and nurses, will these kind of robotic breakthroughs have that empathy and sympathy towards patients?
Who would like to take this?
I'll take that one because I'm actually invested in a company that's working on that. Again, it's all about perspective, right? So you got to put that into context. If you look at Japan, for example, seniors just don't have access to people to talk to, right? That's just a matter of fact. If you look at the MENA region and even in the Indian subcontinent, depends on the topic, it's very taboo. There's a lot of stigma around many of these topics that we're talking about in healthcare. So this is where I think those robots can help, right? So you may not want to talk about something because it's a taboo or a stigma in the region or in the culture or even at home in the family. But you may feel less judged or less prejudiced when you're feel like you're being less judged when you're speaking to a robot, right? And I think it's not the empathy that you're speaking of. It's not a function of the robot, it's a function of the developers who are developing the robot, right? So if they can't understand the mission with which that they're doing this for, then I think we could actually get there. But I think this can actually be very helpful to people.
Can I ask you a question for the audience? If you need the surgery and you get the two options, robotic surgery or pure classic human surgery, what would you take? Can you raise your hands? Can I see? I would like to see the majority. Would you go for robotic surgery or human surgery? What you would go? Who says robotic? Please raise your hands. And who says human surgery? Can somebody volunteer to say why robotic? Please, come to the microphone. Why robotic?
So first to clarify, there is no robot that currently does surgeries on its own, and there is never going to be a situation where robots do it on their own.
Great.
What the robotic surgery currently does is certain maneuvers that's never going to be interpreted by humans. So for example, a robot can move its arm in 8 different dimensions, which humans cannot. So if you want to have a really an amazing stitch, which improves your recovery time and everything, robotic surgery is the way to go. And again, this is maybe in the future, in the next 20 years or so, my answer would be different if there is a Sophia that operates on me on its own without any surgeon in there, but as of right now, or in the next 10 years, that's never going to happen.
Thank you. And who says human? Who would like to say why human, please?
Hi, everyone. So basically, I was trained in neurosurgery as a registrar last time. As a doctor, when we want to become a surgeon, you need to go through a very long road, at least 10 years. And the reason is not because of the surgical skill that you are needed, but also the critical decision. So as a neurosurgery, last time when we need to operate or clip an aneurysm, we had difficulties when we need to make an impactful decision at the table to decide whether this patient should continue to live or should sacrifice some part of the brain. So the decision of approach will actually impact the patient, and you require empathy and understanding of the patient. So I think that's the reason why human, if I were going to go through an operation, I will still choose a human to operate instead of robots, because they'll make a human touch decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Although some we don't trust robotic, but when we travel, autopilot is doing the job, right? It's even worse. Okay, any more questions? Please.
Hi there, my name's Dr. Mia. I would just like to say I wanted to choose a third option, which was a robot supervised by a human surgeon. And what we find with a lot of digital technologies is that humans and patients and users always want the combination, so the technology is supervised by the human. So I think when we get scared about robots and humans robots taking over the world, and also we maybe should be scared about humans taking over the world, is that as long as we know that there's human supervision and human ethics involved in every company, in every country, in every innovation, we don't have to worry. It's just that that regulation has to be in place. So I was just interested what your thoughts are on creating regulation worldwide around AI and robotics that use AI to be able to quell all these fears about us sort of being replaced by robots or AI, or robots that use AI and machine learning.
I think I have aviation background, so it's like when we fly, right? Most airplanes, they fly from basically wheels up till touchdown, and pilots are just monitoring the systems. I think it's kind of the same approach. Let the airplane fly, because it actually flies better than the pilot. But you just want to have the pilot there in case there's a lightning strike, right? And in Scandinavia, I know that some surgeons already perform distant surgery. Like we have one abdominal surgeon who, on a monthly basis, does surgery pediatric in New York. He actually does it out of Copenhagen. So they do program the robot to go in and do the performance, but they monitor the system and can always intervene. It's already going. So whether regulations should be involved or not, I'm really, and I like to keep the politicians out of it, and I think the surgeons are capable of making that decision if they just evaluate the technology right. So it's already happening. It's been going on for a while, and I think it's good. It's excellent that you have a specialist that doesn't have to travel 10 hours by plane, jet lag, being tired on operating, and the cost of it is just stupid. So if that surgeon can be in Copenhagen University Hospital and on a screens monitor and have a robot perform the surgery on a baby that needs it now, it's ideal. It's perfect. And I think there'll be much more out of it. I think Sophia kind of got angry at some point, didn't she? She did. She was provoked and got really, yeah, we don't want that. Don't want an angry doctor robot.
I think we're living in a hybrid model right now, directly or indirectly. In most of the services, there is a lot of robotic part. And I agree with you, the human intervention is essential. It provides us more trust, and we feel more safe, I think, with human intervention. But as the other mentioned, the technology and the robotic is providing precision that sometimes human cannot reach, which is amazing. The last question that maybe, before we close, is related to genomics. Maybe we want to talk about quickly with Andrew. We're out of time? Okay, all right. We're done on time anyway. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's a narrow escape.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I know we could have used more time, but this is it. All right, let's... Okay, go ahead. Would you like to take a group photo? Do we have someone to remove the chairs for the... Okay, perfect, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And it is now time to recognize those healthcare leaders that have gone above and beyond the call of duty and award them. So I would first like to call upon Dr. Jane Davakchian for Functional Nutritionist and Holistic Integrated Wellness at Open Minds. She is also the founder of Vita Well Boutique, health educator, health tourism, and innovation expert, to present the awards on stage with me. Welcome, Dr. Davakchian. All right, let us begin. Our first award of the day goes to Mr. Aboud Bijani, the managing partner of Infomed with extensive experience in the pharmaceutical industry. Aboud is a certified lead consultant for renowned multinational healthcare consultancy firms. Congratulations, Mr. Bijani. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for the recognition. I have been in the healthcare market for over 25 years, and it's fascinating because we provide solutions, as we mentioned, to people. We improve the life of the people across the globe, and I think healthcare is an industry where you can work, you can make an earning, but at the same time you can improve the life and make people happier and happier. I'm happy that I'm recognized for the award, but also I'm happier that through the course of my career, I was able to provide good things for people, for the community, for my family, and for the people I have worked with. I always said we cannot make it without you, for my team, and I will always say it also, we cannot make it without you, all the healthcare ecosystem, the provider, the authorities, the innovators, the companies, the distributors, the hospitals, the doctors, everybody participate in making this world a better world for all of us. Good luck, and thank you, Healthcare 2.0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bijani. That's right, it is an ecosystem. Next award goes to Mr. Ahmed Khadous. Ahmed Khadous, CEO and co-founder of Pharmacy Marts, is on a mission to improve patients' access to medications. With a decade of experience at top pharma companies and as a head of market access, he transformed the pharmaceutical supply chain in Egypt. This pioneering work includes launching Egypt's first managed B2B marketplace, serving over 10% of the market in just 2 years. Congratulations, Mr. Ahmed Khadous.
So thank you for the recognition. It's a great thing to be recognized among the, let's say, the healthcare, let's say, space. I've been in the healthcare for the past 14 years. Been in the startups space for 2 years actually. So this is the space I belong to. So thank you for this, and I would like to thank the team as well. Been a long journey. And as you mentioned, our mission is improving patients' access to medications, so capitalizing on the last talk. So we'll continue this with your support, and thank you for the recognition.
Thank you, sir, and to the whole team at Pharmacy Marts. Congratulations. Our next award is for Mr. Andrew Wardley. Professor Wardley, CEO and Medical Director of Outreach, Research, and Innovation Group. He is a clinical entrepreneur and authentic leader with over 250 publications in leading healthcare journals. Professor Wardley has pioneered integrated research education, and service innovations within the NHS. He founded Manchester Breast Centre and Outreach Research and Innovation Group. Congratulations, Professor Wardley.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Health Conference 2.0 for giving me this award. It's been a great pleasure to have been able to deliver many new treatments to patients to improve their chances of survival and their quality of life in cancer medicine, to work with great people, and I really owe this honour to those teams that I've worked with over many years, that they have trusted and respected me and cared for me, and I hope I've cared for them. I hope to continue the work that I've been doing in my company, and I'm happy to collaborate with anyone who wants to improve access to treatments for patients and make their journeys better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have an award for Mr. Araj Hassan. All right, we will hold on to it for Mr. Hassan. Mr. Donald Francis Sweet. Welcome back on stage. The CEO of SNOMED International, the guardian of SNOMED CT's clinical terminology. With 30 years of industry leadership, he drives corporate direction and fosters collaboration to improve health outcomes.
I'll keep it brief. I want to thank the staff who put on this conference. Too many times people forget how hard it is to put a conference like this on, so thank you. And I consider this not an individual award, but a team award. So this is for everyone back at SNOMED International for moving this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team SNOMED, back home. All right. Next up is an award for Mr. Hari Subramanian. Mr. Subramanian is the EVP of Marketing at ASP Health. He is a scientist entrepreneur with expertise in translating research into successful technologies. Co-founded 3 healthcare companies and has extensive experience in cancer diagnostics, cytopathology, and robotic surgeries. He's probably the one that raised his hand for the robotic surgeries. Congratulations, Harry.
Thank you so much, Healthcare 2.0, for this award. It's great to be recognized in the middle of these great minds and great achievers. And I would like to thank my family and my entire team for this one, without whom I would not be here. And I'm great to talk a little bit about my product, which is going to be in the point of care era in the surgical suites and bronchoscopy suites. I'm looking for collaboration here in the Middle East and in Dubai, so if anyone is interested, I would love to chat about it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations, Mr. Hari. Our next award is for Miss Rania Ayat Hawayek of Circle Care Clinic. Circle Care Clinic is a leading healthcare provider committed to comprehensive and compassionate healthcare services for individuals, families at all life stages, with a specialization in pediatrics and hub and spoke model. They offer expertise in family medicine, orthopedics, women's health, general medicine, radiology, diet, and nutrition. Congratulations, Ms. Hawayek and the team at Circle Care.
Thank you. Thank you to the conference, Health 2.0, for highlighting the achievements of individuals and organizations like ours. My biggest thanks goes to my team, the receptionists, the nurses, the housekeeping staff, the doctors, and everyone involved, some of which are here today, everyone involved in bringing Circle Care Clinic to where it is today and taking it to the dizzy heights we have in mind for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Lacey Tazzino. Lacey Tazzino is the founder and CEO of Passport Journeys, an innovative startup revolutionizing mother-daughter relationships through teletherapy. With the first ever app for adult mother-daughter pairs available on iOS and Google App Stores in the US, Ms. Tazzino plans to expand its reach to the Middle East. Congratulations.
Thank you, Health 2.0. Thank you, everyone here who I have had great conversations with so far. So I stand here 7 years after moving back from the Middle East to the United States. I came to this conference because I love this region. I've seen what the Middle East can do with vision and passion and moving innovation forward. And so my team and I have created the very first mother-daughter teletherapy app in the United States. I would love to bring that app to the Middle East. I would love to improve the lives and relationships of women here. And so if you are interested in collaborating or could help me bring it to the region, I'd love to talk before the conference is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tazzino. Next, please welcome on stage Ms. Mira Ashkar Ruhana. She's the Medical Insurance Director at Fidelity Insurance Services with expertise in providing comprehensive coverage and financial security. Recognized for her exceptional aptitude in the healthcare and insurance industry, she is a trusted expert in guiding individual and organizations. Congratulations, Mira.
Thank you. I think this is not just a testament to individual effort, but definitely a reflection to the incredible team and people that have supported me on my journey. I'd like to express the deepest thanks to the organizers of the event for recognizing the value of effective leadership. I'm really humbled to be acknowledged, and congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira. Next up for an award is Mohita Srivastava. Come on up. Dr. Mohita Srivastava is the director and CEO of Cognitome. She's a renowned neuroscientist and neuropsychologist with a PhD in neurosciences from AIIMS, India, and research training from Kansas University Medical Center, USA, with 12 plus years of experience publishing articles and leading teaching and therapy programs. Congratulations, Doctor.
Hello, everyone. I'm very honored and delighted to receive this recognition by Health 2.0, and I would really like to thank Health 2.0 for recognizing the talents from across the globe who really want to make a difference and create a difference in the lives of the people. My Cognitome program aims to provide cognitive function and cognitive control training, specially meant for the patients with PTSD and anxiety. And I've been doing this program from past 2 years, and it is giving very promising results across the globe. Thank you so much, Health 2.0, and I wish you all the very best in your all future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohita, for your contributions. Next, an award for Nadha Ram of Medwatar. Medawatar, based in Bangalore, is a revolutionary enterprise leveraging blockchain and NFC technologies to redefine healthcare. Their pioneering platform enhances data interoperability, ensuring security and empowering patient and providers with seamless access to medical records. Congratulations, Mr. Ram.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing Medawatar as an outstanding organization here. I'm really happy for it. I'm actually my wife is supposed to get this award because this company's idea is completely by hers, and I'm just a co-founder. But I'm a techie guy, so always wanted to have the technology included in this. Yes. I was a multi-cloud architect, so I thought like we'll be able to introduce more technologies into it. So I thought like after 8 months of time, we were able to kickstart in a very big way. And it's going good. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Medawatar. All right, next we have an award for Pratiksha Gupta. She's the founder and CEO of 15 Special Place, India's first private sector telehealth platform, providing high-quality therapy services and products. With a passion for empowering families with communication disorders, Pratiksha has received recognition for her innovative contributions to the industry. Congratulations.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Health 2.0, for this wonderful recognition. Allow me to state categorically that this is a reflection of everyone who's put dedicated teamwork at my company, One Special Place. I am a speech-language therapist, have been in this industry for over 20 years, and making a difference by breaking the accessibility barriers and taking therapy to people's homes. In all this while of working with neurodevelopmentally deficit children and adults, providing them therapy at scale, using technology, and leveraging all options, I've realized one thing, that speech-language therapy, quote unquote, is a niche practice, which does get sidelined. Even in this August gathering of professionals like yourself, I'm not sure how many of you can actually entail and tell the scope of a speech therapist's work. So we are on a mission to mainstream this industry so that we can reach to the right type of people and make a difference to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pratiksha. Well said. Thank you. Next award is for Shin Yamamoto. Is the CEO Office of Innovation Facilitator at CMIC Group, a pioneering healthcare service provider in Japan with expertise in cross-industry co-creation innovation. Shin has 15 years of experience in global biotech and pharma companies. Congratulations, Mr. Yamamoto-san.
So thank you very much for Health 2.0 for recognition award. So I'd like to say about my mission and healthcare GPS and one request to the innovators in this room. First of all, I am an innovation facilitator in healthcare and medtech industry. And also I am now working in Japan-based healthcare operation provider called CIMIC, CMIC. My mission in CIMIC is to discover, identify, and educate the unique, talented individuals in our 7,000 employees to become innovators or to become business designer for healthcare professionals. By the way, healthcare innovation is like a maze. There are 4 routes to enter good idea, technology, or patient friction, or even business transformation. No matter which path you choose, it is difficult to get the goal. That's why CIMIC offers you the GPS. GPS stands for 3 pieces of information. First of all, expertise to developing scientific evidences, and also 30 years experiences in Japan market, and we connect with Japan key opinion leaders as well as medical institutions. So we would like to navigate your enter into the Japan market to find best route to get out of the maze. So that's why CIMIC update the latest information about medical and healthcare industry. So that's why CIMIC stands for Current Medical Information Center. Finally, will you help Japan market as an aging society for your product and services with innovation to get out of the maze? If yes, please exchange with my business card or connect with me via LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Okay. Next, we would like to call on Tahrima Mateen. Tahrima Mateen, MD, is the National Clinical Advisor and Associate Director of NHS England. A multi-award-winning medical leader, Dr. Mateen drives innovation at the interface of disciplines and sectors to advance healthcare. With 16 years' experience as a consultant radiologist, she develops healthcare policies, leads national change programs, and upskills professionals to deliver integrated, person-centered care. Congratulations, Dr. Mateen.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Health 2.0, for this award and recognition. I'm very humbled to achieve it, but also excited to be here amongst so many global healthcare leaders. Collaboration across disciplines, sectors, and organizations really does underpin all the work that I do. I believe we have a shared commitment to try and deliver person-centered, truly integrated care across the world globally, but we've got some significant challenges to tackle. I think the biggest is the healthcare workforce crisis. The WHO stated some quite stark statistics. So by 2030, we will have a shortfall of 10 million healthcare workforce. So I really look forward to discussing and debating amongst all of the leaders here, how do we tackle that, and how do we really propel advance in healthcare to deliver person-centered care? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mateen. Next, an award for Terbinderjeet Kaur. Terbinderjeet Kaur is the head of nursing quality at Prince Sultan Military Medical City, an esteemed figure in nursing. With a focus on patient safety, she has improved experiences and achieved accreditation for 2 major healthcare organizations. As an educator and author, Terbinderjeet elevates nursing standards and inspires others with her practical leadership approach. Congratulations, Terbinderjeet.
Thank you so much. First of all, many thanks to the Health 2.0 committees, the organizing committee, and those who are working today. Also, my utmost thanks to all the participants that are smiling all the time to me. Congratulations to all the achievers. My heartfelt thanks go to my mom, who is right here with me today. She is a bit scared to travel. We came from Malaysia. Yes, Mr. Abud was talking about autopilot. My mom did ask me this question on the flight. Is this flight autopilot? I told her yes, it's autopilot, and she was a bit afraid. But yes, she is my biggest supporter here today. My thanks also goes to my family back home in Malaysia, my 2 lovely daughters, and my sister, and other family members. The journey coming here to this point in your life is very difficult, but it's not impossible. You can achieve what you want. Dream big, go big, pass the hurdles, you can do it. The sky is the limit. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Sky is the limit. Next award is for Yoshiaki Mayamura. Congratulations. He's the Senior Director, Founder, and CEO of Caris KK Grow With Inc. He is a highly experienced professional in the healthcare industry with a track record of launching new oncology products, developing genetic tests, and pioneering precision medicines. With his entrepreneurial spirit, he provides executive coaching and consulting services. Congratulations, Mr. Mamura.
Firstly, I would like to huge thank for giving me this outstanding leadership award. This is really my honor. It's because of Health 2.0 and also someone who has supported my goal. My mission is very simple. I want everyone to have access to the best healthcare possible. For that, I'm currently two works. One is the senior director at Clarion Sciences, which is a molecular information company serving comprehensive genetic testing, rich real-world data, and AI signature for cancer. It allows us to provide rich information for a physician to select good cancer treatment for the patient. Second one is that I established my own company named Grow With Inc. in business coach field. One of the focus area is to support physicians by coaching. I believe when healthcare professionals achieve their full potential, they can provide even more better care for their patient. Lastly, I'd like to thank everyone who understands my mission and supporting my goal. Lastly, I'd like to say I'm looking for creating a new healthcare future with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mamura-san. Next, we have an award for Yoshitaki Kitanishi. Dr. Kitanishi, Vice President of the Data Science Department at Shinogi & Co., is a highly skilled data scientist and biostatistician with 2 decades of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, with a PhD in computational statistics and mathematical statistics, as well as a master's in engineering, chemical engineering. He leads a team of 50 data scientists and engineers in building a comprehensive and needs database that combines internal and external data.
Thank you. I'm very honored to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the assessment committee and staffs of Health 2.0, and my seniors and colleagues, and to my family for this award. I'm in charge of data science department in pharmaceutical company Shionogi. The data science department aims to be a data hub organization that connects real world data and virtual data, both internal and external to the company. Thank you. ありがとうございます。
Arigato. Thank you. All right, a few more names to go. Mr. Mohammed Hasmat Fahim. Dr. Hasmat Fahim is the head of Department of Emergency Medicine at Zulekha Hospital. With 10 years of experience in emergency medicine and critical care, he is a specialist in the field and a dedicated academic and teaching enthusiast. Congratulations, Doctor.
Hello, everybody. I firstly thank Health 2.0 for this wonderful recognition and award for the work we do. I think we all are aware about the role of emergency departments, what the emergency departments do across the globe. But the way it propelled up during the COVID, physicians and its allied staff working tirelessly all around the globe, round the clock, and it was really fascinating. And also in this process, losing some of the colleagues and friends during this whole process. So it was a hard time for all of us. But yeah, I thank my family who was very supportive. I thank my friends and my colleagues. So yeah, happy to be alive, happy to be recognized. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Amer Safdar. Amer Safdar is the chair of education at the Guild of Healthcare Pharmacists. With over 25 years of experience in the NHS, he has held various leadership positions, including registrant member of the GPHC Council and board member of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society English Pharmacy Board. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. I'm a bit overwhelmed because there's lots of CEOs and people who are very high in their professions, and there's little old me sharing my stories. I'm really pleased that you gave me a place for this conference. When I first saw it from the LinkedIn, I thought it was a hoax. I thought this can't be true. I've never won an award since I was a teenager, and this is the first award I've won ever in terms of international audience. So thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers.
Congratulations. All right. Let's call up Mr. Bren Sambunathan. Bren Sambunathan is the CEO of Vertace Inc. and founder and CEO of Diapearl Mental Health Holding. He's a visionary leader with 20 plus years of experience. And where at Diapearl, Bren and his team are focused on enhancing mental health treatments through novel drug development and therapeutics delivery modalities. He's a mentor, investor, and advocate for social entrepreneurship and sustainable philanthropy in the tech startup and mental health ecosystem. Congratulations, Bren.
Thank you very much, and kudos to the organizers. Well done. Guys, as the last 2 days, I've heard many of you speak, and all of your leaders in what you do. And I just want to mention a couple of things. Number one is fear is a very good thing. It can be a very good motivator when used right. And two, when I entered the mental health space, I knew nothing about healthcare. I, in fact, hadn't been to a doctor and more in so many years, other than for breaking my bones every so often in car racing. So when my little brother passed away, that's when I became interested in the mental health space. And I found myself asking, why is our healthcare the way it is? And why is it that there are solutions lacking in many areas, whether that be geographically or in specific practice areas? So I humbly request you guys and implore you guys to keep asking the question why. This is something that a mentor taught me at a very young age, is what he called the 5 whys. So when you say something is the way it is, or this is how something's been done, this is the standard operating procedure, ask yourself why 5 times, and ask the people that answer you those questions why 5 times. Because more often than not, what I found, and we're working in a highly regulated market. In fact, we are working on bringing psychedelics to mainstream mental health care, and it is illegal in majority of the world. So there are many countries where I've been where I could have been arrested or imprisoned for promoting this even. And the only thing that kept us going is because we kept asking why. Why? We asked the regulators why, right? Most people don't know the history of how psychedelics became a scheduled substance, and it has actually nothing to do with many of the things why things such as cocaine and heroin became a scheduled substance. So it's very important to peel the onion and ask why something is the way it is, and that's when innovation happens. Thank you very much, and this is really kudos to my team. It's why we are here. And from what I can offer, I'm in a vertically integrated manner. We have a whole ecosystem. We have deployed the largest psychedelics drug development fund in the world right now at $250 million. As a byproduct of having entered this market and having come from technology, we've actually produced softwares to increase the efficiency with which clinical research organizations do drug development research and documentations. As well, we have created AI models for studying multi-molecule compound reactions in humans. So there's a lot of byproducts that are coming from this innovation as well. And however I can help you guys, feel free to come talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bren. Congratulations to you and to your team. And let's call up Dr. Mia Eisenstadt. Mia Eisenstadt is the founder and CEO of Fatherly, an innovative app for dads worldwide. As a psychologist, researcher, and coach with a PhD in child and adolescent mental health, she's dedicated to supporting child and family well-being. Mia's expertise in fatherhood and her passion for helping others live fulfilling lives have led to the creation of Fatherly, which offers a comprehensive range of resources, peer support, and expert advice to fathers in 30 different countries. Congratulations, Dr. Eisenstadt.
Thanks very much. I'll keep it very brief. Just want to say a big thank you to the organizers. When I first wanted to create an app for dads as a mum, people thought, are you feeling okay, Mia? Are you sure? But it's been a big success. We now have dads from over almost 50 countries now. And I do believe that by supporting dads, you can also support mums, and you support children's mental health for the next generation. I just also want to say a big thank you to my son, Asher, who's a big inspiration for me to support parents and support families. And I want to say a big thank you to all the dads that have prototyped and tested the app, and to Zinc, who provided initial funding and support. So thank you, and enjoy lunch, everyone. I hope to catch up with you.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the awardees. Before we break for lunch, can I ask everyone to come up here on stage with me for a group photo? Come on up. We need that Health 2.0 2023 edition group photo. And then we shall break for lunch and reconvene here. We are running a little late, so we shall reconvene at 1:45 instead of at 1:30. All right. Shorties in the front, taller ones in the back. You know how it goes. DJ, music. You're in the front. Come on, come on. Or should we say ladies in the front? Ladies in the front, yes, definitely. The ladies in the front. Can we have some music, please? All right. Cameraman, can you see everyone in your frame? Come on, join us for that group photo. So 1:45. Can we get 3 chairs, please? If you can ask the staff to come to put 3 chairs? Thank you. Yes. Yeah, so now we're 20 minutes late because we were supposed to start at 1:30, right? So how late do you want to get? Just asking. 20 minutes?
Let's see how soon the panelists come in and checking the results.
Oh, the panelists, they won't come for another 30 minutes. But do you want to do a 30-minute? They're here, guys.
Just wait for 5 or 30 to check the presentations at least.
Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, that's it. That's what I was asking you. 5 minutes? I can wait 5. All right. Okay, but see, now look at the time. So it's 1:45, right? 1:45. Like, I think 20 minutes late is the most that you can do. So 150. Okay. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want. Can we get chairs, please? Thank you. Perfect. Can we have 3 microphones? Oh, come on, they're here. Thank you. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely lunch. and full of energy to start over our Health 2.0 conference. Moving on to the next segment is a panel discussion on how medical imaging enhances life sciences research. So in this discussion, we will be sharing current developments in the medical imaging and how new advancements are making way for new research. So let us welcome our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Gopi Krishna Deshpande, professor at Auburn University, USA. Our panelists, Mr. Takashi Azuma, CTO of Lilly MedTech. Welcome, sir. And Issam Khalaf, Director of Sales, Middle East and Africa for Sirtex Medical. So let's start the timer, please. All right, and if you'd like to leave
Hello, few ones.
Time, if you'd like to leave the last 5-10 minutes for questions from the audience, go ahead.
Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you to my panelists here. So today we're going to talk about how medical imaging can enhance life sciences research. So the format that we have chosen to do is we'll give very brief presentations in the beginning so that we have certain points to discuss about, and after the presentations we'll pose some questions, we'll discuss among ourselves, and then it will be open to the audience as well. So initially I would request you to start the presentation.
Thank you very much. So usually it's very difficult to have a speech after the lunch, but the good news is that there are few of you, so it will not be very hard. I hope so. Can you please get this presentation started? Okay. So actually, we had this agreed together to have this arrangement. So I will give a basic presentation about how medical imaging and impacts the life science research. So, of course, as an introduction, we all familiar with medical imaging, which has an important role in research and in life science in general, and it has a big role from the lab to the clinic. And while most of us here, or those who are outside also, they know that having the medical imaging role in clinical practice in the doctor office is very important. But again, still, this is only one aspect how medical imaging affects or impacts the clinical research. So to give you an overview, what is imaging in clinical research can do, I think there are 4 main functions for the medical imaging. That's number 1, you can chart the patient progress. So having some lung CT or X-ray to follow the disease to understand how it works. Also, it could be a way to monitor the patient's safety. So for some patients, you can do an echocardiogram, for example, to see if the heart is affected or having some toxicity. So that's a safety aspect, important. And another one is to confirm whether the new therapy is working or not. So the effectiveness of the study or the research you are doing. And this, for example, cancer patients can have a PET scan to see if the tumor has shrunken or not. And this is one value for medical imaging in clinical research. Last but not least, an interesting aspect is that sometimes you can have imaging in real time to learn how the patient is reacting to this. So sometimes patients are having IV treatment. At the same time, an MRI is done so that you can examine how the brain of the patient reacts to the new drugs or the new medication you are giving at the same time, so in real time. But what I wanted to speak about specifically is a different dimension, which is imaging at the cellular level. And very interesting and rather new thing called the X-ray histotomography, and I will explain in quite a bit what does it mean. And you can see this interesting image showing what is X-ray histotomography means. So to start, that's a histology. That's one of the key advances in medicine, which helped in the previous centuries how to diagnose disease, because histology means it's a technique to understand what is normal and abnormal tissue and cells by having a slice, thin slice, and then you can stain it, and then you can examine it. But it does come with some limitations. And let me share with you what these limitations are. Some of the limitations, it's impossible with histology to see the entirety of cells and thick structures, because don't forget it's a thin slice of 2 millimeter or so, and it cannot be more than this. So if you have a structure, you cannot see it. Another thing, another dimension of the cell study is the three-dimensional, which is the shape and volume. And in this case, with the 2D image, histology image on a slide, we all see from time to time, you cannot have this volume and shape information. Another thing, that by having physical section, that's irreversible process. That means it is impossible to recut the tissue in a different plane. So sometimes you need to have a transverse plane, so you cut the tissue like this, but if you need to have a coronal or any other dimension, you cannot do it again. That's it. Another damage coming from this physical cutting of tissue, it causes some tissue loss when you cut, even with a very sharp knife or very accurate procedure. There is some tissue loss, and there is also some distortion that will compromise the ability to have digitally 3D rendering, for example. So that's also another limitation. So what do we need here to avoid these limitations? What we need is 3D histology. And this is a new terminology, a new thing in medical imaging. Why we need 3D? 3D histology is needed to provide us with quantitative and volumetric measurement of scientifically and clinically significant data. So you need not only quantitative, but also the volumetric. And a 3D histology will enable us to produce safer drugs, to have more precise diagnosis, and to have more in-depth knowledge of the interaction of genes, chemicals, and disease in biology. And this is why we need 3D histology. How we can get this 3D histology? So in order to have 3D histology, you need both tissue contrast and high resolution. And these two things you can do only using a micro CT. We're all familiar with the CT imaging, but you need here a micro CT able to find 100 times very smaller structures than the conventional CT. And of course, in order to be more visible, you need contrast, and this contrast has to be metal-based strains. Otherwise, it will not work under the normal CT. So that's why you need the stain, special stains. We need a micro CT so that you could have 3D histology. And this will lead us to the main topic, that's X-ray histotomography and why it is useful. Actually, that was the work of Dr. Shing in the Penn State College of Medicine, who created this 3D histology model and technique, and they called it X-ray histotomography. So combination of histology, tomography, that's coming from the CT, and it's X-raying because it's imaging. And this X-ray histotomography enabled or make it possible to characterize tissue changes quantitatively. So it's not only per single cell or a small tissue, but for a whole big size of tissue, or even one small organ or one small animal, even like the zebra fish, for example. That's a small fish used in clinical research, and you can see the whole fish in one slide, And that was the images and the presentation front. And then also with this X-ray histotomography, you could be able to study the changes across hundreds of cells types in any millimeters to centimeter sized organism or tissue sample. So what is the ultimate goal of this? Ultimately, why we have this, we could have better understanding of how genes and environment contribute to phenotypes and result in healthier environment and safer drugs. And this is the ultimate goal of inventing this new technology. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please make it at the end, and I will hand over to my colleague, Biz.
Okay, thank you. I want to, before starting my topics, I have a self-introduction in 3 slides because this is very useful for understanding my topics. In left panel, this is a robotic system for minimally invasive therapy for breast cancer using a high-intensity focal ultrasound beam. In upper middle image is a actual image. In this image, we can show the target and also therapeutic beam. And in this system, we can detect coagulation after treatment using the change of the stiffness change at focal point. In this case, imaging is very important for the check the assessment or control for high accuracy treatment. In this slide, we are developing a breast screening system in a startup company, Lily Militech in Japan. This company is founded 7 years ago, and there are many problems in breast screening. This system solves all problems in breast screening. In left panel, people in prone position and lay down on the surface of the device, and each breast is inserted in the imaging area. In imaging area, a ring array transducer is positioned with a diameter of 20 centimeters and 20,000 pairs elements. In this device, in right image, typical clinical image, we can show easily the tumor in image. This system is a non-contact and a 3D image. That point is very important in my last half topics. And this device is no pain. That is very important, especially in Asian countries, because population age peak in patients is relatively young in Asian country in 40 or 50s. In such case, pain is very reducing the screening ratio. And also no radiation is the same point in this point. In this system, using ultrasound CT. And last my introduction, we are developing also AI for this new breast screening system. Conventional all AI performance is less than the teaching doctor to AI. But our unique system is beyond the doctor's performance because a combination of MRI. Both USCT and MRI is in prone position and non-contact and 3D image. Then we can check easily to the comparison and get a high accuracy annotation from both images. But USCT is very cheap compared to MRI. Then it can use in screening process. In left image, typical screening process, vertical axis shows a population. Current breast screening patients ratio is only 0.5%, and all people entry to mammogram, but mammogram can detect only half of the patients, in reducing the number of the actual patients in this process. And ultrasound and MRI and to go to the final process to biopsy. MRI is a good detectability, but cost is too high. But our system combination using USCT and MRI through the AI combination, that is very good method we are thinking. From this slide, my topics. We are thinking non-contact and 3D and cheap imaging technology is very important to the close to the distance between the life science research and actual clinical image. Our USCT is one of the example for breast screening. Because if we can get a non-contact image, we can check easily pixel by pixel in many images obtained in different day or different years. In that point is very important in screening because patient internal structure is highly dependent on each patient. But change is a very important information to get the leading information to the disease. And also, if we can follow many long time history in local information through the non-contact and 3D image, we can get more smaller tumor mass compared than current size limitation. And also, we can check some information before generation of disease in many screening data. And also, this follow-up in time history is very important in the checking the control of the preoperative chemotherapy, for example, in breast cancer, because size or shape change of the mass, and also change of the microenvironment, including blood flow information or scarring or many information can be visualized by adding the use of the contrast agent. In this case, non-contact and 3D image are very important. This is my last slide. Of course, AI is very important for these topics. Example, such a comparison to pixel by pixel, AI can enhance the performance of the calculation, computations. And also, I'm very familiar in this field, AI image diagnosis. That is very important, but also AI natural language process, example is ChatGPT, is also very important because the fusion of the many image and language interpretations. And also maybe generative AI is very important to this kind of fusion. But I'm not familiar in this natural language process and also generative AI. But I think this kind of combination is very important to improve the knowledge of this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's a good segue to what I'm going to talk about. I want to talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning and its application to medical imaging and life sciences. So the aim here is, when medical imaging came into being in, I think, due to X-rays by Rontgen, it changed how medical science is practiced. Like people could really see inside the body, and that had never been done before in the history of mankind. So that was a paradigm change. But all of it really depended on a human being looking at the image, a trained human being rather, looking at the image and deciding what is healthy and what is not. And now I think we are at the cusp of another paradigm change, wherein we have such large amounts of data that we could have machines look at these images and decide, hopefully with much better accuracy, whether there is a disease process, and if there is one, what is the prognosis, what is the treatment response, and all of that kind of stuff. So basically, that's the aim, that we want to have an AI-assisted diagnosis and prognosis, and in doing so, also have precision medicine, because each person's disease is unique, as you all might know, and hence, we want to have treatments that are tailored to each individual. So I think my panelists touched on these aspects. So I'm going to basically expand on that theme, and then we can have a discussion on this. Okay. So what are the challenges here? The challenge is there's a lot of variability. So the variability is in disease presentation. As I said, that each person's disease is not the same, from all the way from oncology to mental health. And there's a variability in treatment response. For example, if you have 100 people with depression, a few of them would respond to medication, a few of them would respond to therapy, a few of them are treatment resistant, which means that they will not respond to any treatment at all. And we still don't understand why this is the case, okay? So there's variability in treatment response. There's another source of variability, which is quite underappreciated in modern medicine, as it is practiced today, which is variability in demographics. The way a male responds than a female response is very different to treatment. Okay, the disease process is different. People have also shown that the genetic susceptibility in certain racial and ethnic groups or certain diseases is more or less than others. So there's also this variability in demographics. When you have all of these sources of variability, it becomes all the more important that your AI or ML algorithms are really tailored to address this variability. And of course, we have large amounts of data. So the amount of data that is generated, as we'll see later, is large in terms of the size of data. I mean, each person's image takes huge amount of data to store, huge amount of resources to store, but we don't have large amount of data in terms of data diversity. For example, if you look at language models like ChatGPT, they are trained on a huge amount of data, but it's diverse data, okay? In medical imaging, that's not the case. We don't have diverse data because acquiring these images it's pretty expensive. So, I mean, we have a lot of data, for example, coming in from Europe and the US, which are basically from Caucasians. And we don't know how all the AI ML models which are trained on that data would apply to other racial and ethnic groups. And there's some research that's out there, recently some paper in Nature Neuroscience, which showed that they don't generalize very well. So that's another issue. And then we have regulatory and legal bottlenecks. So, because this is ethical. If you have some doctor decide on your health based on what a machine's telling him or her, then is it ethical? Who bears responsibility in a legal sense for the decisions made? So I really won't go there, but this is an important issue. Okay. I would very briefly go through the methods because I know we don't have a lot of time. So as you can see, there are gazillions of artificial learning methods, all the way from Bayesian approaches, which came from probability theory, and then you had decision trees, and support vector machines were very popular in the 90s because they're very simple, and then neural networks, the smaller ones in the 90s, and now we have deep models which kind of work very well. And then, with various different ways of doing this. So if you want to do this, just picking the right kind of AI or machine learning model would be a challenge. They all work on different principles. I wouldn't go there. Essentially what they're doing is you have some kind of a feature space where you're trying to draw decision boundaries, and then once you have new data, which is basically the new patient that you want to diagnose, you will see whether they fall on one side of the decision boundary or the other side, and then decide which group they belong to, okay? Neural networks essentially do the same, but they do it based on, by basically tuning the weights of the perceptrons. Decision trees are kind of interesting because they mimic the human decision process. So for example, for example, you see the outlook. If it's sunny, then how much is the humidity? If it's high, then you do have a yes or no answer. So, and this is one example where we use a decision tree to basically mimic the diagnostic process of autism spectrum disorders. And all of these different methods are different in the sense that the way the decision boundary is created is different. For some, they are linear. For some, they are not linear. For some, they can have arbitrary shapes. So sometimes, having these arbitrary shapes actually improves the classification accuracy. So how do we, I'll give examples of implementation of these methods. I mean, there are, as you can see, a lot of different methods on a few data sets. I work in mental health and psychiatric applications, so I'll show a few of those. There are many open databases nowadays in mental health. ABIDE is Autism Brain Imaging Data Exchange for autism. Then you have ADHD, which is Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, PTSD, Post-Traumatic Disorder, and ADNI is a very famous database, worldwide database of Alzheimer's disease. So you can, we have run these algorithms on all of these data sets, and you can see the accuracy is kind of okay. It's not as good as you want it to be for application in the clinic. Sometimes they go all the way up to 90%. I'll not bother you with these charts. But the point is, we want to combine different classifiers to get better and better accuracy. And the point I was making before is the accuracy varies a lot based on age and other demographic factors. So we can also go back and look at, for example, this is the brain, and if you look at autism spectrum disorder, you can, the advantage with machine learning algorithms and AI algorithms is you can go back and look at those. For example, if you look at autism, we found that these connections were weaker in people with autism. So this then becomes a biomarker, which potentially somebody could pursue, do clinical trials. We've really not gone that, no company has really gone that distance, but potentially it's possible to basically do a phase 1, 2, 3 clinical trial and then see if this is an actual biomarker that could be used. So I don't know if many of you know this, but most mental health disorders are diagnosed based on clinical observation, right? It's not as if you do a blood test and if this is this value, then you have autism or depression. So it's basically very, very subjective. And subjectivity is really not scientific. So we want to have objective biomarkers wherein the diagnosis is really not dependent on a person's, what a person thinks. So, and this is basically work towards that. And I'm showing this for different disorders. So generally, I want to have some time for like a discussion. What we find is that the generalizability of these machine learning algorithms on in the field of medical imaging is a challenge. As I said, the data size is large, but the diversity is small compared to the very successful language models. But the payoff for solving these problems is big. Why is it big? Because, as I said before, there is huge diversity. So suppose you have some kind of a psychiatric disorder, you go to the clinic, the doctor essentially is doing a guessing game. They'll first do therapy. If it works, fine. Otherwise, we'll try some medicine. If it works, fine. Otherwise, we'll do some surgery. If it doesn't work, then you're up to yourself. That's how it's being practiced today. So what we want to do is actually use medical imaging, and what I'm telling is specifically in the area of mental health, to basically have very objective way of diagnosing and also determining prognosis. So this is my parting shot. So do you remember the days before Siri? There were a lot of machine learning algorithms which really struggled to understand human speech, okay? And then Siri came along, and then it does a pretty good job right now. So I think, with time, the same is going to happen with medical imaging. So things are going to get better, larger processes, more data, better algorithms. So we're going to get to a place where these things that I'm talking about are possible. That's the end of the presentations we had. I would like to start the discussion with my panelists here by asking their opinion about, first, the future directions in medical imaging technology as such. I know you've talked about X-ray and ultrasound, and also like tissue imaging, and then how AI and machine learning can impact those directions.
In my opinion, AI is very important because AI has an application for analysis of language, and also generative AI is also very important. Then if fusion of the image analysis and language interpretation, we can advance the classification or more detailed analysis is very easily to progress.
Okay.
For me, I think one of the big advances we are making in science is the artificial intelligence, machine learning and artificial intelligence. And one of the early adapters for this is medical imaging and radiologists in particular. And I remember a couple of years ago, there was lots of discussions and upset by the radiologists when the artificial intelligence was into the picture, because they thought we're going to lose our job. And that was real. I mean, it was not a joke. It was real conflict, and some doctors were really upset. And the idea is that if you understand well, as you explained very well, the artificial intelligence and machine learning role, one of the big things this can add to the technology is just it can give radiologists time to focus on the disease by excluding the normal. So imagine just giving one example for breast mammogram. There are some statistics that for every 100 mammograms, only 3 patients out of each 100 mammograms have issues. And this needs to be analyzed, and then it could be a disease or maybe not a disease. So what happens with this 97 normal, completely normal mammograms? They take time, they take efforts. In some institutions even, there must be double check. So can you imagine? You waste 97% of your time looking at normal mammogram, and you cannot overlook it, because if you missed one patient, this patient will be your responsibility as interventional radiologist or as, imaging doctor. So what happened? The AI excludes the normal by triaging, by having only giving you 10%, 20%, 30% according to what you need to focus. So that's when doctors realize that it is added benefit. Of course, for the patient, it definitely makes a lot. Another thing, that's new techniques, new modalities, like the X-ray histotomography I just explained, developed in the Penn State University by Dr. Shing, who they combine the histology, the traditional histology. We all learned it in the medical schools many hundreds of years ago. Histology is used, but now you optimize this to a different new land. And this is where I think this new technologies is taking us and to new frontiers, new advances, and whether you like it or not, it is coming, so it's better to be equipped for it. And this is my opinion about this topic.
Yeah, it's interesting because I remember the day when I had a friend in Stanford who practices medicine, and I went and told him, you have all this data, why don't you share it with me, and we'll train a machine learning algorithm to do the diagnosis. And what he said was, come on, man, I don't want to lose my job, because you're trying to do things that, I told him that you're not going to lose your job. And this is the reason why. Because of the legal requirement that somebody must take responsibility for the diagnosis. So once we've had ChatGPT in the last year, I mean, I am also an academic editor at Frontiers. It's a scientific journal. So we've had some authors put ChatGPT as one of the authors because they used ChatGPT to write their papers and they felt that ChatGPT should be an author. Now, Frontiers has a policy that ChatGPT cannot be an author because being an author is not just contributing to it, but also taking responsibility for that material. And ChatGPT cannot take responsibility for that material. So however good AI or ML algorithms are in diagnosing diseases, they're never going to replace a physician because they can't take responsibility. It's always the physician's responsibility. Yes, they can take its advice. That's why we always talk about AI-assisted diagnosis. They're just being used as a tool to assist the physician, for the physician to make a better decision. But ultimately, the decision belongs to the physician.
I cannot disagree more with this, but also you touched it based on ChatGPT. And we all heard the news. It was concerning for me and for many people. When ChatGPT was able to pass the US medical licensing exam and get a good score, high score, enough to be a doctor. And this is, you start thinking, oh my God, where are we heading to? And as you mentioned, there is a fine line between contributing and taking the responsibility for this from a medical legal. And this remains still in the hand of physicians, for humans, but it's alerting for the future.
Yeah, there's one more point I would like to make, and I would like your thoughts on this. I have a physician friend of mine, and who when we were having a discussion about this topic, who narrated something to me. So he said that a patient came to him. He's a general practitioner with persistent hand pain, okay? And they did a lot of tests, and everything was normal, and he didn't know what to do. He said that based on his intuition, he decided that the hand pain did not originate in the hand. It was referred, okay? And this is not there in any medical textbook. So and let me come to that later. So, and then he said that this could be because of some kind of a tumor mass in the body, and that pain is being referred to the hand. And then he asked the woman to get an MRI, and it happens that she had an early stage breast cancer, wherein she was diagnosed, and she got surgically removed, and she's alive and well today. So the point he wanted to make was, if you used an AI algorithm to do this, it wouldn't be able to do it because its knowledge is based on the textbook. And the path taken by the physician in this particular case was not based on the knowledge in the text. It was based on his experience and intuition. So goes back to my point before that I was making, that human beings will always have a role in this. We don't need to get so afraid of our artificial intelligence. But I think we need to make good use of it. That's my point. Absolutely. Any thoughts on this from the audience? We have 8 minutes left. Yes, please.
Just a quick question. Can we repeat the presentation? Now the room is full. No, it's just a joke.
Thank you, panel. My name is David Golding. I'm very interested in the AI angle, and in particular, I think I'm interested in the policing of AI. Okay, so what I fear or feel that we have here is globally, we have pockets of people using AI to their own devices. And if it was gene therapy and people were able to use CRISPR and do what they wanted, I've got this feeling that there's a global police force maybe looking at that. I think the thing with AI is that it comes down to the data set and the inherent bias that might be within data sets. So I just want to get your opinion on what you feel exists with governance of AI, its use and development. Is there any? Should there be any? What's your feeling on that, please?
Can I? So as of now, we don't have a very strict legal and regulatory framework for this because it hasn't really come to the clinic. It's kind of in the research domain. But I can tell you that at least in the US, if you have to get research funding from the National Institutes of Health, and for any experiment wherein you're using some kind of an AI algorithm, you have to show that your sample is diverse enough. Like, it has both men and women. It has all ethnic and racial makeup of the society, so that your results really apply to the society as a whole and not to one group. And unless you do that, they won't give you the money to do that research. You can argue in certain cases why you cannot do that, or why as a first step you would probably want to do it in a smaller group and later expand it. But research funding agencies are right now very well aware of this issue. And I'm assuming if that's, I mean, NIH basically receives money from the US Congress, so if this thinking is there in the government, when this comes to the market, I'm sure FDA and other regulatory agencies would probably impose the same conditions. Thank you.
Just a little comment to add to what was mentioned. Totally agree with it. That you're absolutely right. Thanks for raising the question, because one of the drawbacks of AI is the true representation of the data sets to the global community. We all, any clinician, anyone who's in the field knows that the patient in the US is not like in Egypt, like in Japan. There's different genetics, different environmental, hereditary, different reasons to make patients are different. And any clinician knows this. So the problem now is AI, no matter how big the data is, like in breast cancer, for example, we have 1 million. Companies are saying we have a 1 million mammogram data set. But if you look at the true representation of this, it is not applicable to the heterogeneity of the whole world. And there is something need to be done in this to have this true representation of these data sets, because, again, that's one reason, one alert. We should be, those who are involved in AI and machine learning should be working hard to get over this, really to generalize. I'm not talking here about the health equity issue, because it's a more bigger issue, that not everyone receiving the same equal treatment or diagnosis, chance to be diagnosed, but here it's specific about technical differences, and there is a lot of work to be done. As far as I know, there start to be more concerns about this, and they are trying to find a way, but not yet. We're not there yet. I mean, that's a big gap in the AI when applied to different countries. Thank you.
Thank you. From my point, I think there is huge limitation of current AI image analysis, because the performance should under the top leading doctor. That is a huge limitation. Then I think two possibilities are important. One is a connection through AI, independent, different knowledge. That is very important. And also, generative AIs are very important, in my opinion, because we cannot see the inside of the brain of doctor. This disease is, this image is disease or not. That information is very discreted. But many generative image, we can understand doctor decide this is a disease or not. Then I think generative AI is a kind of a mirror to see the inside of the good doctor's brain. Then I think a very promising method.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. Yes, please.
So thank you very much for your great presentation. I'm Tetsuya Yamada from Omron Healthcare. Since we are selling the devices, home healthcare devices, and then I want to know, this is not imaging, but I want to know the future of the time series data and the prediction by using the time series data, like BP, daily BP, or daily ECG waveform, that kind of data, if you can available, can you create an algorithm to predict the diseases?
Yes, a lot of work has happened in that. Mostly, a lot of the methods for time series analysis has already been developed in economics, because all the stock market data is time series. And there's huge money to be made if you can predict the future or predict whatever in the stock market, right? So there we have excellent models of time series analysis. And now those models are being tested on, for example, EEG, ECG, and all of these time series. And I know there's a few companies, especially companies which make like smart watches, like Apple, they're really interested in this because you can record all of these time series using the smartwatch. And if they can make such predictions, and you know, my smartwatch is going to tell me, oh, you're going to have a heart attack. So that's really useful, right? Especially for old people. So I know there's a lot of work on that happening both in the industry and academia. I think we are almost out of time, so thank you for the opportunity. I think we had a very good discussion.
Thank you very much, panelists. Imaging, medical imaging. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Next, we move on to another panel discussion on the topic of approaches to reducing the stigma surrounding mental illness. So mental illness is a reality, and millions of people face the social stigma and discrimination that they experience, which can make their lives very difficult and making it harder for them to recover. Which is why it's important to talk about prioritizing mental health, educating and advocating for the resources and reducing the stigma around mental health. All right, so let us welcome our moderator, Ms. Mia Eisenstadt, founder and CEO of Fatherly. Zaina Gosub, PhD, MCC, Leadership, Wellness, and Executive Coach for Embrace to Create. Welcome. Dr. Mohita Srivastava, founder and CEO of Cognitome Program at Cognitome. Ashutosh Singh, Chief SUA Officer, Founder and Representative Director for Patanjali Japan Foundation. And Amer Safdar, Chair of Education for the Guild of Healthcare Pharmacists. Welcome. Okay. Sure, yeah. So if you'd like to leave some time for questions for the audience, the timer will be set. Let's set the timer, please. Oh, I don't have Dr. Francis. Oh, I do. My goodness, it's there and I skipped you. My apologies. Dr. Francis Ikenemo, MD at Happiness Doctor. How can we forget the Happiness Doctor? All right, do we have enough chairs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Apologies, doctor.
Okay, well, welcome everyone to this panel on the topic of approaches to reducing stigma surrounding mental illness. And we have an incredible, diverse, and fantastic panel today that represent experiences from all around the world. And so I'm very pleased to be and humbled to be moderating this group. As we've had throughout this event, we're also going to be referring to personal stories and to lived experience. So please bring your whole selves, your hearts, and your head as we look at this topic. Before we start, I just want to remind everyone what stigma is. Stigma refers to discrediting or devaluing or shaming a person because of their particular characteristics. And the problem with stigma is that it leads to both discrimination and isolation. So I think we've mentioned HIV over the last few days, so that would be a physical characteristic. But we're focusing today on stigma around mental health and mental illnesses. And what causes stigma? The causes are a lack of understanding and negative attitudes or prejudice towards mental health conditions. So can I just see a raise of hands? Has anyone seen someone have prejudice towards mental illness or neurodiversity in either their workplace or the communities that they work with? So we've got a few hands, so just asking, has anyone experienced stigma themselves personally? Doesn't have to be to do with mental illness. Yep. So, okay. And has anyone ever challenged stigma and said, actually, that's not what it means to have depression. It's actually more complicated than that. Yep. So that's great. We've got quite a few hands. So I think we're all united here in the importance of challenging stigma. So we're going to start today with hearing a personal story from Dr. Francis.
Okay.
And so I'm going to pass to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. How do I start? It was a mid-summer night. It was 1 a.m. in the morning. If you are with me, you will find me in one of the most busiest GP posts in the Netherlands, in The Hague. You find me speaking to my patients. You find me talking with my colleagues. So the night shift is done. So I looked around. I saw my colleagues with whom I've made friends in the last 7 years. And I thought to myself, am I going to see them again? You see, then I said bye to everybody, gave them a hug, bye-bye, happy. Everybody was saying that I was happy. He's always happy and cheery, so it's good with him. I said, yes, I'll see you next time. Then I walked to my car. I sat in my car. You see, the thoughts in my brain were darker than the outside. The thoughts in my brain were darker, and I thought to myself, this is the moment. Who is going to miss me anyway? This is the moment. So I took my car, and I said to myself, well, you know the place, you know what to do. You've been planning this for the last 6 months, so this is your day. So I got into my car, drove slowly, got on the highway, 50 kilometers per hour, 60 kilometers per hour, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160. And I saw the tree was just before me. I said, okay, this is the moment. Just about 2 seconds before I hit the tree, my car came to a stop. Then I told myself, oh boy, what are you doing? What are you doing? At that moment, the tears came running down my cheeks. And I told myself, you selfish bastard. What will your mama say? What will your father say? What will your son say? So, fast forward, the next morning, you'll find me at the petrol station. And that is when the police came knocking on the screen of my car. He said, the neighbors have been complaining. There's a strange white car here the whole night. So, what are you doing? May I see your driving license? I said, oh, yes. I gave him my driving license, and I saw those very blue eyes looking directly into me, and I was thinking, if only he knew what I wanted to do yesterday. He gave my driving license, and he told me, you can go. And that moment, he gave me the permission to leave again. Then, you see, 6 months earlier, my father passed away in a fatal car accident. I'm an African. I'm the first child of my family, 10 siblings. I have the responsibility to take care of them, of the community, my patients, and my mother. And I was thinking to myself, how do I do all this? I was crumbling, I was struggling, I was dying. But you know, I'm an African, I'm a doctor. We don't do depression. I don't do depression. You know what? Depression is for lazy people. And so, seriously, no offense. And some people will say, you know what, Dr. Francis, depression is for white people, not for Africans. So I didn't tell anybody this, what was happening to me. So after that night, I thought to myself, something has got to change. And that is why I found myself making medical journals, making notes, and that is why I came to write my book, Depression Lies. And today, I'm grateful because every day above the ground is a great day. That is why I'm with these very beautiful people to talk about the stigma of mental health. It's got to stop.
So I think everyone will agree with me, the bravery and the courage that it takes for Dr. Francis to tell that story, and that many people don't tell their story of near suicide because it's either too painful or too shameful. So even just here, Dr. Francis is breaking stigma right now, and this is one way that we can break stigma through sharing stories. So one of the things you mentioned, Dr. Francis, was around being a Black African man and doctor, and that you said that having depression isn't possible in that cultural context.
Mm-hmm.
So can you just explain a bit more about that for everyone?
Yeah, you see, having depression is like a shame. What do you mean? Are you lazy? Are you crazy? Depression, is that witchcraft? You have depression, you go to the voodoo man, or you speak with the pastor. You see, listen, let me clarify something here. You have right to be sad. You have a right to have low mood. Yes, depression is a disease. When you recognize the symptoms, you got to speak to somebody. Right now, my goal, and I think your goals too, is to break that stigma, to tell that it's okay to have it. It's just like hypertension or diabetes. There's no stigma about it. It's okay, but you've got to talk about it. And what I do right now is when I recognize the symptoms of depression in myself or anybody, I try to talk about it. But believe me, it's hard work. It's hard work. So here we have the opportunity to break the stigma. You were talking about it yesterday, and I think right in this room, we should be doing that. And we should be doing as much as we can.
Absolutely. And
Dr. Bia, I would like to add on that,
Okay.
is that the cultural diversity is in all of the cultures, but also at the level of professions. So at the professional level also, there are many professions like physicians, for example, it's the field of work that I work with. They don't acknowledge mental health, and this would lead to a lot of mental breakdown.
absolutely. So, so Dr. Francis is a medical doctor, you're a GP as well as being a Black African man, and so there's also stigma within medical profession and with professional environments where it becomes very difficult to say if you are a provider of care that you also need care. Right?
Yeah, exactly. If I may go a little bit deep on that, when I wrote my book, Depression Lies, and my colleagues read the book, say, did that happen to you? I said, yeah, it's in a book. And I was just wondering, if I came to you and told you that moment and you told me, oh, it's okay with you, I don't think that was the stigma at that moment, you know, saying, you are a doctor, you don't get depressed. Well, I did.
Thank you. And so, Amar, we heard some of your story yesterday. I think most of us will remember it's quite a powerful story. So I'm not going to ask you to tell it again, but obviously you're a British man from a South Asian background. And do you just, as we're talking about the cultural ways that stigma manifests in different cultural contexts, do you want to share a little bit about how the stigma towards mental illness in either British or South Asian community?
Yeah, I can talk about both really, because the South Asian community is an Asian community where I live. And we have similar thoughts in terms of the word depression is what we use, or what is used, but actually it could be trauma, it could be mental health deterioration, it could be lots of things, but the South Asian diaspora only ever uses that word as depression. You've got depression. And as a healthcare professional, I knew that I did not have depression. I had anxiety and stress. We talked just before this session in terms of what can we do about it, how can we bust those myths? And one of the best ways to do that is doing what we're doing now. And I said this yesterday, it is hard. So I commend Dr. Francis for sitting next to me and talking about what you've talked about, because we need that message to go out. And it's not just the South Asian community. There's lots of different communities who hide it. You know, it's as you were saying, it's voodoo.
Yeah.
Do you want to take it from there?
Yeah. It's like when you're not feeling. I mean, you have the clinical criteria to diagnose depression. However, when you start complaining about not feeling very well, the first thing is somebody tells, go see the voodoo man. With all respect, I do believe in traditional medicine, but however, I believe there should be some way of going through a process that helps you to go through mental health, whatever it may be. So the voodoo man is good, but I think we need something more, and that we need people like yourself and myself and yourself to talk about this to the community. Yes, go see the voodoo man, but see a doctor too.
Okay, thank you. So, Ashutosh, so I know that you work in Japan and that you're on a mission to eliminate stress and depression and suicide.
Yes.
So could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I went to Japan 15 years back, and first time in my life I heard the word stress. So I am engineer originally, so they were talking about some stress about somebody. So I thought they were talking about some project because I studied strain in my mechanical engineering. So I said, okay, what is this project? They said, no, this is a person in stress. I couldn't understand that. So they said there is some type of thing in mental stress. But yes, in Japan, yes, I have a short story actually. When I went to Japan, I worked in a super black company. We have a black companies in Japan. So they made me, the worst thing what they have done is, they made me stay in Ueno Park. If you are from Japan, in Tokyo, there is Ueno Park. I used to stay with the homeless people. But I was not stressed actually. I was enjoying because I'm super mentally strong. And I was the last employee of that company. After that, that company was bankrupted. So that didn't affect me But after working in Japan for 10, 15 years, I found there is a pattern in Japanese companies, Japanese corporates. There is a groupism and they bully people. And we cannot fire people. So what they do is they bully them and they make the situation so that that person leave the company. And similar thing happened with one of my colleague. She was from Europe and she was suffering from sexual harassment and mental harassment, power harassment. And that triggered me actually, that this should not be the way society should move. So then I thought that why it happened to me also. I mean, I was living in the park, it's okay. Why they couldn't affect me? So I've gone through, I did retrospective of my own life journey, my upbringing and my cultural and my family values. Then I found that I am spiritually very healthy. So we have a life, we have this body, we receive this body and we'll leave it someday. You don't need to take stress. Very simple philosophy. And spiritually, I'm very healthy. So mentally, I can be very healthy. And I have some special techniques which I do on regular basis. So that made me physically healthy, mentally healthy, spiritually I'm already healthy. Then I thought of why don't I spread this knowledge to everyone in daily routine. Then I have done, that is in 2019, I have interviewed more than 500 people in Japan. In Japan, Tokyo, starting from Tokyo, the most stressed city, and many suicide happens. Then went to the suburbs areas, Hokkaido. I didn't go to Okinawa, but to the other suburbs like Hida, if somebody knows about Hida, Takayama. And I went to India also and found that in India also stress is becoming common word now. So I was surprised actually. So yeah, so basically, yeah, I have a story, but going to the bullseye, targeting bullseye, I have a special technique which I follow in daily routine. And I think that is helping so many people. Many people are connected with us, many suicidal attempt people, they connected with us. Many people having depression medications, they are connected with us. Their medicines are going down. And many people are getting benefit.
That's great news. And I think Ashutosh brought attention to the fact that suicide is very different in different countries. So in some countries there's a high rate of suicide, and others it's lower. But I think one thing I'd like to bring attention to is that suicide in men worldwide is 3 to 4 times what it is in women. So sometimes people say to me, oh, why do you advocate for men's mental health as a woman? And I feel it's just unacceptable that I have a son, there's many important men in my life, and I would not want anyone to go through suicide. And if we know that the rate is 3 to 4 times higher, then that's a problem. And that's something we're not talking about because of stigma. So, Dr. Zaina, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your work as a professional and how you work to address stigma with your clients and the sort of tools that you use.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the works I do global work. I do work in the Middle East and I do work in the United States. And it's differentiated between the Middle East is more with women, and in the States it's more with the health sector. So the healthcare sector. And I work with physicians and I work with the paramedical field, and burnout is my specialty. And the approaches that we deal with as globally is 3 elements. The first is wellness, and when we say wellness, we're talking about, as he was saying, about mental, physical, and spiritual wellness, but there's the element of social wellness also, and connectedness. That is very important. The second approach is our emotional intelligence. So how highly emotionally intelligent we are, and going through assessment tools regarding emotional intelligence and seeing where we're at. And the third approach, which is the anchoring approach, is the coaching, and using a lot of modalities in the coachings and a lot of tools in the coaching. Now, the purpose of all of that is creating awareness. Creating awareness in the individuals that we're working with. And if there is mental health disease, like severe mental health disease, absolutely, then there should be going to therapeutic modalities, be it either any kind of modality, CBT or otherwise. But if there is depression or anxiety or not PTSD, then we have to actually work by rewiring our brains. And the rewiring happens through a whole lot of modalities that we work through in human behavior, in coaching, and in counseling. So this is the whole approach. Now, self-awareness is the key. Second is what we call the wholeness approach. So the wholeness approach is based on self-love, self-compassion, and having the ability to recognize all of that and actualizing all of that, and having the support system to do so. Basically, and definitely at the base of all of this is education. Education and understanding the importance that Dr. Francis was saying is that mental health disease is like diabetes. It's like coronary artery disease. It's like any disease that we need to acknowledge. And where I come from Lebanon. It's a disease that is, from the last 10 years, that has been more acknowledged and more looked into, and the whole of the Middle East. So depending on culture, depending on profession, depending on social stigma also, that if you're a physician, if you are a known person, then if you are mentally ill, then you're crazy. And that is something that we really need to be working on. So basically the approach is coaching, wellness, and modalities in wellness, and emotional intelligence.
Thank you. That's really interesting. And just while we're on this, I was just thinking, as we're thinking about the different cultural approaches towards mental illness and stigma, is there sort of one difference you notice amongst, say, one key difference you notice amongst your clients in America, say, with your clients in the Middle East, in terms of either the problems they're facing or the stigma that they describe?
First of all, I'm going to talk about gender. So the Middle Eastern men don't acknowledge the problem. So as you said, they deal with more physical issues that manifest themselves physically in many diseases, and more than women. Second, yes, the difference is the awareness that you can see in the United States. It's totally different than the Middle East, no matter where you come from in the Middle East. It's that awareness that helps you. It's 50% of the solution, that you go and do something about it. Even if you get stuck, but you continue doing something about it, that's a whole lot of difference that we really need to keep working on.
Okay, great. And Dr. Mahita, I know as a neuroscientist, you've developed a program. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about how you deal with stigma, or the self-stigma that your clients experience when they come and receive treatment from you.
Yeah, Mia, thank you for asking this question. Actually, before I answer your question, I would like to mention one point here, that everybody here sitting, and we as an individual in this earth are human beings. So being stigmatic about any kind of condition or any kind of time period in your life you're going through is really a torture to your own self. One should really understand that the time is not always the same. Sometimes you have, the time which is applauding you, sometimes the time which is just not good for you. So in due course of time, we all face some kind of depression, stress, anxiety. So we should really not be stigmatized about these kind of things. It happens to everyone, and irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the position one is holding, we are human beings first. So we should accept and we should self-respect our own selves. As Ashutosh has rightly mentioned, that it's just a body and we are here for a purpose. We are not immortal, right? So first of all, we have to challenge this concept of a stigma, especially, the concept of mental health. The Cognitum program that I'm offering is, of course, based on the concept of neuroplasticity, or the neural plasticity, or the synaptic plasticity, we call it as. There are two kinds of synaptic plasticity, the functional and the structural. So as Dr. Zena mentioned about rewiring the connections, the neural connections. there are multiple ways, that you can do it, using the talk therapies and the psychotherapies as well. What I have been seeing in my clients, when I'm dealing basically with the anxiety clients and the PTSD clients. So when they come to me, they are specifically coming to me for their cognitive functions and cognitive control training because of either the prolonged effect of the usage of the drugs or, over anxious or oxidative stress in the brain and all those things, the perturbations in the HPXs and all that stuff, they have declining, they are suffering from a cognitive decline, kind of a cognitive decline or a brain fog. So I'm focusing and targeting on that. But I'm also a neuropsychologist. So having an empathetic approach towards the humanity in general, I definitely have some protocols to assess them and to know their initial stages when they come to me to evaluate them, to assess them, to evaluate them. What I come across, they are definitely, having stigma in their mind about, and they're not open to discuss to everybody when I seek a testimonial or something, being an entrepreneur. So they specifically ask me not to mention our names, just put the initials. Sometimes, as Mia was asking, I just wanted to mention here in the cultural context, specifically from India, the clients from India, they're very particular about not mentioning their name, not disclosing their name, not even mention the country. Though a lot of awareness campaigns and everything, psychoeducation programs, everywhere is going across, even in India. But, as a neuropsychologist, I personally believe, this is my personal opinion, that to deal with a client who are facing stigma, specifically the mental health related issues, one should focus on a person-centered approach as well as having an empathetic attitude. So there are two ways the way I deal with the clients. One, I need to understand what a client expects from me. What he really wants is to be actively listened. He or she really seeks an environment which is safe for him. And me being a therapist or a psychologist or a psychotherapist or a neuropsychologist or a neuroscientist, me to whom he's coming to me, being very non-judgmental and non-discriminative about himself or herself. So this is what a client really expects. And they definitely want, of course, there are, some kind of ethical concerns and confidentiality confidential things that we have to keep secret about their identity and all those stuff, but still, what they expect is while seeking a treatment or any kind of therapy, they don't want us to be judgmental about their conditions. They don't want us to discriminate them that they are the patient, they are different from the crowd. Second thing that we must focus on is what approaches you can, you allow them, you teach them, you bring into their lives that they can come out of the stigma very nicely. So there are two important points. First, create an environment where they feel very confident, build a trust. Build a trust with them, understand them, be empathetic, be in their shoes, understand what is happening. Second thing, always, they also want that, they want that we should acknowledge that they are being stigmatized. So they want that self-advocacy, that, somebody has to, either they seek it from us, that you have to advocate from our point of view that, we are being stigmatized. So we really need to empower them. We need to, make them understand by educating and creating awareness and ask them to go and seek the, social support or the peer groups, join those groups and share their stories. And don't be stigmatized about any condition because because this is just a human life journey. And this is not permanent. Everything can be changed. And if you accept it, if you become self-aware about it, if you self-reflect about it, you're definitely going, overcome all these issues.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other important point to make about stigma is that it's not static, it changes over time. So after the pandemic, obviously worldwide, we had an increase in anxiety and depression, which I'm sure everyone's aware of. But what people have commented to me is that it's become more socially acceptable to say I have anxiety, but still it's stigmatized to say I have depression, right? So I might say, oh, I have anxiety about something, but to admit that you have depression is still quite stigmatized. The other thing that some of the psychologists have been commenting on is that we're using the words wrong. So younger people are saying I have anxiety or I'm depressed, when actually what they mean is I'm worried and I'm sad. Mm-hmm. So psychologists are keen to make clear that being sad and being worried is completely different to having a clinical diagnosis of anxiety and depression. So someone with depression often can't get out of bed, right, unless they have functional depression. Someone who's sad is a natural part of being human. We cannot be happy all the time. It's natural to feel a range of emotions. So just wanted to ask our panelists, do you feel that, in your sort of experience over the last few years or longer, do you feel like there's been a change, that some disorders have become, some mental illnesses have become more sort of socially acceptable and others are still quite stigmatized?
Should I take that one? Oh yes, absolutely. COVID came and COVID went. The good thing about COVID is that it is more socially acceptable to talk about your mental health, whatever it may be it depression or anxiety. Actually, I do notice that talking about depression is even easier after COVID. And the reason about that is you see these celebrities talking about it. And also from a personal point of view, I am very, very observant if somebody has got some signs of depression. I have been there. I mean, if a patient comes to me 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, I say, boy or girl, we've got to talk. And that makes it easier for me because I tell my personal story then. Then I tell, do you think this could be happening to you? And the patient may say, or a friend say, oh, thank you so much for raising the issue. I don't know how to talk about it because there's a lot of stigma about it. And to your question, yes, talking about depression and talking about other mental health issues is easier, but we are not there yet. You see, if you look for it, you will find it.
Great. And so just
there's one more addition. The differences between the generations. So Gen Z, Gen Alpha, millennials are totally different than Gen X. And Gen Zs, they have the ability to talk about their mental health easier. It has been reported in the literature. Gen Alpha now is having more difficulties post-COVID, of course. So these generational differences and with the advances of technology also has had a very big effect in post-COVID also.
Absolutely, and we have a generation that's growing up with COVID as their sort of starting point. And my son's 13, and he said, Mummy, 2018 was the worst year of my life, 2018 to 2019. And I thought, for a young guy, you know, to have that perspective of times being worse and times being better is actually quite strange, you know. So they're noticing. And obviously there's babies that have been born during the pandemic, and so the world we have now with increased uncertainty is all they have known. So Amr, I'd love to hear your perspective on this.
So I used to be a trustee for a multi-academy trust, which is secondary schools and sixth form schools. And when in 2019, 2020, the pandemic came, obviously all classrooms were closed, the schools were closed. And one of the things that we were worried about was what trauma would the students have. They are year 7, so that's around 10, 11 years old, all the way through to 18 years old. And they're at home. They're either, I was going to say, bunking off school, as in they didn't go to school, or they didn't do the homework that they needed to do. And we were worried, and the whole education sector within England was really worried about what's going to happen with these kids who have not formed relationships with their friends because they've had 2 years out. They don't go to their family because you're not allowed, because it was locked down. And how are they going to behave when they come through the pandemic? Yep. And what's happened is that there's been because my youngest is 17, he just turned 17 last week, and he's a troubled boy. Yeah. I can't deal with it. He's just a troubled boy. He goes out late at night, he comes back, he vapes, he doesn't smoke, he's tried weed, but he's not told me that he's tried weed, but I know he's tried weed. And that's what we're going to be fighting with, because they just haven't had that 2 or 3 years in teenage years. And the younger ones, you see even worse. When you move from a primary school and you go to a secondary school in England, that's a big enough jump as it is normally. Now you've got young kids who are sort of very young, 9, 10. They don't know how to have relationships. Yeah, and that's a relationship with their family, with their peers. It's a real challenge, and this will carry on unless we deal with it. This will be a generation change.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you framed the importance of this issue, which is that we have to. It's not always comfortable to deal with stigma, but we owe it to our children and to the next generations as well as ourselves. So we're going to go to questions from the floor in a minute. But do you have any final comments you want to make before we go to the floor?
Yeah. Tonight, as we speak, this, for me, speaking about this now, is not that a big issue anymore, but I can understand there's somebody out there, even in this room, who is thinking about somebody that they don't know and thinking, how do I address that? How do I talk about that? Believe me, I have been there. We may sit and we talk about it, but it's still not that very easy. I have been there. If there's somebody out there who is feeling lonely, if there's somebody out there who is struggling, if there's somebody out there that you know who is thinking, what do I do? If there's somebody out there that you know you've not seen for a couple of days, week, and you see certain mood change in them, you could just give them a call. You could give them just a text message. Believe me, this has happened before. Just that text message prevented somebody from committing suicide.
Yeah, I think that's a very nice practical to do that we could all do. If we all have a friend or a relative that we know is on their own, just sending them a text message and say, hey, how are you? Or I'm thinking of you, could save someone's life. And anyone else final comments?
Let's make zero stigma society with the power of routine, a better routine.
So a better lifestyle and a better routine
Yes.
to be more mentally strong. Okay.
Yeah, and on a very lighter note, you know, when we came across the COVID, we all were very scared. We didn't know what is this virus about and how are we going to survive. So to challenge the stigma, the best way is consider all of your mental issues as COVID. Initially, it will be tough to sail through, but as you develop the immunity, it's very easy. And a lot of vaccines are there in terms of, different therapeutic approaches and management skills to develop your immunity. Be mentally resilient.
So Dr. Mohita talked about safe space. As coaches, we say the following. We say that every one of us has a solution in them. We have the power and we have the resources, and the gold is in us. We need to search for that gold, and if we cannot find it, reach out to people that will help us, professionals or otherwise, just to be able to create that resilience and basically to have the ability to go through the wholeness process that I talked about earlier in self-acceptance and love.
Great, thank you. And I think we're all available if anyone wants to follow up, if anything was triggering or wants to follow up with any of us after this session. We're all available and all ears.
Absolutely.
Great, so I'm going to pass over to questions now.
Thank you guys for your vulnerability and just bringing up this important topic. I think one of the ways that we have reduced the stigma around mental illness has been people sharing their stories on social media, right? Celebrities, everyday people who you follow, they're telling their truth, they're doing videos. It's interesting that also we're seeing that social media is the cause of some of these mental challenges. So I just want to get your opinion on that, if anyone wants to speak on the effects of social media and how it has been an advantage and disadvantage. Thank you.
I've used social media for that reason myself. I tweet. I've stopped tweeting a lot now because I'm not comfortable. But I tweet around mental health. On my LinkedIn profile, I've written quite a few posts around mental health, and I've done some blogs for the professional leadership body around mental health and shared those. And I shared them with these guys as well. So, and it's a very simple message. But because my thinking was that not my generation or our generation, this is for the generation below. So it's for them to be okay to read what I read and then relate to it themselves, and then to reach out to me, which they do on LinkedIn or Twitter, and then we can have a conversation. Sometimes I don't even know who they are, but it doesn't matter, you see. So I think social media is powerful for good. There's lots of toxicity in social media, particularly Twitter, but you can manage that.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
So I completely agree with Amar, and one word of caution I would give to young people, though, that want to share either living with depression or ADHD or autism, is that it is a permanent record on the internet. So whilst as adults we can be discerning and decide what we want to share, and Amar's story, you've made that decision and you've helped a lot of people through your story. But younger children, obviously young people use social media a ton. So just being able to support them to think critically about how they use social media, because it will be there forever, and they may be, later on down the line, they may not want to share. So I just think word of caution is also good for young people.
It's a bit of a cry for help, though, and then they regret it afterwards. So the message for me is that if you write something and you regret it, delete it. I mean, it will be on somebody's profile, but it won't spread. And if you leave it, then it, as you said, that it might just come back later on.
And one more thing, if that's possible. I think these days the celebrities talk about their mental health problems and anxiety, depression. We also have to be very cautious about somebody saying I'm depressed, being it a fashion. So you have to be very, very careful about that. If you have a friend or family and they say they are depressed, you may have to ask certain questions to see, is that really right? Just like you are saying, there's a difference between being sad, low mood, or depressed. It's very, very, very important, because you don't want to see, you don't want to bring somebody who is having low mood into depression just because they see it. So language is so crucial.
And trying to get a diagnosis from a qualified doctor is really, really important, because that opens up the pathways for you to get treatment. And for young people, that's really important, or the parents of the young people, that's really important, so they can open the door and then go in and get the proper therapy that they need.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and just a quick link to the previous, oh sorry, sir, did you want to come and ask a question?
Yes, we've been talking a lot about the importance of speaking up to relieve some of the stress and to go beyond stigma. And I think, I don't know if you agree or not, we need to increase the effort to aware people about the great service we provide. I feel some of the health providers in this field are stigmatized themselves. They sometimes feel reluctant to talk about it in public. They could be mocked, they could be ridiculed, or having a lot of questions that they may not be able to answer. So don't you think we need to work more on delivering the message to the masses so they can feel comfortable? Because the more people go to it, the more people visit you guys, and the more publicized it will become, and more comfortable to people. When I see people around me visiting such professionals, I will have no problem doing the same.
Yeah.
The second thing to Mr. Ashutosh, you've been talking about routines. I would appreciate if you can teach us one routine today to go out of the day-to-day stress. One routine you can teach us today for free, no payment. Thank you.
Okay, so yoga is the foundation of life, and people think yoga is something, doing some downward poses done by some rich ladies as a expensive sports with a branded wear and having a branded yoga mat with an energy drink. But yoga is not the pose. Yoga is the foundation of life. I call it the manual of life, how to lead our life. So what we do, I'll just share 3 techniques, and I want everyone to write it down and practice it. Practice it for 3 months and tell me the result. Okay? You have to tell me the result.
So you're going to share 3
I'll share
techniques.
now. Can I share
you
now?
You want everyone to write them down, or we're going to do them now? Or we're going to
We'll
write
do
it down?
We'll do it now.
Okay.
So I call it silver triangle. Okay? So it's a breathing technique, pranayam. So what we do is normally in the morning time, we just sit straight and back straight and shoulder relax. So what we do is we inject oxygen in our lungs. There are many dead spaces where oxygen does not reach actually. So we inject so that all our cells will have plenty of oxygen. So what we do is we inhale from nose and exhale from nose. We exhale with the pressure on our stomach, something like this. Yes, it is difficult. It is difficult. It is difficult. And it will take some time. So what we do is we do it 10 minutes or 15 minutes on daily basis. Okay? We start with 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. We have our own yogi belt system. So I call it green belt yogi, do it 50 times. White belt yogi, do it 100 times. Kesari belt yogi, do it without continuing, do it continue. So this is one technique, and remember your stomach should be empty. And this is one technique. We call it Kapal Bhati. Kapal Bhati means Kapal means head, and Bhati means to shine. So this is one of the purification technique. So it purifies our nadi. Nadi, I don't know what to say nadi in English. Channels. So this is one technique. Please remember it. Kapal Bhati. Okay. Do it for 10 minutes. Okay.
So you need an empty stomach for this
Empty
one?
stomach. Empty stomach.
So that counts me out.
Yes. So that is why today I didn't have lunch, so that I can. Okay. I was expecting this question. So this is one technique. Then we have Anulom Vilom. So basically, we have two parts of our brain, right brain and left brain. So we want to balance both brains. So we want to activate both brain. So how it will activate? We inhale from left nose, so it will activate right brain. And when we inhale or exhale from right nostril, it will activate right brain. And at one time, we both cannot be active. So we forcefully activate them. So what we do is, let's do it. Do
you want everyone to stand up?
Yeah, no, just sit straight.
You just...
Close your right nostril, inhale from left nostril. Exhale from right nostril. Inhale from right nostril. Exhale from left nostril. And then just continue it. What it will do, it will purify your nadi, again channels. So right brain and left brain both will be activated together in morning time. Do it after Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati 10 minutes, so 5 minutes Anulom Vilom. We call it Anulom Vilom or Nadi Shodhan also. Nadi means channels. Then third one is, Kapalbhati if you are having heart problem, cardiac problem. or high blood pressure, or cholesterol
So we
is
just
okay.
have 1 minute left, I've been told.
Okay. Cholesterol is okay. Pregnant ladies, so please don't do that. Then third one is Brahmari pranayam. Brahmari is the super great pranayam. It will restart your mind. So we vibrate our mind basically. What we do is inhale. Let's do it. While exhaling, and do it like this, and while closing your eyes and ears, do it like this, like 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And when you do this 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or 5 minutes, you automatically will become in the meditative state. We don't say that you are doing meditation. You will be in meditative state, and try it for 3 months, and I will be waiting for your reply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A big round of applause for all our panel.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Mir, for moderating. Thank you, everyone, for being on this panel and discussing the stigma around mental health. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, panelists, for your valuable input and for being amazing on stage. Considering the popularity of patient-generated health data, let's dig deeper in our upcoming session on the topic, the promise of patient-generated health data. And how does it help in providing a more comprehensive picture of ongoing patient health? So please put your hands together for our speaker, Mr. David Rowlands, Managing Director at Digital Health Leadership Australasia. You're welcome. Yeah, okay. Timer, please. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me all right? Good. So, when I started thinking about the promise of patient-generated health data and what I was going to say, I started in probably a fairly traditional place. I thought, okay, well, I can talk about what kinds of data that patients generate, what are the differences between patient-generated data and the data that we traditionally use in health service delivery, or we traditionally capture all of that transactional data, because my goodness, we are great data collectors. I could talk about the relative strengths and weaknesses, pros and cons of each, etc. There are a whole lot of things we could talk about, including quality and how we actually govern patient-generated data. But then as a data guy, and I've been working with data for 40 years now, and you can't do digital health without data, I went back to basics and said, well, what promise? Data only exists for a reason. For every bit of data we have, we need to know why we want that piece of data, how we got there. And so we walk around our organisations, I walk around a lot of different organisations and continually talk about data being an asset. And it should be, of course, but it's not always. Data is a tremendous asset if it's high quality data, if it actually measures what we think it measures, if it's reliable, etc., and we can define what we think about quality. And it's also really an asset if we use it properly. But if it's not high quality data, then it's actually a liability. It can take us to the wrong place entirely. And if we spend all of these resources capturing all of this data and we don't use it, then it's not an asset, it's an expense. So when thinking about the promise of patient-generated health data, started thinking, well, okay, in relation to what? And the answer was right there on the same slide. In relation to rethinking the healthcare landscape. So I'm going to focus on rethinking the healthcare landscape and talk about how patient-generated data can help us do that. Now, if we're going to think about the healthcare landscape, and we've done a bit of that over the last couple of days, quite a bit of it, we really do have to step back from where we are now. Those of us who work in health service delivery, it's just a fast-moving conveyor belt. We're so busy doing what the next thing is on that conveyor belt that we often don't get the time and the headspace to take a few steps back and think, well, why are we even doing this? Why couldn't we do something completely different and maybe get to a different destination, maybe a better destination? So the focus of this talk is about asking you to do some of that stepping back. So if we're going to rethink the healthcare landscape, we would start by asking some fairly fundamental questions, wouldn't we? We'd start asking about what is health. Now, we've had some discussion about that over yesterday and certainly today, including in the last panel. What is this thing that we're actually dealing with? What is health? In our health services day to day, do we focus on health or do we focus on ill health? It's a pretty important question. If we know what it is, then how do we measure it? What determines it? How do we generate it? How can our various stakeholders, our industries, our governments, our businesses, our societies, our consumers, how can we actually deliver health to ourselves and to our populations and customers? Well, we've just had one demonstration, one very active demonstration of how we might deliver ourselves some health every morning. Is that sustainable? If we're a private business, can we make a buck out of it? If we're a government, can we afford to do it and do it and do it over and over again? And how can we measure what we're doing? There's some of the questions that we need to ask about rethinking healthcare. And I'm sure you can begin to see there are some important data aspects associated with those questions. So what is health? Well, as I said yesterday, and as a number of people have either said or alluded to, nearly 80 years ago now, 80 years ago, that's a long time, the WHO enshrined in its constitution a definition of health. Now, yesterday we asked the question in one of the panels that I was on, well, how have we strayed so far from that mission? Because most of us in our health service organisations concentrate just on the last three words, disease or infirmity. We don't have anything to do with the vast bulk of the definition. So if we're going to be rethinking health and the healthcare landscape, let's think about health in that sense. Let's not think about ill health. Let's think about how we can reimagine health and the care that produces health. So my second question on that previous slide was, how do we measure it? Well, turns out the WHO does measure it routinely. There it is, for a whole range of countries. Don't worry about trying to read the slide. If you want to see where your country sits on that scale, just go and look it up on the WHO website, it's right there. There's only a couple of important things. One is that the blue line represents average lifespan at birth for various countries, and the orange line represents healthy life expectancy at birth. And obviously, the orange line is always below the blue line. So we don't have to go thinking about how we measure health. It's done for us. Now I can flash up some definitions here. WHO measures healthy life expectancy using health-adjusted life expectancy. And look at the keywords in that definition. It's a very strong reflection of that WHO definition of health, isn't it? It's the number of years we live in full health in the absence of infirmity and disease, basically. So, and again, if you want to work out, if you want to know exactly how the WHO measures that, I'm not going to talk about it now, but it's all there on the WHO website, perfectly available public information. Well, now, let me just change the terminology a fraction, because life expectancy and healthy life expectancy are pretty clumsy to keep on talking about. So, let me talk about lifespan versus health span. Health span is a word that a colleague of mine in Australia, Paul Nikolarakis, talks about a lot, and he introduced me to the term, but it's pretty widely used over the internet if you go looking for it. And there's those concepts just reframed in terms of those words which are easier to say. And because that previous graphic was too detailed to be terribly useful in a setting like this, I've just pulled out one country, which is my country, Australia. And in Australia, in 2019, the average lifespan for everybody, males and females, was 83 years. So the blue line, the blue bar, represents 83 years. The average Australian health span was 71 years. So there's a gap of 12 years. Now, that might not sound too much over the course of a year, but that's 1 in 7 years. It's 14.5% of your whole lifespan. It's 17% of your health span. And what's that filled up with? What is that gap? Well, it's something that, you know, for me, as a male, looks something like that. Doesn't look all that nice, does it? I'm not looking forward to that. Now, of course, this graphic isn't designed to say it all comes at the end. Of course, it's, you know, spread for different people throughout that lifespan in different proportions, although it is true that a lot of it happens towards the end. But just for the graphic, that's what that 12 years is. It's the unpleasant part of our lives. It's the bit we don't actually want. So, in rethinking health and healthcare, we need to be asking some pertinent questions of our societies, and that is, well, what do they actually want? Now, many of us who work in healthcare actually ask that question of our stakeholders, including our patients, quite often. We say, well, what is it that you want from us? But the trouble is, we ask that question in the context of an ill health system. We ask it from the people, from an organisation that delivers ill health care to people who are receiving ill health care. So they tell us, oh, we want a better patient experience. Well, yeah, that's what you want out of an ill health services. Of course you want that. We want better, we want more participation in decision making. Well, yeah, sure, good. If you ask a policy maker, they might say, well, we want more value-based care. We want to get better bang for the buck from our societies. But if you actually ask a person who's out of that ill health context, if you actually ask anyone in this room what you want from your health, what you actually want is optimal health. I don't care if my patient experience is good, if I'm healthy. I'm not a patient. I don't care. But what I do want is optimal health. And that means I want a better ratio between my health span and my lifespan. I want that sick bit to shrink. I want a longer lifespan. Most of us want a longer lifespan. In fact, there's only one country in the OECD where lifespan is contracting, not extending, and that's the USA. For the rest of us, we experience longer lifespans and we like that. But we also want that proportion of healthy lifespan to be higher. So that's what we actually want. So if we're trying to reimagine healthcare, that's the place we need to start. Then, given that we probably will be crook at some stage, then we want those other things. For the 1/7 of our Australian life where we are sick, yeah, we want better value-based care. Yep, absolutely. We want more convenience. We want to be part of our healthcare. We want better patient experiences, etc., etc. But the overarching thing I want, and tell me if you disagree, but the overarching thing I want is optimal health, that higher ratio of health span to lifespan. So, my next question was, in reimagining healthcare, don't we then need to think about how we generate health span? Well, there's a number of versions of research like this. This one comes out of the University of Wisconsin. I use it because it's fairly widely quoted in the literature. I'm sure you've all seen something similar. Different studies have slightly different numbers, but the overall story is the same, no matter which study you look at. It says that if you want length of life and quality of life, if you want that health span, then 80% of it is produced by health behaviours, by socio-economic factors, or social and economic factors, physical environment, etc. Now, I'm an economist by training, and I learned very early about the 80-20 rule. Well, there's your 80-20 rule. So if we want to be building, if we want to be reimagining health and reimagining healthcare to build what people really want, which is optimal health, then why would we start there? Why would we start with the 20%? But that's where we spend all our money. In Australia, that's where we spend 99% of our health budget. I'm sure it's pretty similar in the rest of your countries as well. But that bit doesn't do very much for our health span. Might be important at times in our life, but it actually doesn't deliver that optimal health that we're all really looking for. So, I would put it to you that for those of us who spend most of our time working in the bottom left-hand quadrant in individual care management services, we're not going to be able to reimagine healthcare and reimagine health and deliver deliver health span unless we start partnering with the other parts of the system that actually do that. If we want to partake in the most rapidly growing part of the health economy, the wider health economy, then we're going to need to do that partnering. What do I mean by that? Well, health around the world is a $9 trillion industry. We only started measuring the economic impact or the economic size of the wellness industry, formally, in 2014, only 10 years ago. We've only started measuring that wellness industry. So much for our 80-year-old concept of health being about other things than infirmity and disease. But already, that wellness industry is about $4.8 trillion. It's already a bit more than half of the size of the health industry. So it is the fastest growing opportunity area for those of us in healthcare. Because if we know something about health, we probably know something about wellness as well, and about well-being as well. Might not be what we deliver on a day-to-day basis, or we might deliver that 20% of it, but we do know something about it. And who's better placed than us to actually do something about it and start delivering it? So, if we're going to be reimagining, then we need to start delivering what people want, optimal health, and what they're increasingly showing us that they're willing to pay for, and we need to partner, and we need to start measuring the right things. Good heavens, they say, he might be about to get to the point of the whole talk. Here we go. There it is, the promise of health-generated data. We knew it had come eventually. So, again, if you're working in healthcare today, where's the focus of the data in your organisation? You have masses of data in your organisation, but it's all up there in that tiny little bit at the end. And if clinical care is only responsible for 20% of our health outcomes, then all of that data focus, which costs us a lot of money, is only going to deliver 20% of what people are actually wanting and will pay for. The other 80% will be based on patient-generated data. It'll come from surveys, it'll come from smart forms, it'll come from our wearables, it'll come from implantables and other remote measuring devices. It'll come from our household appliances. It'll come from our patient-reported outcome measures and patient-reported experience measures. It'll come from the things we watch and that we drive around in. Do you have any idea how much data the car that you drive around generates these days? I can't remember the quantity offhand, it changes so quickly, but it's enormous. Do you know that most of the large motor automobile manufacturers are thinking right now about the health services that they can deliver in those computers on wheels that we all spend so much time in? And that's all they are today. They're just big computers on wheels. And they send off an awful lot of data. So my car knows exactly when I've been to a health service. It knows the healthy and the unhealthy environments I have it. It knows the air quality that I breathe when I go to various places. It knows an awful lot of things about my health. You know, I've got my hands on a steering wheel a lot of the time. You can measure things when you've got hands on things. There's an awful lot of things that just are coming out of the automotive industry. Watch that one. But my point is, most of the data that will deliver that extended health span, we don't collect at all. As health organisations, we don't even watch it go by us. We're oblivious, in fact, to it just passing us all by. And yet, that's the key to the biggest growth part of the market, and it's the biggest key to what our populations actually want. But, hey, we're busy with that other little bit. Not so little bit. Others are capturing it, though. There's lots of organisations that are capturing that patient-generated data. And why? Because they know they'll then be able to capture the majority share of that biggest growth in the health and wellbeing market. And so why are, companies that are non-traditional health service providers moving into healthcare because they're already tapped in to this data that actually does make a difference. By the way, the patient-generated data can help with the other unhealthy bit too. If you're going to be delivering value-based care, then the value, the capital V value in value-based care is outcomes. It's about outcomes that matter to people, not about outcomes that matter to clinicians. So it's often more about things like functional status than about clinical markers. Well, how are you going to get that? Patient-generated data is the only way to get it. And you can go through the other things. If you want to be talking about the quality of service, then you have to ask people what they think about the service. That's patient-generated data. If we want to personalise data, yeah, there's a whole sort of genomic approach to that, to the therapies, etc. But if we want to personalise how people experience care, then we have to ask them what matters to them in that care experience. Patient-generated data, it's the only way you can do it. If you want people to self-manage, to try and take pressures off the health system, then you have to get information from people. It's patient-generated data that's the key to all of those things. Now, some people are realising that, so the first statement there, the first quote comes from the US Centres for Disease Control. Potential impact is great, but still to be fully realised. And basically that's because they suddenly realised that we're mostly dealing with chronic conditions in our healthcare, in our health world today. And guess what? Most of the management of that happens outside our transactional data collection systems. So again, if you want to do chronic disease, you have to rely on patient-generated data. And the last comment is from the US Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, saying, yes, there is increasing evidence that patient-generated data can actually help. But the problem is, most of the research we do doesn't even focus on health outcomes. It focuses on things like efficiency. Again, let me state it very clearly. As a healthy person, I want an extended healthy life. I don't want to be a patient at all. Yeah, for this part of my life, I care about whether something's efficient or not. But for this part of my life, it's outcomes that I'm interested in. And we don't measure it. So what is happening? Well, there are actually very few around the world examples of the large-scale use of patient-generated health data, and overwhelmingly the reviews suggest that even where organisations capture it, it is not integrated with the other data that we hold, that our healthcare systems hold about people. So it's treated as a separate thing, part of that famous fragmentation of health service that limits our effectiveness so beautifully. Organisational settings don't favour patient-generated health data. Our health administrators and our clinicians say, no, this is the stuff that we collect. We don't worry about all of that airy-fairy stuff. People will say, well, you can't trust the data quality of patient-generated health data. Well, look, I'm a data guy. Anyone who's looked at any health data anywhere in the world will give a little laughing snort under their breath about that one. A lot of health data that we capture in our health organisations is absolutely dreadful. And here's a real beauty for you. Even where we collect patient-reported outcome measures, systematic review tells us that patients aren't even involved or are under-involved in their development the majority of the time. I mean, it beggars belief. We want people to report on things, but we don't ask them what they think they should report on, it's either gross stupidity or gross arrogance as far as I can see. So, promise of patient-generated health data? Well, if you want to be a part of the game of reimagining healthcare and you really want to take it seriously and deliver health span, then that's the place where you need to look. And for those other things that we keep saying that we want about our health service delivery part, it's also the patient-generated health data that shows the most promise for us. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Would anyone like to ask a question on patient-generated data or data? Yes, go ahead, sir. The microphone's right in the center.
So if we are trying to automate whatever the generation of data for the patients using a social security number, will the government is possibly able to allow that if we are able to populate the data through?
I'm sorry, it's actually really hard to hear up here because the speakers are pointing back that way.
So I'm trying to populate the data from a social security number, will the individual or the government will be able to accept that and create a new regulation for that? Because once you are able to do it, and then if you are trying to integrate the smart devices with your body, we'll be able to automate all the data and we can pull it together.
Well, social security number is just one identifier used in one country, and it's not the best measure, it's not the best tool for identifying health consumers. That's demonstrated every day in the US where patient identification goes wrong, probably more often than it does in most places in the world because there aren't patient identifiers. A lot of the countries around the world, including Australia now, have patient identifiers, and they do provide a mechanism for linking disparate data collections together. Now, you don't always have to do that at an individual person level. So in Australia, for example, I chair the data governance committee for a massive de-identified health data project. We have about half of Australia's largest state now in a series of databases, de-identified data, and it's telling us enormous amounts of things that we didn't know about patient experience and we're only just beginning to put in now the patient-generated data. So it's possible to use that within the framework of existing privacy laws, but it might also have to be that we change some privacy laws in order to get me what I want, which is my health span. I don't want to be told by my government that I can't accumulate or have accumulated for me, maybe in my iPhone, all that data which might actually make the difference between me living an extra healthy 10 years or not. Look at the time. That's people's choices. But we're not going to make those choices unless we actually know what it is that the benefits are. I hope that answers your question. I think we're done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rollins. All right. We're on time, ladies and gentlemen. We have a panel here ready to shatter the stereotypes of the healthcare industry. It is an all-woman panel, and join me in welcoming our speakers who will be discussing the topic Women in Health Innovation. So the moderator for this panel, Miss Sarah Lyons, company owner, director, and speech, language, and communication consultant at SL Therapy, London and Dubai. Welcome, Sarah. Our panelists, Lacey Tezino, founder and CEO of Passport Journeys. Ms. Maisa Ribeiro, who has a PhD in regenerative medicine and is associated with Gulf Medical University and Mineiros Center University. And last but not least, Firaoli Adam, founder and CEO of Mawada. Perfect.
Hello. Working, just checking. Hello, so I'm Sarah. Thank you for the introduction. We're here to talk about women in health innovation. Kicking off, I think, just to give all of us and the audience a bit of a deeper understanding into what we do and why we do it. I'll kick off first. So I'm Sarah. I am a consultant speech and language therapist. I have a practice in London and in Dubai. That means we work with children who have autism. We diagnose autism, we treat and provide programs for schools and families. And we offer therapy sessions in clinics and homes in a very dynamic approach to what the child needs. It's really important, as we know, communication is key, and at SL Therapy, we really want to ensure that every child reaches their communication potential.
Nice. Hello. So my team and I are transforming mother-daughter relationships. The mother-daughter relationship can be very difficult. It could be beautiful, it could be heartbreaking, everything in between. So we created an app that focuses on promoting intentional bonding, healing, and growth for mother-daughter pairs. And it's the first of its kind in the United States. So that's why I think it's innovative. Thank you, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maisa. I'm from Brazil, actually. I'm professor in research. I am developing one research about cancer stem cells. We are trying to understand the relationship between the stem cells and the hypox microenvironment with the exosomes, about the secretome, how it's improve the normal tissue for become cancer tissue. So I came to Dubai. I came to Dubai to develop this research and to try to understand about this. But I am research about cancer stem cell science, my master degree, and it's makes me very curious about the future and the new techniques for the treatment and the new forms of the diagnosis of the cancer. And it's very excited me about this research, and I think I can contribute with this one, like a woman in the research as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Firaoli Adam. I am a respiratory therapist and founder of Mawada with my co-partner Yasmin. As a respiratory therapist, we faced firsthand the struggle of not having disposable isolation hijab, as is provided for everybody else when it comes to disposable gowns, gloves, and everything else that was available. However, we felt like we were left out, especially during COVID and pandemic. Everybody got familiar with the word PPE. So firsthand experiencing that is what led us to founding our business Mawada, where we try to make modest healthcare clothing available, and our first pilot project being disposable isolation hijab we call hygienic hijab. So yes, I can go into it a little bit more later, but that is how we came about with Mawada.
Wonderful. So really interesting to get a bit more of an insight into what we all do. And I think something we were talking about earlier as well is, you know, you've devised an amazing app. You're businesses come out of PPE. How has COVID, how did lockdown affect how you decided to pursue your idea, your dream, your business?
So during COVID, I was working at a psychiatric hospital as the director of IT. I didn't have any plans on hopping in to do my own business. I was very comfortable. I had a big salary. I have kids. I have, I have bills to pay, so I was not planning to jump into a startup anytime soon. But my team supported thousands of teletherapy sessions during the pandemic. And we watched how the outcomes for those patients were just as effective in the mental health care that they were getting via their iPads, on their PCs. I saw the effectiveness of it, and I was passionate about the mother-daughter relationship, and I thought, now is the time to jump. So the pandemic motivated me because I saw how effective it was. And that's how I got into it.
And for you as well?
Yes, actually very similar to what Lacey was saying. Business is not something that we thought about going into or creating. We were just like, with pandemic, as a respiratory therapist, we were frontline workers, and working in the hospitals, it was really tough trying to, get used to the way to run the ventilator, depending on the different patients, how to be, proactive, trying to prone the patient before they actually get on the ventilator. So we were just focused on that, but at the same time, we also were being affected. As when we go to patient's room, they have everything available to us. We have the mask, the gown, gloves, even shoe cover, but we wear the same hijab throughout the 12.5-hour shift. So we were just talking to the manager, trying to put a temporary bandage on, where we're just like, hey, if we have COVID unit, please make sure we don't go to NICU, make sure we don't go to cancer center or anybody else that doesn't have COVID, because we don't want to spread infection. Like, we're trying to help these people that's already not doing well. So we also brought extra hijabs, so we can try to change if we have to go to those units. And also, we don't want to bring anything to our family. So that's what we're doing at that moment. But as the time went on and COVID was like staying here for a year, and in 2021, me and Yasmin both decided to do a travel where we go to state's emergency. They ask for RTs where they needed the most, and we started doing that. And at one of the hospital, while working there, we saw they had beard cover, as Yasmin explained it yesterday. And then we're like, they even have beard cover, why can we not have something to protect us, And we looked into it, trying to buy stuff from online as we were trying to protect ourselves, not trying to come up with a business. And there was nothing. There was a story about a sister that talked about it, how this is needed in OR, but again, we couldn't find nothing to purchase. At that time, we just decided, what? We have to do this for ourselves. We can't wait for somebody else to come with or save us. We have to save ourselves. As we both had family members that were still, going into healthcare field, we're just like, we need to do something for the next generation. We don't want them to go through what we went through. So that kind of motivated us into building our business, where we went into, researching how to register, simple as that, because we didn't come from business background, going through the FDA, since this is something that's going to be in a hospital setting. It was a lot of work, but at the end of the day, we had the community that were supporting us because they knew how much this is needed. Because it's not only for healthcare workers, but it's also for patients. So the people that are affected by this are obviously women. So it's just like, okay, somebody finally spoke for us. And one of the questions that people ask us is, what do you guys wear right now? When we talk about it, and we're just like, we wear the same thing we wear right now. Like, we don't have anything available to us. So for that reason, we got into where we wanted to be right now, where we launched last November, and we currently have about 4 hospitals that we sold to, and we are sampling phase with about 13 hospitals right now. And we kind of open up for, having investors for us to upscale our business. That's where we're at right now.
Wonderful. I mean, we found that as well with SL Therapy London and Dubai, that we'd always offered online sessions, Zoom sessions. There were other providers are available. But when lockdown hit, that was it. Everybody was at home. And what we found that some of the young children that we work with, they have anxiety disorders, situational mutism, which means they have an anxiety around talking, and actually online sessions work really well for them. So the mini research we did within our clinical team over the 2 years actually showed that some of the conditions we work with actually benefited better and made more progress with their treatment through online than in person. So some of those approaches have remained and continue even now, which also means it opens up our services across the world. You can be in any country to receive SL therapy care rather than having to be face-to-face in a clinic, which of course always has its place, which is why there are clinics still there. But that was a big shift clinically that we saw in lockdown. And if COVID hadn't happened, we may never have experienced it or gathered that research to see that it works. Did you find that COVID lockdown affected your research or how you worked?
Yeah, actually, in this time of the pandemic, we didn't have too much problems. I mean, about the research, just it's make the research get a little bit delay because we had to stop everything about the another research for start to looking for the new forms of the diagnosis of the COVID or the interaction between the cells and how the virus could to come the cells or how we can could to find these good tests for diagnosis. So we had to stop every day research about another things and to start research about COVID. So it's get for us a little bit delay of our research about cancer and everything in the laboratory which one I work. But we were a little bit safe inside the research laboratory because we didn't work with the samples of, I mean, contaminated samples or directly with the patients, and it was a little bit safety, but too much work has come in that time, and even the supplies of the laboratory has become less, and we had problems with this one as well. It's get too much delay for us, but I'm very happy about how the science could to find out the tests of the diagnosis and the vaccine fast, a little bit fast, I mean, in front of the pandemic. So I am very happy about the research, how they could to contribute with this one. But it was hard moment for everyone, I think so.
Let's talk about research. You're obviously from a research background and you've shared with us today. How in your businesses and worlds are you using research or want to use research now that you're developing your products?
Yeah. So for us, there is not a lot of research or data available on the mother-daughter relationship. There's a lot on parent-child, there's a lot on spouse, marriages, the mental health, but specifically for the mother-daughter relationship, there aren't validated measures. So research for my business, we're very interested in getting our metrics from the app published and validated. So when a mother-daughter first starts with our app, we baseline their relationship with 8 questions that my team, I have a clinical advisory board, they came up with 8 questions to find out what is the baseline health of the relationship. And so we ask those same questions 3 months after they've been using our app and they've been seeing their therapist regularly. And then another 3 months, we ask the same questions again. What we want to find out is the effectiveness, but we also want to validate those measures so that other facilities, private practices, clinicians can use those measures to see what is the health of the mother-daughter relationship and how can it improve. So we're interested in getting into the research.
Is it effective as well for insurance providers?
Sure.
Yeah, just thinking about that. I mean, I'm involved with a clinical study at the minute looking at a communication coaching program where the families then complete digital exercises to get the data, the metrics. I'm not technical, but the tech team deal with that side. And looking at them making progress with their communication through this mode of delivery, which again is what came out of COVID and lockdown, and having a parent coaching approach. And having that efficacy of the program, I know clinically it works, but having the research data there is really effective then in pushing the program, or the app in this case, forward.
Yeah, we get asked every day if we accept insurance. And so I also look forward to our research and our outcomes allowing us to get insurance partnerships. The app to download right now is self-pay. So the mother-daughter pair, they pay $280 to get started, $220 a month. For some people, they can't afford $280, right? If you're not going to prioritize your relationship in paying for this app. So you're absolutely right. The research is going to help us prove the effectiveness to be able to get insurance reimbursements for these mother-daughter pairs. So it's important.
Do you find that?
So for us, when it comes to research, is so they for sure know this is something that is needed, knowing that is not available. Is more of what we faced is some hospitals don't know exactly how much they need based on how many patients or healthcare workers that they have in that community or that comes to that hospital. So that's something that they're working with, people who work with basically the imams in a hospital. So sometimes they might have the data, how many people from that faith kind of comes to that hospital. So they're trying to find out exactly how much they need. And some of them are going based on just purchasing whatever is the mean, average. And then based on that, they will just go up and down. But knowing that there is a little over 3.4 million Muslims living in the United States, and half of that population, if you think of it as a woman, and then we find out even, gowns, basically in a hospital, they change 2.5 times every day. So it's exactly
2.5 times a day?
Yes, so you're doing that calculation is a lot of need. And knowing that this is, to kind of stop, infection spreading, is also patient satisfaction and diversity inclusive. So this is definitely something that is needed, and people are aware of it, and we are, so thankful for that. It's just now taking it to the next step of, making sure every hospital have this available for them.
So you're obviously on an app which you can find on your phone. Do you have your hijab with you? Did you bring it with? Did you bring what's the word? A speech therapist who's lost her words. It's not very good, is it? A prototype. Thank you, Lacey. Lacey, you take it. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, actually, we brought the sample, but forgot in the hotel. So we'll bring it by tomorrow if anybody wants to see the sample and the material. So this is definitely made from the same material as the gowns. We just had to make sure that is also, hijabi standard, make sure it's not see-through. Also, a lot of surgeons and pharmacists explained to us when we did focus groups and studies that the fact that they want something that is breathable, because that's important to them, because they can be in surgery or mixing medication anywhere 7 to 9 hours and sometimes 11, so they're that's really important to them. And our manufacturer is based in US, is in New York. So we just make sure everything is around us to kind of make sure, we have access to them at any time and is reliable for any shipments.
So we talked about why we do what we do and what inspired us in terms of the environment. Just throwing it out there, as I'm going to do throughout today, no, not singling anybody else. Is there any person or woman, seeing as we're talking about women in health innovation, that inspired you throughout your career and your journey to where you are now? Lacey, you just...
Yeah, I'll go first. So definitely for me, it was my mother. So the entire business that I've created is around the mother-daughter relationship. That was inspired by my mother. Our relationship, so I was given up for adoption at birth, and then I didn't meet my mother until I was 18 years old. And then we had a beautiful 10 years together, and by beautiful, I mean it was up, down. There's guilt for giving me up for adoption. There's resentment on my side. We had lots of feelings. And it wasn't until she got a stage 4 lung cancer diagnosis that we got very intentional about our relationship. So the oncologist said, even with treatment, you've got 9 months to live. And so my mom and I said, okay, hey, we have some forgiving we need to do. We have you know, some things we wanted to heal from together. So definitely my app and me wanting to transform other mother-daughter relationships, nudge them to get closer, was inspired by my mom. So.
Strong start. Well, I don't know how to go after that, Lacey. But definitely, I will say same. My mom has been my inspiration for everything I do. Since I was young, she always believed in me. She didn't mind, you know, where I went for school or what I studied, as long as it's something that I love. And she's always been like, you know, she loves helping people and is always like patience with everybody. And her presence in my life and her being my role model is something that made me feel like I can do anything that I set my mind into. So it's just that her giving me that motivation is what got me through even the hard times going this, making sure, you know, her and everybody that looks like her and my sisters don't get affected like we did, right? So this is like, yes, my mom is my motivation and my role model, but at the same time, it was all the women in our community that didn't feel like they had somebody, you know, had a voice and spoke on behalf of them. So me doing that is not only just me being in public and kind of doing it for myself, but it's also for my community and the women, you know, that wear hijab in the world, basically.
Yeah, for me.
Yes, another mother.
Yes, for me it's not different. I think for us women, the mom it's the more inspiration in our life. So my mom it's my inspiration as well. Mostly in the beginning when I was starting stud and when I was looking for what I want to do of my career, and she always supported me. But for me, what more inspired me to go to this career and choose this to be professor in research, it was because I would like to prove to my mom I could to do it, and I could to be more and more, I could to get more and more knowledge, and it was which gave me too much force to continue this long way. And now currently my inspiration in research is the Dr. Neil Jordan, who published more than 70 scientific articles about the stem cells, normal stem cells for the different treatment forms, because I believe it's the future of the health and all the treatment for mostly disease. So for me, he is inspiration of the how we can treat mostly the disease, important disease as a cancer and as a mentality disease, and so much things we can treat with the stem cells.
Wonderful. Well, I'd have to say my mother as well. It just came to me as we were talking about it, and actually the whole purpose of what I do and having SL Therapy London Dubai exist is really down to her. I have a brother, he's a year younger than me, who has Down syndrome. He was born in the 80s, and it was incredibly challenging for both my parents, and I saw my mother steel herself and crack on with it. very London phrase. You're going to laugh at that. We were laughing about the differences between American and English. And I saw her support him, guide him, teach him life skills, take him to speech therapy, which is where I first saw this woman playing games with him, and I was getting very jealous why I wasn't playing games as well. And it's the reason why I wanted to set up the therapy company and support other families, not just with the therapeutic side, but also supporting them through that special needs journey. That your child now has a diagnosis, what does that mean? Well, actually, that's okay because I'm a sibling of one. And so it was my mother, who now, 6 years later, we have a team of 10, 3 clinics in London, 1 in Dubai, supporting all those families throughout the whole of the journey, which is what I'm really proud about. So I think a big clap to mothers.
Yeah. And I think you see the theme, right? So this panel is Women in Health Innovation, and women, we have emotional ties to our work. We have a lot of passion around changing the lives, and that's one of the reasons I think it was hard for me to stay at the hospital. Once I got that emotional drive and I knew I wanted to go forward, when I was at the hospital, I had lots of really good ideas, and I would come into these big meetings. The executive team was mostly men, and so I would have these ideas, and I did feel a little bit like either my ideas were too emotional, you know, they wanted very business, linear, okay, how are we going to affect the patient? And I was always thinking about how does the patient feel, and, you know, what's their story, and how can that be better at the hospital? And so I think it's just, you know, the theme that I heard with all of us is that we have emotional ties to our work, and that can light the work on fire, that can make it exciting, and it can push it forward, but not everyone appreciates that. And I think we have to find spaces where we can be on fire and we can get emotional and we can, you know, feel that purpose that way.
Which is why we're all set up doing our own thing. Absolutely. And I think it's the difference between understanding that that emotional drive is a positive as well. It's a positive thing to push forward. And I think also, I mean, I used to work in schools in the NHS, and I do think being in certain institutions as well can make it tricky to go in with new ideas. So having the confidence and the grit to set up and be I can't say the word innovative, I can't say it. I'm a speech therapist. I really am, I promise. And be independent and take those ideas and turn it into something real and tangible, which is what we're all doing, which is brilliant.
And I think also when I said earlier that people is like, wow, this is not available, and they look at it as in like, you know, this is something that everybody should have known is a problem. But the thing is, unless the problem affects you, you don't know that this is a problem. Somebody has to tell you sometimes. And I feel like as a woman, we have a unique perspective, and it's something that affects us. And, you know, we just have to speak up sometimes to let people know, hey, this is what we're facing, and we need help solving this issue. I remember working with a male respiratory therapist, and we were going to isolation room. It was droplet. And as we were both grabbing, you know, our mask to put on, and this is before COVID. So I picked up my mask and, you know, kind of make sure like I broke the string from both ends so I can tie it. And he's looking at me like, what are you doing? You know, and I'm like, hey, you're privileged. You have your ear out. I don't, you know? And, excuse me. And this was pre-COVID, so there is nothing that helps you, you know, to put up your mask so, you know, your ears don't get, you know, during COVID, we wear a mask like for long-hour shifts, so we had something that would help us with that. But before that, we didn't, and so I have to tie it on top of my hijab. And the reason, even though he was a Muslim, but he was a man, and it didn't affect him, so he was just confused looking at me like, what are you doing? And I'm just like, you know, you should be lucky, you're privileged. You know, this is what I face all the time. So sometimes they have to see it from, you know, your point of view and kind of show them, and that is really important. And if we get a chance, I feel like as a woman, we can do a lot in this world and bring in a lot of changes as well.
right on.
Goodness, I'm sorry to pause. I was just wondering how much time we had left, and I didn't realise there's the minutes in front. It's flying by. Wonderful. So, is there anything now, looking forward, that you think is the next leap, the next step, building on from what we've talked about today, stem cell research, investigating the mother-daughter relationship, devising products for women that they need? I mean, 4 of us sitting here, I will include myself, are really driving it forward. Is there anything in the future that you've kind of got your eye on or got a little light bulb thought in your head?
Okay. I am very passionate about virtual reality. And so I always think about, okay, what can we send to the patient or client's home that will make their telehealth or their teletherapy more engaging? So instead of just having your video session through your iPad, can we give you a more immersive experience? So I would like to see where that goes in the next 5 years. What immersive technologies hospitals begin to use, especially psychiatric hospitals, where you have, if you have inpatient and, they have very hard therapy sessions where they have to talk about a lot of trauma and a lot of, sensitive, hard things. How can they get relief, especially if you're going to sessions back to back? So, can we use immersive technology to allow the patient to relax? Like in between sessions, they want to go to the beach. They want to forget that they're at a hospital. Can we either use VR or the projection mapping inside of rooms to take the client or the patient to a rainforest, to give them a different experience that allows them to have a break and then resume treatment. So I'm very interested to see where immersive technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, where it goes in the next 5 years.
And it's coming. I mean, it's already here. Yes. Absolutely. That's really exciting. And I think that also plays into our work as well, the therapy sessions that we do, that's something I've got my eye on as well for the future, and just making it much more functional, dynamic, and accessible for what they need. Absolutely.
So for the future about the stem cells, I think so it's coming already, and actually it's workings here in few countries around the world. For us in Brazil, it's far away. We just are working with like a research is not with the clinical research or the treatments, but here it's possible. So it's the future right now. It's happening right now. But I think the challenge for these things, for it's become the most important treatment, can be like the sexism of the profession, the healthcare professionals and the patients. Sometimes they don't believe this. The innovation treatments can help them or can improve the old treatments or old tests of the diagnosis. So I think it's the most challenge we can pass out for put this kind of treatment in all the market around the world, mainly the poor countries like Brazil and like another ones. But I think it's coming fast, and it's already our works in countries like here and like USA and other countries around the world. So it will come, and it will be the good future in few years.
Okay. So what's next for our business Mawadda is making sure, we see this product at every hospital, make sure it's available to every patient and, healthcare workers. But the amount of attention it just got us realizing that we have to make sure we're ready for the next step. So that's why we're now open to investors, so we can scale our business and also work on the next product. We have a lot of also healthcare workers when we go to different conferences coming to us saying, hey, this is something else that we need, you guys gonna work on this, and they even they bring us ideas saying, you guys are already in that field, can you please help us with this? I wanna go in that field, but I can't wear this, or I have to wear this. So, and it's not something only that we got from United States, but also outside. We remember we had a lot of DMs from people in UK, even India, Mexico, and we were just not expecting it. Yes, so it was the attention it got. Just, we know how much is needed, but hearing it from, everybody else, it just kind of motivates you saying, okay, we want to make sure we're inspiring the next generation and that they have everything available to them and they're ready to take on the world and make more, big difference as well.
So a long list then for the next couple of years of products. Look forward to that. Wonderful. Well, we're nearly coming to the end, quicker than I thought, in a lovely way. It's been great. It's been wonderful to sit here today and share our discussion with you. Is there anything that you want to leave people with? Any last thoughts? Lacey, why not start?
So for me, I flew 15 hours to come to this conference. I came all the way from the US because number one, I love the region, but number two, I needed to make connections. I want to make connections with people that live in other regions. So a takeaway from me is, if there's anyone in this room that's listening now and you have the ability to help me bring a pilot to your region, whether it's here, whether it's your home country, a pilot for our app would be wonderful. So the takeaway for me is, if you've heard what I'm doing, if you've seen it and you're interested, please come talk to me before the end of the conference. I want to leave. I want to go back to the US with as many contacts, as many connections, as many ways into the market as possible, and I would appreciate it.
And you're looking for mother-daughter pairs for the pilot study?
Yes, in each region we would do 50 families. So we'll have 10 therapists. Each therapist would get 5 families. We'd do the pilot, we'd measure the outcomes over 9 months, see the effectiveness, and if it's effective, then we would do a full launch in that region. Yeah.
For me, to be in this conference, it's the realize of the dream, because I never in my mind could dream it to be here and research or sharing the knowledge with the high professionals like you and all the participants of this conference. So I am very glad for be here, and yes, for me it's amazing, and it was wonderful to be here and to share with you all the information and all the knowledge.
Yes, just like Lacey, we took 17-hour flight and came here, so hopefully, we leave with something. And that is, first of all, everybody had different topic they talked about here. We learned a lot as healthcare workers as well, so thank you for that. And if anybody feels like their hospitals need our product that we were just talking about, or want to see a sample, or see how we can help your hospital, make sure there is diversity inclusive, patient satisfaction, and making sure, there is no infection spreading or any other topic that you want to talk about. We are available. We would like to meet as many people as we can. Also, if you guys know anybody that wants to be an investor, that's interested in the kind of business that we're in, we will be available. Please reach out. We have our business cards too. So yeah, definitely. Thank you for your time and everything.
And Sarah, what do you need from us? What do you need from this crowd?
Because I feel very egotistical bringing it back to me. So thank you for asking, Lacey. So obviously my company focuses on therapy for children with communication difficulties and disorders. Like I said, special interest in autism, anxiety disorders, but any kind of communication difficulty, that is what we assess, diagnose and treat. So anybody who'd be interested in talking further about that in relation to medical centres, clinics, schools, or if you know any children that you might have concerns about yourself, very happy to have a conversation with you, make connections, and as we all said, take it forward. So I think from London, Houston, Brazil, Minnesota, it's been wonderful to spend time with you today, and we look forward to continuing this discussion in the networking session or outside. So thank you so much, everybody.
Can we take questions? Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for telling us about your role models as well. Thank you. It's nice to see so many of you were positively influenced by your moms. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now comes the special recognition session. The Health 2.0 conference recognizes the vital contributions of healthcare professionals worldwide, and let us honor these change makers among us here today. So to present the awards, I'd like to call on Ahmed Abdel Hadi, Technology Director for the CGIE, Consultancy Group for International Education, to present the awards. On stage, Mr. Ahmed. Is Mr. Ahmed here? Yes, there he is. Welcome. Okay, so let us begin. Hello, how are you, Ahmed? Good? Good, good, good. All right, so if you'd like to stand in the center stage, we shall begin with Dennis Barbieri. Dennis is the CEO of International Assistance Limited. Issam Khalaf, a healthcare industry veteran. With over 20 years of experience and has held senior positions at renowned companies like Cook Medical and Bayer Healthcare. He's dedicated to transforming healthcare in the Middle East and Africa, leveraging his expertise in healthcare management and passion for introducing new technologies. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words? I have a microphone here for you.
Thank you. Well, my name is Dennis. I'm very happy to be given the opportunity to participate to Health 2.0. This is actually the first time for me and also for my company and my colleagues to participate to such an event. It has been really nice to be able to engage with so many people. Actually, it's a very positive opportunity for us. We're growing a lot. We had a lot of support, so I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Barbieri, and congratulations. All right, next we have an award for Dominique Goumelt. Dr. Gumelt is an accomplished wellness expert, entrepreneur, speaker, and author with extensive leadership experience in healthcare. She has pioneered state-of-the-art wellness centers, received prestigious awards such as Top 11 Personal Trainers to Watch in the U.S., and was recognized in the U.S. President's Council on Fitness for her community leadership in health promotion. Congratulations, Dr. Gumelt. Dr. Gumelt, would you like to say a few words? Doctor?
Thank you so much. Thank you to Health 2.0 for this recognition, and it's really humbling. A recognition is never the work of one, it's always the work of many people. So I want to take just a quick moment to thank my partner who supports me and believes in me unconditionally, my mom and my sister who empower me unconditionally, and a brilliant team of partners who are a part of the projects I get to work with, and Now or Never, Lava Vitae, Lift Project, wonderful people, and all of you. It is a privilege for me and an honor to be here in this room of amazing minds that are coming together. And I believe we together have the opportunity to impact the world, to help people to live a better life and to live their lives to the fullest potential. And I believe in that power, and I'm incredibly happy to have this opportunity to be here. And with it comes not only, of course, joy, but a lot of responsibility that we have here together to make impactful changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Fantastic words of wisdom. All right, next, an award for Mr. Haruki Kusaka. Specialist of Medicines Development and Director at J Pharma Co. with 10 years of experience in clinical development across pharmaceutical companies, biotech ventures, and clinical research organizations. He has successfully led trials in various areas, including clinical pharmacology and translational research. Congratulations, Mr. Kusaka. The microphone, please.
Thank you so much. I'm deeply honored to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Global Famous Conference. I currently leading the development of an innovative cancer treatment in Japanese biotech company, the J Pharma. Our mission is to deliver the medication to patients as soon as possible. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you very much, Haruki-san. Thank you. Next, an award for Ismat Fatma Khoja. Ms. Ismat Khoja is the head of physiotherapist and fitness consultant at Daktarni, with expertise in women's health, geriatric health, and sports rehabilitation. Ismat has transformed countless lives through dedication and extensive knowledge. Congratulations.
Hello, everybody. I would like to start by saying Alhamdulillah. I am here standing as a proof that love, support, and right guidance can make a huge difference. Without my incredible family, my mother, my brother, my lovable husband, and my mentors, Mr. JC and Dr. Vishal Patle, this recognition would have been a distant dream. Thank you everybody who have been a part of my journey, and let's together make this world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khoja. Congratulations. Our award is for Jern Tiemer. Dr. Tiemer is the CEO of Confidence, a leading group of private equity-owned dental clinics in Germany, and the CDO and CEO of Za9s, the largest dental group in the country. With a background in dentistry from Germany and the University of California, he has established himself as a prominent figure in dental implantology. Congratulations, Dr. Tiemer.
So thank you very much for this honor here. I'm standing here as a co-founder of the biggest group of dental clinics in Germany, and for our more of 3,000 employees right now. And we are still in the beginning, so hopefully this is just a motivation for us to grow and to build up a big group of dental clinics here, not only in the number of clinics, but in terms of quality. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you. Congratulations. Our next award goes to Makoto Mitamura. Mr. Mitamura is the Board of Directors, Senior VP and GM Sales and Marketing of Japan Marrow Donor Program and Medical and Biological Laboratories. With 33 years plus of dedicated work in expanding JMDP, Makamoto has played a pivotal role in improving patient reimbursement from stem cell transplant and establishing a global network for marrow donors registries.
Hello everybody, this is Makoto Mitamura from Japan, and actually I have two type of face. So maybe probably everybody knows about Japanese very famous baseball players, Shohei Ohtani. I'm very similar to him because in terms of similarity about two-way players. So firstly, my professional background means about medical professional provider. So firstly, my background starting from medical device and biotech, and currently clinical diagnosis. And now I have responsibility about clinical diagnostics, IVD products manufacturing companies for commercial head. And another phase, another part of my life means about social activities. So especially for the cancer patient supporting program. More than 30 years ago, I have started my activities about lobbying action for supporting for the cancer patient, especially for the hematologic cancer patient. And I have lobbying to collaborate with many multiple stakeholders to establish Japan Marrow Donor programs. That means everybody knows about currently it's a kind of matching program about who need a patient to hematopoietic stem cell transplantation to matching with appropriate HL matching donors. That's a program I have a pioneer to establish this JMDP, and during these activities, I am so happy to have a great opportunity to have a 2 times donor I was. So that means I can contribute to helping 2 patients' life. So it was really amazing and also exciting event for me. And also another activities I had joined to establish all nationwide registry program. That means all hematopoietic stem cell transplantation registration to both donor and recipient. So that was a long-time follow-up program, and based on all data registration systems in Japan. And we are collaborating to global networking with about like those registration. And people who are working about medical healthcare industry people mentioned about unmet medical needs. It is so important to unmet medical needs, but I don't think so. Unmet social needs. This is my whole life of commitment and mission statement. So not only for the patient supporting program, but also, for example, intellectual disability persons supporting program. Maybe some of the people understand Special Olympics game through the sports program. I have committed Japan's Special Olympics programs so far. And also another aspect means about people who have suffered severe disease of nature. In Japan, very heavy severe disaster about big earthquake, tsunami, typhoon every year coming to our Japan island. And every time I recruited my rescue team to help them supporting for the refugees people. So that's my another part of aspect in order to commit my another actions about unmet social needs. So that's my commitment. And actually this time great honor to I'm very happy to share this recognition award. And I would like to share this great honor to my old friends who died leukemia 4 years ago, and also current people, current patients who suffered currently about cancer patient, and all my friends and family. Thank you so much.
Very much, Mr. Itamura-san, and as a bone marrow donor yourself. All right, next we have Marcel Wainwright. Marcel Wainwright is the senior surgeon, professor, and KOL speaker at Integra Clinic Luxembourg, University of Seville, Spain, and Zircon Medical Action. With over 25 years of experience in the dental field, Marcel is a highly accomplished dental professional and a leading authority in ceramic implant and biological dentistry. Congratulations, Mr. Wainwright.
First of all, I have to thank the committee for nominating me. I feel very humbled, and the last days have been fantastic for me to exchange knowledge with a fantastic crowd, to share experiences, to enlighten my little brain a little bit more. And as I said the last day, that we need to think a little bit more interdisciplinary, to share more knowledge amongst each other, and not only focus on our specific subjects or specialization, and to give a little take-home message. Take care, have a look inside the oral cavity. We need to mention the oral health because it is affiliated with a lot of health issues, general health issues. Thank you so much for this prize. I am a son of a mother as well, so we need to recognize and to remember where we're coming from. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure and still is being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wainwright. Don't forget to floss, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next up we have an award for Dr. Muhammad Kurdi. Dr. Kurdi is a highly experienced medical professional with 20+ years of practice in Saudi Arabia. CEO and CMO at CityMed Hospital, Chief Executive Officer of ProCare Hospital. Dr. Kurdi has held significant leadership positions in both governmental and private sectors. Congratulations, Dr. Kurdi.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the nomination. Thanks for the award. I'm really enjoying this different conference for me because it has a great diversity. It's actually meeting people with different mindset and different backgrounds. It's actually very interesting for the first time. So I'm really enjoying the conference. And in Saudi, we're going through a 2030 vision transformation in healthcare, and we are all part of that transformation. And one word I always like to say, watch out for these young Saudis who are going to be very expert in health transformation. They're going to be an international experts. So we are very happy with this. Best luck.
Very true. Saudi 2030. We'll have to do a conference there very shortly. All right, next we have an award for Dr. Ottilia Gudana. Dr. Gudana is a distinguished psychosomatic medicine specialist with expertise in forensic psychiatry, psychology, and behavioral analytics. As a multilingual community manager at Swissborg, she merges behavioral psychology with innovation and technology, creating the Swissborg community app and AI model, Quizborg.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, firstly, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Health 2.0 conference and the sponsor for organizing again this conference and for this esteemed recognition. I'm extremely grateful to each and every one of you for your presence and for your commitment of helping human lives directly or indirectly. The work you all do in the field of healthcare globally is not only noble, but is also a testament to our shared humanity. Let us continue investing together in this journey, in ourselves, in our communities, and for future generations. By doing so, we can create a future where all individuals can live in safety, harmony, and in health. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to all those who have supported and believed in my journey, family, friends, mentors, team members, and peers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gudana. Next, our award goes to Palok Das. Mr. Das is the founder, director of Next Directions Consultancy. With 22 years of experience, he is a seasoned healthcare professional and renowned business strategist, management consultant, and educator. Recognized as the top 100 healthcare leaders by IFAH USA for 2020-2021, he holds multiple degrees from prestigious institutions in healthcare decision analysis, healthcare administration, international business management, and management science.
Hi, good evening to all. First of all, thank you Health 2.0 Conference for the nomination for this recognition award. I feel humbled and feel honored. I'm the founder director of Next Directions Consultancy, which is based out of India. And we work in the areas of health economics, pharmacoeconomics, health technology assessment. And in future, we plan to get into population health management, reimbursement and pricing models, etc. As I look into healthcare, the COVID pandemic has taught us that nations, organizations cannot continue to work in silos anymore. We need a collaborative approach. And thank you, Health 2.0 Conference, for giving us this platform. And I say that it's a great platform for sharing and learning, where great minds come together, share their ideas and thoughts, which I'm sure can bring about the desired changes we all are looking forward in the areas of healthcare. Thank you once again, and congratulations to all my fellow award winners. I dedicate this award to my colleagues, my team members, my clients, my family, friends, teachers, and well-wishers. Best wishes to all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Palok. Congratulations. Okay, let's get Mr. Prashun Pinaki Chatterjee on stage. Congratulations. Mr. Chatterjee is the CEO and founder director of Curis Concept Consultancy. With 30+ years experience as a distinguished healthcare leader, he's driven profitability, sustainability, and growth in India's top hospitals. Prashun specializes in strategic management, marketing, branding, and transforming organizations to the next level of business.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much.
Health 2.0 for honoring me, recognizing me, and rewarding me with this. This gives a lot of motivation to do better, to do better for the community. And I'm overwhelmed to be spending these days with such an elite crowd. Everybody from different part of world, as well as from different facets of healthcare. It's very overwhelming to be here and be honored in front of such a beautiful crowd. Myself, I've been CEO of various multi-specialty hospitals in India, transforming them in terms of business, quality operations, and process. So that is what I do. And now I am advised to various different hospitals which are not doing so well, that means sick hospitals, turning them into a hospital which will be doing well. That is, I'm taking care of the health of the hospitals. So in a nutshell, I'm a doctor of the hospitals. So that is what I am. So if you need any of my service, please, I will be overwhelmed to collaborate with any of you, and I look forward to associating with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, for your kind words. It's true, we're surrounded by exceptional individuals today. All right, next up, we have an award for Rainer Bolsinger. Mr. Bolsinger is the CSO and CMO of RF Cryo, a leading high-performance cryo chamber brand. He chairs the cryotherapy initiative at the Global Wellness Institute and holds a Diplom Kaufmann from Friedrich Alexander University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. With a long track record in international business, Rainer brings extensive experience and expertise in whole-body cryotherapy and its applications in sports, well-being, beauty, and lifestyle.
Thank you very much for this award. It's very nice to receive this recognition. In the end, it does not go to me, it has to go to the whole team. It has to go to our collaboration partners. It has to go to the whole society around. Our slogan of the Mother House and Art of Cryo, our Mother House is L&R Cold Technologies, is more than cold. So we do much more than whole body cryotherapy. The Global Wellness Institute has one slogan to say we should fight for a world free of preventive disease. And I think it's a very good slogan that we can adopt. And we heard a lot in this direction as well. So once again, thank you very much to the whole team. And we keep enjoying the event.
Thank you, Mr. Rainer. Who here has tried cryotherapy? And it's good, isn't it? Phenomenal. How long is the longest that we can stay in the chamber, Mr. Rainer? 3 minutes? That's the longest?
No, we do individual treatment times between 1.5 and 5 minutes.
Oh, God. I could never do that long. All right, next up, Dr. Ramez Azab. Dr. Azab is the Director of Operations at Health Plus, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, with over 16 plus years of diverse business experience in operations, business development, and project management. Holding a doctorate in international business and multiple certifications, including Certified Brand Manager, Certified Leadership Coach, Trainer, and Speaker, and a Certified Neuro-Linguistic Programming Practitioner. Congratulations, Dr. Azab.
First of all, thank you, Health 2.0, for this memorable event and for putting all this great effort together, bringing expertise from different walks of life to share their knowledge, experiences, where we have to do the same when we go back. Being in healthcare is not a privilege or an honor. It is actually a responsibility towards all those who need it. We don't serve, we have to feel patients. We are all clients of healthcare one way or another. So we always say, treat others the way you want to be treated. We have to be more humanized. We talked earlier about the difference between robots and humans. And I think in some healthcare facilities we see human robots just doing their job. where we actually have to go beyond just being serving to feeling, have passion, compassion, and let's all rehumanize the healthcare service. Let's all go back and make a difference. And thank you all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Azab, for joining us from Saudi, the land of opportunity nowadays. Those of you looking for funding and pilot locations, this is the place to do it. All right, next award, Takashi Azuma. He is the CTO of Lilly MedTech with a background in applied physics from the University of Tokyo. He spent 13 years researching ultrasound imaging and therapy. As a professor and former PMDA official, he has pioneered the development of innovative medical devices, bridging the gap between clinical medicine and engineering. Congratulations, Mr. Azuma.
Thank you giving this nice, fantastic awards. Our Lilly MedTech is a company to solve the many problems in breast screening. As you know, breast screening is a very common disease, but this disease is only for women. In this reason, we are thinking the technology for screening have not improved for a long time. And pain is very big, caused by compression and low detectability. To solve these problems, my wife and I launched a company 7 years ago, and the commercialization can be completed. But our previous activity only in Japan, we are starting to contact the overseas venture capitalists. Then we are very happy to receive this excellent award in this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Azuma-san. Thank you. Next up, we have an award for Tushar Patnaik. Tushar is the corporate head of EHS and sustainability at Dabur India Limited. With over 22 years of experience, he's a renowned figure in EHS, sustainability, and plastic waste management. As a founding member of the We Care Society and PET Packaging Association and AARC, Tushar actively engages in CSR activities and promotes initiatives like recycling and road and home safety training.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the organizing committee of Health and Conference 2.0. I think it is a brilliant conference for this type of committee, and I also congratulate to all of the participants of the member committee of the Health 2.0. And they are really bring all the people and experts from different parts of the world, different doctors, practitioners, consultants, and industrialists to be in this place. And also thank you and have a big clap to the audience who's sitting here for the entire day here. So have a big clap to all the audience. And this award is dedicated to my family. Without the support of my family and my senior members and my company, this would not be possible. And the last 23 years of experience in the field of safety, environment, and sustainability, worked in various companies and were directly or indirectly associated with more than 30,000 of rack pickers for their sanitation program, health and hygiene program, and medical program. And many of the awareness program has been organized in different parts of India time to time by creating awareness among the people about the sustainability and the sustainable waste management parts. So this is a kind of journey which has been associated with the last so many years. And within the last so many years, I've been recognized for many national and international awards. This is almost going to be last 1 year. This is my 40th award for the organization, and my individual recognition is the 10th award in the last 2 years. Thank you for the entire crown, a brilliant crown in the committee for organizing such kind of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Tushar. All right, a few more to go. Mr. Yuki Tazawa. Mr. Tazawa is the specially appointed lecturer and chairman at Keio University and Mizen Clinic, a physician, researcher, and entrepreneur. Dr. Tawaza pioneers the development of AI and IoT for quantitative evaluation of mental disorders. He founded I2 Medical and established Mizen clinics as pilot fields for cutting-edge digital medical devices.
Good evening. I'm honored to accept this great award from Japan, a country facing aging population. I've been inspired to find solutions for this aging society. Seeing the digital technology's potential, I developed a machine learning algorithm for early depression detection at Keio University. And I'm now working on its clinical application at Mizen Clinic. As a global demographic shift, I think our work at Keio University and Mizen Clinic will be increasingly important. Thank you very much again for this great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yuki. Next, an award for Dr. Zeina Ghosoub. Dr. Ghosoub is the wellness and executive coach of Embrace to Create, a leading coaching company. With a PhD in human behavior and counseling, she is a professionally certified executive, leadership, and wellness coach. With over 20 years of coaching experience and expertise in emotional intelligence, Dr. Ghosoub is the founder and president of the International Coaching Federation Lebanon chapter, the ICF.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, Health 2.0, for this recognition. Coming from a background of dietetics into coaching and then health and then counseling and human behavior, it has been a long journey into helping citizens of the world globally at the wellness, wholeness, and at the prevention and precision medicine. My work is focused on wellness and prevention with women of the Middle East and with physicians of the Western world. So I think you all, because this conference has been really very enlightening, meeting wonderful colleagues and several partnerships growing also. So thank you so much for having me and for good work to move forward. I come from Lebanon originally, and I am a woman of the world. That's what I call myself. So I thank, first of all, God and my family, my husband, and definitely my team for all the blessings. Let's continue making a difference and growing wellness in this beautiful field with these beautiful minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeina Ghosoub. And our next award is for Mr. Kevin Miller, the CEO of Revive, an award-winning and published global healthcare and technology executive with a proven track record of delivering over $400 million in new business development. Kevin has received over 17 awards for business leadership. He's a recipient of Johnson & Johnson's highly coveted Supplier Innovation Award and has been recognized as a Global Trailblazer and Global Client Executive of the Year for leading complex healthcare and IT-related projects for Fortune 500 companies.
Well, I want to say thank you to Health 2.0 for this tremendous recognition and honor. A wise man once told me, you could only go as far as you can see. So to receive the Global Visionary Award for a lot of the innovation, which started from pain, right? Pain creates passion. And so I'm glad to be here along with these great people who have done a lot in the field of healthcare. Let's continue to keep it going. I want to say thank you to all of the colleagues I've worked with over the years to help achieve some of the 17 plus awards that I've been able to win through my organization. I want to say thank you to my family. And again, I want to say thank you to all of you who are out there doing the good work. Let's keep it going.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And congratulations to all the awardees. We wish you all the best. Continue onwards into your journeys. With this, I would like to thank Mr. Ahmed Abdelhadi for being on stage with me and has a few words to say.
All right. Thank you all for having me. I'm Ahmed Abdelhadi. I work with CGIE, which is an educational consultants company for national and international schools. And that's it. But my message to you is, I come from a family of doctors, so I know how hard it is and what it takes to be in the health field. So in case no one stopped you today and told you this, allow me to say, we appreciate you and thank you very much for everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for those kind words. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of day 2 of our Health 2.0 conference. Those who are jet lagged, do not go to bed yet. You might wake up at 2 a.m. if you do. And then we'll reconvene here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for our last day of the event. Thank you and good night.